My experience. Sucks.
You went like
Yeah, I just ran into somebody I know. Fucking dude is homeless. He wasn't homeless last time I saw him before COVID. He's homeless now.
fucking sucks.
Yeah, fucked up. Needless to say, he's fucking shitted. But I'd be getting shitted too if I was fucking homeless. I'd be drunk off my ass. Damn, that's fucked up. Anyway, yeah. In my
You just cut out on me again.
people from India,
What
I said, people from India have horrible security practices for their, like, horrible.
Oh, so they're out there scamming people, but they don't know shit about how to actually keep themselves secure, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've noticed that with watching those scam bait channels.
I've had to fix because they outsourced to some, which was basically, put it this way, like one time so they developed a web page for this company, so that because they didn't want to remote in like a certain way, like go through a password, they made a web page that was like a command line that had root access. So all someone had to do was just like scrape that web page. As soon as they saw that web page, they just go to it. And it's a command line interface, man. Like when I say command line, like an old DOS shell. You just go in and just type in whatever. You got complete control. Anybody on the internet.
Yeah, Indio, I hate to tell you, man. I really want to hear what you're saying, but you've been going in and out like this whole time pretty bad. You're out again.
In goddamn satellite. I don't know why, man, because I'm not in a bad area.
Do you have a 5G phone?
Hell no.
Okay, because there's a secret also, by the way, for people with Androids and 5G phones. Because 5G, basically, I think the slogan should be 5G. It's not really for you. Like, it just fucks everything up. Your phone is constantly trying to connect and reconnect to 5G, and it's going back and forth from 5G to 4G, 5G to 4G. And that's killing your battery for one. But it's also just fucking you up when you're trying to get a solid signal. So go into your network connections and turn off anything that says 5G. If you can just go to set it to like 4G LTE or like just check it out. Like see if you can turn it off from the 5G and it'll just always go to 4.
Yeah, I don't have a 5G phone. I got a 4G phone.
Yeah, I got the Galaxy 21 Ultra this year. So yeah, I got the 5G phone, but I'm in a place that's really shitty 5G service. I'd rather just be on the 4G. But what the trick I just said works for pretty much all carriers except for mine, which is fucked up. So like I can't even do that trick. But it helped my buddy at work like immensely. He said when I told it to him the other day.
Yeah, I'm not into beta testing shit. Y'all can beta test 5G.
Yeah, I wanted the other. I needed a new phone upgrade, and now all the new phones are 5G. You're gonna be stuck with it eventually too.
Well, I heard the news is, so check this out. Apple, the iPhone 13 is supposed to have some Qualcomm satellite telephone chip. You're supposed to be able to talk
Oh,
with via satellite.
the new iPhone's gonna be a satellite phone.
This is the word. So because on Zero Hedge, man, the article was about how the what is it, Iridium and some other satellite company stock went through the roof because there was a rumor spreading that the iPhone 13 was going to have the Qualcomm chip, which is a satellite telephone chip. So they think those companies are going to be doing more business because iPhones are going to have satellite, the ability to talk to so-called satellites.
So does that mean
Out the box.
Does that mean iPhone's basically gonna go back to its roots and be able to do everything but make a phone call?
Pretty much, yes.
I mean, I'm gonna have 5G in Antarctica.
Why not?
Now we can stream. We can stream our voyages to Antarctica and to the North Pole. It's gonna be
Here's the
satellite connection.
thing. It's a bunch of bullshit. It was probably a rumor spread by the companies themselves because because the antenna for like, okay, so you have electromagnetic radiation. The frequency that satellites supposedly broadcast at the wavelengths are a certain size. Your antenna has to be some fraction of that size of the wavelength. It can't be more than 1/4 the size of that wavelength. So if it's 1 meter wavelength, then the antenna can't be shorter than 1/4 of a meter. So how are you going to fit that in a freaking iPhone? A 1 meter antenna, a 1/4 meter antenna. The way they do it, they make a spiral loop of copper, but that would be a huge. Your entire phone insides will be the antenna. It's a bunch of bullshit. Vaporware. Selling hopes and dreams. Elon Musk phone. Shit are extraordinary.
There's all the everything's going to be possible soon because of that vaccine that everybody's taking. That's what I think. Some people might die, but you're gonna be able to be like Johnny Mnemonic. You're gonna be like Johnny Mnemonic in 10 years. You're gonna be. You remember that stupid movie?
Yeah, that is awesome.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Come on, man. I need to flash smack anybody. Come on, Clovers. Get in the chat. What time it is. So, Jemsy. Been up to Rivera a few times. I've got some long distance photos of some tankers, man. Pretty far away. They're at least 20 miles, maybe 30. I got to get the images and stuff. I haven't like downloaded them yet off my phone.
I was in Gloucester the other day, and I found a geodetic survey spot on top of a rock. It's the Half Moon Beach, and I was able to see. Here, in 1 second. I'm parking at the moment.
Yeah, don't crash, man.
Yeah. Also, like, even if I mean, I don't know if you've seen some of the videos. Like, there was one that was posting the admin mods that I watched, and I checked out another one about 6G even, which they're planning basically going from 5G to 6G already by 2030, right? So everything's always 2030. Interesting. Um, and they got all this basically everything is augmented reality, like a shared augmented reality between everybody and everything. And like, how the hell do you think that's gonna work? Why do you think they're vaccinating zoo animals and shit?
Well, you know how they got like patches that like deliver medicine through your skin? They'll
Yeah.
have like they'll have like medicinal contact lenses. You have to put them in your eyeballs, and then
Right. No, I
they'll
think it's
broadcast shit right through
I
your
think
retina.
it's I think the plan is to not even need to put any like wear on you. I think it's supposed to become the neural net. Basically, they're going to program it inside of you. You're going to be able to. You're just going to be in the system. There's no probably no jacking out. You know what I mean?
You give them too much credit. Can't do that shit. Though you know that the launch that failed the other day. A bunch of it's funny too because there was I think who launched the rocket the other day? SpaceX. Someone launched a rocket. It ended up going sideways and crashing or something. Anyway, all the Globers in the chat. Yeah, watch this SpaceX video. Yeah, well, it crashed, didn't go anywhere, but they all disappeared, right?
I love it when those things fucking blow up. They blow up all the time. I love it.
So I read the press release, right? So they're going to press release after it failed. They're like, eventually we're going to be launching missions to the International Space Station every day. This is what they're saying. Every day. First of
Dude, you know the cost of what they say it costs to launch a rocket into
I don't even
space and all of the shit that they
need to
supposedly are
post.
launching up there. Uh, Cutting again.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, but like all their payload, what are they taking up there, right? Like all that stuff gets lost on the fucking launch pad every time one of these things blows up constantly. I don't care.
Well,
If
what do they
SpaceX
do with their
loses
garbage?
100. What's what?
What do they do with it? What do they do with the garbage?
Yeah, right. Where's that? Can we check it out?
Stuff is going up. Doesn't stuff have to come down?
Oh, that garbage. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm talking about the garbage of blown up fucking rockets from the launch pad. But yeah, that garbage too. Yeah, what do they do with their garbage?
Sure, they'll say that they just jettison it and it just burns up in the atmosphere. They shoot it into the sun.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty solid story to tell. I'm sure that's what they say. You're right.
They can. The thing is, they can literally say anything, and these cobras will eat it up.
Mm-hmm.
They,
Oh, it's really
they're gonna
cool.
say,
You can hear
"Hey."
this thing they invented.
"Oh yeah," and the more complex and outlandish they make it, the more the more they fap to it.
Right.
Discord has just been ass all day. Not just for me, but like we had everybody drop from the live stream earlier. But he glitched out.
Another one of those days.
Yep. One of those days.
Haven't had one for a while.
People talking and nobody can hear them, so they're getting talked over. Just, you know how it goes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because you're lagging pretty bad. So when we're talking and you got the lag, it's really easy for one of us to start talking over the other one.
Yeah, I don't even know why I'm like roboting, because I'm not in a spot where I should be roboting. I'm in like a main. Like I got 4 bars, man. 5 bars.
Yeah, it's not you, it's Discord.
Ogres, come out and play.
I'm building another porch entranceway on the front of the house I'm working on. So this is the dude I mentioned it in the chat earlier. I'm working on this guy's house. It's a big job. We're doing everything. All of his windows, siding, trim, like brand new soffit, fascia, gutters, like everything, the works. Like all window and door trim, freeze boards, like I said, everything. So this is a big job.
Interior too?
If doing the windows, I think I'm probably doing the interior moldings also to finish them off. But anyway, this guy he's a civil rights attorney, fighting against the government constantly. He's been on Tucker Carlson multiple times. He's working on that whole Ron DeSantis stuff in Florida right now. This is one of his houses. He's got a place down in Florida. He's got this place is like he spends like 3 months a year on this house, and he's got like another one in like nearby also, like that makes this one look like a joke. But yeah, this dude's he's in Florida right now, but I hope he comes home while I'm working on the place because I want to talk to him.
Well, civil rights attorneys that sue the government are parasites.
No. Normally, but this is the kind that's against mask mandates, vaccine mandates, fucking all that stuff. This is the kind that we need to be that I think could be interesting to talk to right about now. That's what he's doing right now, is fighting about that stuff.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. Some civil rights attorneys, they'll get a bunch of money, right? That's what they do. So the government will do something, they'll get a bunch of money. Then there's other ones that actually try to get the government to stop what they're doing. And aren't really get concerned about the money. They're just trying to get the government to stop fucking people over. Some try to get rich. Some try to actually, of course, there's ones that do both.
Yeah. No, I want to bring up the whole thing in that, what is it, resolution, whatever, I forget the number. I have it, the PDF. But that one in Florida that said that, you know, that the schools couldn't mandate masks and shit like that, but they've been doing it anyway. Well, that's the thing that he's like fighting about right now. Anyway, in that same law, it's like 40 some odd pages, like on like page 38 and 39, it starts talking about if like the health official or anybody who that like health official like deputizes, basically determines that you are a health risk, that they can like take you away. Basically, they can kidnap you, quarantine you, and fucking do anything they want, including
Quarantine.
including stabbing you with a needle that you don't want. It's in that same law, and I want to ask this guy about that.
I guess that's gonna be similar to people in jail that they will get the needle even if they don't want it because they're in jail.
No.
So did you hear about the girl that had her kids taken away?
I think I've heard. I mean, maybe not the case you're talking about, but because I don't know if it's in the United States or where, but I know it's happened in places.
No. So listen, this is the funny thing. It was a child custody proceeding between two people getting divorced, and the judge just out of the blue says, "Are you vaccinated?" And she's like, "No." They're like, well, you can't see your kid anymore until you're vaccinated.
Said she couldn't even see him, huh?
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
Wow.
And the thing is, it wasn't even an issue in front of the court. It's the husband didn't go like, "Oh, she's not vaccinated. Go see the kid." The judge just did it on his own. Just out of the blue, asked her if she's vaccinated, and just says, "Oh, you can't see your kid because you're not vaccinated."
Happened here in the States?
Yeah, in the United States. Could be Wisconsin, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I read it 2 days ago. Yeah, so obviously she's got a lawyer, and they're gonna, because obviously, listen, there's a technical legal term. Court can do something. It's called sua sponte. It can do things on its own motion that has nothing to do with like the motions of the parties. This isn't one of those things because it has nothing to do with the case, right? One of the litigants has to make a complaint and say, "I want this." The judge can't just be like, "Yeah, I'm just going to put my own frosting on this cake."
That's fucked up. Totally
yeah,
fucked.
It is. The thing about family courts, though, man, they have like almost no oversight. Want to hear something really messed up? This will blow your mind. In the New Hampshire Constitution itself, it says that family court judgments cannot be reviewed by the Supreme Court of New Hampshire. Yeah, so whatever family court judges does in New Hampshire, that's it. There's no review. There's no appeal.
Oh, right. So this guy's the end all be all then. There's nothing that can be done about it.
Yeah, can't fire him, can't do anything. Now, you can probably sue in federal court, but good luck with that.
Damn.
Yeah, dude, family courts they're total. They're not courts.
You don't know. You don't know for sure what state that was in. I mean,
I'd have to look it up. It's on Zero Hedge. I read it in there. Could be Minnesota.
Yeah, but you think it was Midwest?
Like it's somewhere in the Midwest. I'm almost positive.
Damn, I know, dude. Yeah. See, that doesn't. I'd like to say that doesn't really sound like Wisconsin unless it's in Milwaukee or Madison, like Dane County, like that. That's where I could see it happening here. But Wisconsin is typically a real mommy state, like so. I don't see that really happening here. Oh, is that why I was getting a whole bunch of messages from PMAC I haven't read? He got muted. Oh, he assumes it's me.
No. I tagged Indio with.
Yeah, I muted him.
That's her.
What we're talking about, I muted PMAC because he started just like, I don't even know what he was doing. He just started talking.
He's been all fucked up for the last like hour or two, but I've been busy like kind of. I'm making some drawings for this porch that I'm building, and I've been just like letting him spout and just once in a while going, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, well, like I let him go until he reaches like some level of drunkenness where it's like whatever he's saying is disconnected from what everybody else is saying. So like Flat Earth Solar was talking light at the bottom of the ocean, and PMAX like talking to himself about gas pressure. Like, okay, you're out of it. Like, I'm surprised he even realizes he's muted. He's so shitted. It seems he always knows when he's muted, but he doesn't know what time of day it is.
Or who's talking.
Yeah, or who's talking or what the subject is. But he knows when he's muted. Why is that?
Anyway, so what's funny too, though, with this guy that I'm working on his house.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lou?
Now
Oh.
we can. Shit, shut up, Gemsy. Fuck. Anyway,
I can
funny.
hear you now.
So what's funny then also is like this guy we were working on, he's like mortal enemies with another house that I did earlier this year, like in spring. This was a couple of lawyers. One was, I forget what kind of attorney he was, but his wife is actually a Wisconsin State Supreme Court justice. We did her house, and dude, totally liberal neighborhood, fucking like the kid that I work with, like he was listening to Who's the Little Jew with the fast talking Jew. Come on, the one Ben. No, come on.
Ben Martillo. Ben Martillo.
No, on the radio. The fucking come on. You guys know who I'm talking about. Say that again.
Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro, yes. He was listening to Ben Shapiro. And the neighbors came over and like made him turn it off. They said, I don't want to hear that. And nobody wants to hear that in this neighborhood, blah, 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 blah. Like, dude, it was pretty fucked up. Anyway, so yeah, we were working on their house, a couple of lawyers, state Supreme Court justice. And this guy is like a total enemy, like conservative and against everything that this lady does at the Supreme Court level. Always fighting her. They know each other well. But that's how we got this job, is because he still knows her. And the thing is yeah, he like wanted to check out their house, but he was like, I'll have to go and check it out when I know she's not home. You know, like, because he knows when she's in court and shit like that. Yeah, somehow I do a lot of work for engineers, was what it has been for years. And now somehow we're like getting in with judges and lawyers, and they're telling each other about us. Whatever. We charge them a lot. You have to charge enough on your contract to make sure if they try to sue you for anything that it's already covered. So did PMAC leave the server, or did he just talk big shit and he'll be back tomorrow?
He's probably fell asleep.
Yeah, we'll see him tomorrow, right?
That's it. Yeah, we got a new guy in the server, Cenobite17. How you doing there?
Hey, yeah, I'm all good. Thanks.
Yeah, good stuff. You, what brings you along to the server then? How did you find us?
I'd heard about it for a while. I just didn't really have a strong reason to join until I just wanted to check out what's going on. So
Good stuff. What sort of things do you believe then? You believe in the spinning ball, or have you been looking into flat Earth truths?
I believe in the globe, but I'm open to a fair debate.
Right. Okay. Are you the biologist?
No, that's Nebula.
Oh, that's the other one.
Allegedly.
Do you know Nebula? Is that your friend?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Okay. Cool. So you know how you believe in the globe. So you're obviously interested in finding out why we say the Earth is flat. I take it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, well, obviously, have you ever considered why you believe that you live on a globe?
Well, just
Can you hold on a second? What? Hold on. Yes, you know why we think the Earth is flat. I want you to say what you think. Like a lot of people think we think it for certain reasons, which aren't the reasons. So I'm just curious. Why do you think we think the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't know why you think the Earth is flat. That's why I came here partially to
Okay.
find out. Yeah.
So you have no idea what we think or why we think it.
I think I have a basic idea, but I'd like to get it firsthand from someone who actually believes the Earth is flat.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Breaking.
Yeah, it's cool.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all, bro. Not at all. That's Indio. He's an admin in here, Cenobite. So yeah, if he
Gotcha.
wants to, yeah, cool. Yeah. So what makes you think you live on a globe then?
Well, just the astounding amount of evidence towards that. I don't know specifically. That's why I'm here. I'm open to honest debate.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, right, the only way we actually believe that we live on a globe is because we've been shown pictures of the globe since we were children.
Fair.
They've basically showed us hundreds and thousands of images. We have it on the media outlets. They all show the ball. We've got pictures from space that show a globe. Yet all these images are CGI. None of them are real.
How do you know that there's CGI though? How are you so sure? I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just asking how you're so sure about it.
Well, you've got one guy, Robert Simmons, who created the blue marble. For example, let's take him for example, right? So he worked for NASA as a graphic designer. Okay.
Yep.
So what he did, they took pictures of the Earth from a flat map. This is his own words, and stitched that onto a ball on a computer, and then photoshopped in clouds and lots of other things. If you're in the live stream voice text, people are putting up pictures of what I'm talking about.
Yep, I got it.
Yep. So he self-admittedly says, and this was the image that was on the iPhone for years. Remember the iPhone? It had the image of the globe, the blue marble.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is just a totally photoshopped image. It's not real. This is not a picture of the Earth. This is from 4 months of data strips that they took from above the Earth from a flat map. So that in itself surely should ring alarm bells to people.
So did he admit that it was from a flat map, or did he just admit that it was photoshopped?
Yeah, he said it was from a flat map. Yeah, flat. It's basically what they did is he took flat data strips and he stitched them all together and put it on a bowl. Now, how can you take 4 months of data strips for a tiny little bowl like that and there be any accuracy to it? That's virtually impossible within itself, you know? So that for me is big alarm bells. Then the guy has come out since then and said that you cannot see the Earth apart from 1,000,000 miles away. You cannot see the full Earth with a black background apart from 1,000,000 miles away. So, see all the images that they've been showing to members of the public over the past 70 years, all those iconic images from the moon, the Earth in the background. They're all fake. He's just told everyone.
Okay.
So there's as regards the images. So the images are a big thing, aren't they? Because at the end of the day, if you see the bowl, that is like if you see that from an authoritative news channel or from NASA, you're going to believe that, aren't you? You're going to think, well, why would they lie?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and the ISS, they use a fisheye lens. Do you know the difference? Do you know anything about camera lenses?
Yeah, I know what a fisheye lens is, yeah.
Yeah, so it causes heavy distortion. So why is NASA saying that the ISS is up there above the Earth that's a bowl and showing people curvature, but using a fisheye lens? You wouldn't need to use a fisheye lens to show curvature if the horizon was curved. You would just show a bowl, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
So they're faking it. They're faking the curvature. The same as you know the Felix Baumgartner jump where he went up in like a high altitude balloon and did the highest jump back down to Earth.
Yeah.
Well, they show New Mexico as like a third the size of the globe, but all it is a fisheye lens. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, okay, that's all fair.
So there's some little key facts, right? That surely should destroy all the images that they've led us to believe are real. They're actually admitting to the fact that they're providing images that show fake curvature, that the images aren't real, that they are CGI. So let's forget the images. So if you have they've given us the radius of the bowl that we live on. Do you know the radius and the curvature?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Right. Well, the radius is meant to be 3,959 miles, and you've got a circumference of 24,900 miles. So if you apply simple mathematics like trigonometry to that, you should, if you are looking out from point A to point B, say, over a period of 30 miles, you should have about, I think it is 300 foot of curvature thereabouts. And the longer you go, like up to 100 miles, the curvature becomes ridiculously big. So when we've went to look and we've done long distance observations, we can't find any curvature. It's totally flat. You know, there should be buildings and things curving away over the curve of the Earth. It's the same with ships as well. You can go down to the beach and you'll see a boat and they say it goes over the curve of the Earth. But in actual fact, if you've got a high-powered camera, you can bring that boat back into so you can see it, you know?
On the boats, the thing is, I know the whole thing about, if you zoom in on the boat, it comes back. But then if you stay on the boat, if you keep watching the boat zoomed in and all that, it'll still disappear bottom first over the horizon.
Yeah, but that's what it would do anyway, you know? But it's not going over at a tilt, the same as like the Chicago skyline, right? I think it's 67 miles or 50 odd miles. The buildings are all there. They're not over a curve. They should be hidden behind. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think. Anybody got the picture of the Chicago skyline with the distance that it should be hidden behind?
It should be hidden by 1,600 feet.
That's it. Thank you very much. Cheers, Miguel. Thanks, Indio. Yeah, so you've got the Chicago skyline there, 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely, yet we can see the full Chicago.
Okay, that's interesting.
You know, and on the news, they said that was a mirage. That's not a mirage, that's just fact. You can see it. And
exactly.
Yeah, we've got hundreds of long distance observations that show hundreds of miles with no curvature. So there's something wrong. You cannot live in a bowl without having curvature, can you?
Also, all those photos and stuff of like stuff that we can see that we shouldn't be able to see, why are they all over water?
Well, water's level, isn't it? Always finds its level, so that's the best place to do an observation, you know?
Yeah, but I've never seen a single one of those photos done on land. Like over land.
Yeah, there is. There's actually, I think there's a long distance land observation. It's 200 and something miles. If I'm correctly, somebody might have an image of that.
I got some gear for you. Yep.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
but the main
go on, Sanabite.
The main reason I came on to this was just to basically ask a question about stuff. So I'm probably going to butcher pronunciation and shit here. So yeah. So I've checked up sunrise, sunset times for certain different parts of the world, and in December, you get, I think it's Ushuaia or something, which is a city in Argentina, South America. It's at the very southern point of South America. And that spot has sunrise times that are earlier than 5 a.m. and sunset times that are later than 10 p.m. at specific times of the year. And at that exact same time, Point Barrow, Alaska, which is obviously all the way up north and stuff, has endless night. Like the sun never rises for a while. So people live in both of those places, so they're observable facts, like the sunrise and sunset times. So basically, can you reproduce that on a flat Earth model? Like, can you have the sun illuminate that spot in South America for more than 70% of its trajectory while never illuminating Point Barrow, Alaska at the same time?
Well, that's funny you should say that. So what time of the year is that?
December.
Well, that would make perfect sense because the Northern Hemisphere, if the North Pole's in the middle, I mean, this is me just throwing this out there, but I've observed the sun for a full summer in the Northern Hemisphere. And when they have 24-hour daylight in certain areas of the north, and then they have winter in the Southern Hemisphere. So if you imagine that the North Pole, just imagine a circle, okay? So let's say that the North Pole is center, yeah?
Yep.
Now, anything round about the North Pole is classed as, let's just flatten, in fact, let me just put a little map up here just to show you what I'm talking about so that it's not confusing.
Sure.
Because that makes perfect sense to me that about what you said there, if I'm picking you up right, because one's in the Northern Hemisphere and one's in the Southern Hemisphere. So that little map that I'm just putting up here is just it's not a model, it's just like a representation of what I'm talking about. So you get the North Pole in the middle, yeah?
Yep, gotcha.
Let's say the globe is flattened, because basically, as far as I'm concerned, that's all they've done. They've took the flat map and they've made it into a globe. So the equator would be round about the halfway mark of the circle, yeah? Halfway out of the radius. So
Yep.
if one place in the winter is dark, did you say? Like,
So in the northern hemisphere, you get Point Barrow, Alaska, which has
Yeah.
endless night in December. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
the sun never illuminates that spot.
Yeah, so what you have is that imagine, like, say you have a torch. I mean, this is if I'm picking you up right. I might not be picking you up right, but imagine you get a torch, right, and you go into a football stadium, and you take it at one end, and you've got two people. So I'm going to walk away from you with that torchlight. Will that torchlight illuminate all the way down the field, or will it only illuminate some of it?
It only illuminates some of it, obviously.
That's right. So that's how the sun works, because in the northern hemisphere, I followed the sun for the full summer, and it set up to the north in the height of summer. And as it gradually became cooler and started to head into autumn, the sun was setting further south. So what it does, the sun does a circular motion, and it constantly is in the north for its summer, and then obviously that's why southern hemisphere countries have winter when we're having summer.
You know? I think you might have misunderstood me, because there's a point at the very bottom, the southern tip of South America.
Yeah.
At the same time that Point Barrow, Alaska, is having the endless nights, the sun never illuminates it.
Okay.
That spot in South America has light for, like, I think 70%. It's 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. or something, which is like 70% of the sun's trajectory or something. So my basic question is there a way that it can illuminate that spot at the tip of South America for 70% of its trajectory, while at the same time never illuminating Point Barrow, Alaska?
Right. I would actually ask Indio. Indio, can you answer that question for the young chap?
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
If that's happening in real life, that means that is happening for sure.
There's people who live in both of those places who can confirm.
I'm telling you, like, if is that happening for sure, if somebody like realize that it's happening, that is for sure happening. But how is that happening? I think that we don't know for sure. And second thing, it's if you presuppose something like saying hemisphere, maybe you did it. But if you do in a purpose, if you say I'm on southern or northern hemisphere, you will presuppose that you are living on the ball in the first place.
Yeah, but, like, that's not the point. The point is that a part in, like, one corner of the world is getting sunlight 70% of the time.
Listen, where is the point? You will look at and listen, where is the point? Where I'm putting the point. You will speak, for example, now about what is happening on southern hemisphere, on, I don't know, Argentina, whatever. And then you will go to the northern hemisphere and you will speak about Alaska. But to have that north and southern hemisphere, we need to have Earth curving in the first place.
Okay, I'll redefine my terms then. So, northern hemisphere I'm classifying as something that is north of the equator. We both agree that there's an equator, like a middle point, right?
No, we don't.
No,
there is no equator.
No, but didn't Breaking just say that, like,
equator.
No. By that I mean Breaking said that, like, there's a middle.
Yeah, let me just clarify that. All I was saying was that trying to give you an example of, how the globe has an equator.
Yeah.
I was trying to do a north and a south separation. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I say northern hemisphere, I mean north of that point, and when I say southern hemisphere, I mean south of that point, regardless of whether or not there's actually an equator. If you get what I mean.
Goodson, I'm not just saying there is an equator for no reason. There is a reason I'm saying it. Because the equator has to have specific properties, right? Because the word equator means equality of day and night. So on the equinox, on the equator, the day and night are supposed to be equal length, 12 hours and 12 hours. Nowhere on Earth does that happen. So
That's
since
not my
nowhere on
point.
Earth does that happen, well, listen, I got a lot to say about this because
Sure.
I know a little bit about Ushuaia myself. So, okay. So there's also another reason. The shortest day of the year at this place called the equator should happen on the equinox. That doesn't happen either. Nowhere on Earth does this. So there can't be an equator because what you would observe at this equator there's nowhere you actually observe it on Earth. So it doesn't exist. So the equator, the word equator predates what the modern thinking of equator, right? If I go from the North Pole to the South Pole, the midpoint between those two locations, right, on the surface of a ball, that's not the actual definition of equator. But so here's something that maybe a lot of people don't understand this about the sun, right? They think that the sun, some object in the sky, and if there's somebody like in Alaska and there's somebody in Ushuaia, and they're both looking at the sun, that they're looking at the same thing, right? That they're looking in the same direction, and that their lines of sight intersect somewhere in space. This is actually not true. And we can prove it's not true. It's not true in the globe model because if you look on time and date, right, and you look on, because that's what you're going by, time. Look up this time and date, Ushuaia or Tierra del Fuego, Argentina. They're right next to each other, so they're like literally right next to each other. And look up, it's Canuck, Canada. So these locations, right, they're far apart. They're both on the same line of longitude. Right? And if you look on the equinox, the direction that the sun rises 91 degrees from true north in Chile, and it rises 86 degrees from true north in Canada.
Okay.
Those are looking away from each other. So think of the compass, right? 360 degrees. 0 is north, right? 86 degrees, right? 86 degrees isn't quite an east.
Yeah, sure.
So how can they both be looking at the sun if the sun, when they're looking in different directions?
The thing is, you haven't answered my question, though.
No, your question has what's called a false premise. You think that the sun has some common spatial location through everywhere on Earth, that everyone on Earth, when they look at the sun, they're looking at, it's in one location for all those people. It's not. And this is like easy to prove with time and date. Time and date, like you can model time and date. You can take a bunch of locations. You take the azimuth and elevation angles, right? So if I go Johannesburg, I go New York City, right? And then we can 3D model this, and we do the lines of sight to where those are. Those lines of sight don't location. So what happens, what they see in Canada, in Ushuaia, it's irrelevant because the sun is not the same relative to, right? They're not looking in the same direction regardless.
Hang on a sec, you've been cutting in and out this whole time.
On the equinox, the sun is north of you, north of east, and in the south, it's south of east. How is that to you in your thinking, right? That doesn't make sense in geometry. This is impossible. But this is your model. You can just look on time and date. I'm not making this up. You can look on time and date and look up the equinox for these locations, and this is what it says. If you go on Google Earth, right, and you go on Google Earth and what was it? And you do what the hell did Jaron do? Go on Google Earth and draw a line due east, and all those due east for the sun on the equinox, and it always intersects. There's this thinking that the sun is a place, right? Is a ball, and it's just this object that's up there, and everybody's looking at the same thing when they look up at the sun. It's not flat Earth. It's not true on a globe. It's not true in your model. In your model,
what is the sun in your model?
Illuminated something like 60%. I don't know. The sun has no parallax. There's a lot of and that's all that really can be said about it. 5 suns being. I mean, I can go on and on crazy observances of the sun. So there's one. So it's on my YouTube channel. So there's astronomers in Chile that were filming a solar eclipse. So the sun is completely set with a solar filter. They take the solar filter visible. So how do you explain things like that? Because
I'm gonna be honest.
Listen, guy. Your argument is basically geometry, right? How can the sun do it here and not over there? That doesn't make sense. This geometrically doesn't work. Well, the geometry doesn't work. There's no matter what you do, if you position the sun in the sky, it is not at a common place. It's not you. If you can listen, another person put it in AutoCAD, right? They modeled the position of the sun, AutoCAD, single time, single date, azimuth and elevation angles. You know where the sun triangulated to? A position behind them. Right? There's a negative parallax. They're looking at the sun from 2 locations, and there's a negative parallax. And if you do the math, it's seeing you look at an object and it's behind you.
What's that, sorry?
How can you look at an object and it's behind you? You know what parallax is, right? So if you take your thumb and stick it in front of your face, your eyes,
yeah,
your thumb shifts back and forth, right? Now imagine when you open your eyes, it shifts in the opposite direction of what you see it shift. That is a negative parallax. That is what they observe with an AutoCAD. Because they took azimuth and elevation angles from they use SunCalc in this case. AutoCAD, so basically, a significant digit precision, right? The sun is triangulated to a position behind you. That's craziness.
So basically, you're proposing that you don't know what the sun is. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just trying to understand your argument.
Nobody knows.
How we can know that?
No, I'm just trying to understand your argument because you're cutting out.
There's people that claim they know. There's people that claim they know, but they don't know. Because like I said, I just told you, do you think, is time and date in SunCalc the globe model? Would you consider that part of the globe model?
I'd say that the time and date, don't they just get the time and date from like the actual sunrise, sunset times?
Well, I've actually emailed the people that own their website. They base their thing, their information is based off the U.S. Naval Observatory. So if you go to the U.S. Naval Observatory website, they say on that website, because they have a section on litigation, because often they get subpoenaed, because for whatever, like a court case, they want to know what time the sun rose or what time it was noon or whatever. They say that no place in America, no government agency in the United States makes observations of the sun in that the calculations are sufficiently accurate for the purposes of court, right? So no place is observing the sun on a regular basis. And all the azimuth, elevation angles, times, sunrise, sunset, they're all calculations. Time and date uses those. I can send you the email, a copy of the email if you want, because I emailed them and asked them, how did they get these figures? They said they get it from the U.S. Naval Observatory. So these are all calculations. These are all calculations, right? They're not based upon observations. To deny that this is a globe model. What? Ask what?
What if you went and asked someone in either of those places what time the sun rises and sets in December? Or if if in December you find someone in either Point Barrow, Alaska, or in Ushuaia, or however you pronounce it, and then just ask them personally to record the times of sunrise and sunset. Wouldn't that be accurate? It would be based on observation.
Yeah, that would actually be pretty cool. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It would be cool if we had observations. It would be cool if we had observations of sunrises and sunset, because it's funny that you mentioned that, because there's a so they're interviewing Inuits. You know what the Inuit are?
Hmm?
The Inuit. You know who they are? The Inuit people.
Explain.
So the Inuit people are natives that live in the northern part of Greenland.
Okay.
They live there for thousands of years or whatever, right? They freaking eat walruses or whatever they eat. So they were interviewing these people, at old Inuits, asking them like basically to recount their history, like a living history type deal, testimony of their history, like their tribe, where they came from, what they experienced, how they grew up, blah blah blah. They said that the sun no longer rises where it used to rise the whole time that they were growing up.
Mm-hmm.
It used to, and they know this because listen, they live on snow, dude. Right? When they look around, it's just white everywhere. They have to know these things, so they know with the direction of the sun based upon, I guess, what way the wind blows the snow. The sun rises a certain place. Like when the first sun of the year, because they're far north, so it's black. But that first sunrise, right? Means they're going to live, basically.
Yeah.
So it's very important to them to know where this is when it happens. They said that it doesn't happen anymore when they thought it when it used to, and it doesn't rise in the direction that it used to. So the only thing I can say is, really, the sun is a mystery, and people can come on here, Globers, and they can profess that the sun is nuclear fusion and this, that, and the other thing. Though no Glober can tell me how nuclear fusion creates light, right? Yeah. How does a plasma create light? A specific frequency of light, when light is created by the relaxation of a bound electron, right? Goes into an unstable state, relaxes. When it relaxes, it emits a photon. When it relaxes to the stable state, there are no bound electrons in a plasma. So how does a plasma create light, right? It accelerates the electrons. That's how it creates light. But it doesn't accelerate them at a uniform rate, so you will never get one frequency. But the frequency of light from the sun, well known, right? It's called the alpha line, the hydrogen alpha line. So anyway, sun is a mystery, dude. Like, seriously. So,
Sure,
but the basic question is, why is it dark in Canada while it's light in Chile? Who fucking knows? Because the geometry of the sun relative to the Earth is not what you think it is. It's not a strict geometry that you like. If I drew it on a piece of paper, right? If I drew the sun and this guy's looking at the sun, this guy's looking at the sun, and I drew a line of sight. Those lines would intersect at a point, the sun. But in the real world, this is not happening.
Yeah. Okay.
See, listen, this is the crux of flat Earth versus globe Earth, right? So there's a lot of claims of the globe Earth that they say this is happening or that is happening. We're saying, yes, okay, fine. Here's your claim. Let's go out in the real world and see if that's true. And more than 9 times out of 10, we go out into the real world to see if it's true. It's not true. The Earth is supposed to curve. We go out into the world, we fucking measure the surface of the Earth. It's not curving. Right? Gas will adhere to the Earth against the vacuum. Take a vacuum chamber, put gas in it, doesn't sink to the bottom, doesn't sink to the Earth.
Essentially,
right? there's a Coriolis effect. Oh, let's go out and measure that. Oh, we can't.
Yeah, essentially.
Go ahead, Luke.
Essentially, all these people that are supposed to be experts on the topic, they live only in theory and in a textbook and have never actually made any observations of their own. That's just kind of the way it seems. And they specialize too. So
does it surprise you that no government? Yeah, I just want to ask. Does it surprise you that no agency of the U.S. government, nobody, does regular observations of the sun?
Yeah.
No agency of the U.S. Yeah, it shocked the shit out of me too. Nobody's watching the sun. There are published papers, a bunch of this. So they went to 3 different. They actually tested the accuracy of the predictions of sunrise and sunsets. So they 3 different observatories participated in this. The mean accuracy, that means like the average error is 5 minutes, and the greatest error is 15 minutes. So think about like you have the predictions, and then when they go actually observe the world and match it to the predictions, they find that the prediction is off significantly. And that's the problem. There's the idea of the globe and the concepts, and people think that they're super accurate and they make predictions that are accurate, but they don't. It's just a fact that they don't. And that's pretty much why everyone in here that's a flat earther is a flat earther. Because we actually went out and looked at the data, we looked at the real world and saw that the globe model has big ass gaping holes in it. It's held together with band-aids, duct tape, ad hoc hypothesis.
Are you trying to say the globe Earth model needs to see the proctologist?
Duct tape is too strong. It's held together by floss.
In this case, that would be G-string.
The only times a glober comes in here and he starts his conversation with, imagine, that's literally the first word of the conversation, imagine.
Sure.
We shouldn't have to imagine.
They think that Neil deGrasse Tyson. Imagine. Say that you were in the middle of the cosmos. Come on. Well, you guys are having a conversation with someone?
Yeah, carry on.
Imaginary speed. Sorry.
Cenobite 17 was new to the server. I was talking to him originally, and then Sasha was talking to him, and Endio thankfully came in to answer a question or two. So, yeah. Cenobite 17, welcome to the server.
Thanks. Yeah.
And the harsh reality is there's certain people that are, against this, right? They're against even inquiring to the subject in the first place, even checking. They don't even think we should check.
Yeah, like I'm open to honest debate and stuff.
Well, do you think, I've had to ask Colbert, just why do you think, if I say, hey, someone comes up to you, hey, what are you doing? I'm checking the globe model. I want to see if it's accurate. They're going to go, what the hell's wrong with you? Right? Just for investigating. You're not even allowed to investigate it without being ridiculed.
Like you should be able to double check and just see what's right. Yeah,
exactly, right?
Yeah.
Scientifically testable, repeatable, verifiable. This anti-flat earthers that think just investigating it is some heresy against science.
Exactly, yeah.
So, we're not going to try and convince you that the Earth is flat. That's impossible.
And vice versa, yeah.
Yeah, we're never going to convince you. We're only going to try and convince you to yourself, and that's it. Because that's how, we don't want to replicate the globe, right? We're just going to sit here and say the Earth is flat, and then everybody just believes us, and then they are ignorant and they run around just parroting what we say. We don't want that. We want people to reach their own conclusion, preferably through their own measurement and experimentation or observation. That would be the perfect world, right? Is that people can go out, because this is a simple problem, even though they've tried to convince people it's a very hard problem that only super smart astrophysicists can figure it out. It's actually just a third grade geometry problem, right? They claim Greeks 2,000 years ago did it. A modern man can't do it. So, everybody should be able to go out and verify that the Earth's a globe by some sort of measurement, test, experiment, one way or another. And I know you guys started on space images. The problem with space images fundamentally is that they're not testable. You can only believe them or disbelieve them. You can't do any scientific method test on them to verify whether they represent reality. You can't do that to pretty much any image.
I tend not to talk about images when discussing anyway, because like basically, yeah, it's like
Especially
you said, you can only believe or disbelieve them.
Yeah, especially these days when they're like with deep fakes and all that. I mean, geez, man. Like, why would you believe any image of anything?
I mean, well, Indio, I got the impression from looking at Quantum Eraser's interview with Kai and Crypto that there was a time that NASA did have the source files for those images, and that was how people were telling that they were actually super fake. You have any info on that? Because apparently it's not there anymore.
The only thing I know is that when Ron Howard was looking at doing an anniversary documentary on the landings, they inquired, they had asked NASA for like all the original footage so they could start uprising it to HD. And that's when NASA was like, oh, we lost all the original footage. So it's most likely those images were part of that batch that was destroyed.
No. I mean, they used to be on NASA's website, and now they don't have like the original quote unquote images. They just
that's
they just
true.
have like these.
That's true. Like the original moon mission, they've actually been upgraded, because I'll tell you why. Because I remember in 2016, 2017, I used to literally go into the NASA website for the moon landing, and I would rip out pictures from there, put them into Photoshop, change the levels, and I could see like how around the moon there was like a box, or like, you know, you can just tell all these things are like, you know, inserted into that image. You know, they're superimposed. And if you go now, you don't get none of that. Absolutely none of that. It's gone.
It's not
So yeah,
completely
that's
done.
legit.
Rob Skiba recorded it. Excuse me for interrupting, Jose.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not completely gone. Rob Skiba recorded it live. Exactly what you're talking about. He did it on one of his old videos. I think it was like a stream he was doing with somebody else, and he showed the guy live from the website, downloaded the picture, put it in Photoshop, adjusted the contrast, and boom, there it was.
Was this recently too, or was this like 2 years ago?
It's old. It's been.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like now, if you go now, because I've tried this. Like I'm telling you, I tried this like in 2017, maybe again. I tried it again, and I couldn't get the levels. And the person that I was trying to show to thought I doctored the first one I showed him, and it made me look like a fucking liar, and it pissed me off because I couldn't replicate what I did in 2016 with the images I was getting directly from NASA.
Yeah,
that was my
NASA's been
experience.
dancing to the beat of our drum for a while now. They've been fixing all the holes, you know, that we've been pointing out. Rob Skiba was the first one I saw who did that, and obviously since then NASA has corrected it.
Well, I'm so glad he has it live, you know, like it's like he does it live. I remember that one too. He actually goes and does it live, shows you live, and, you know, goes to the website. But because like now, if you try to do it, it's like, how do you do it, you know? So it's like, I'm glad there's like that, someone did it live, so it's like stored somewhere, you know?
Well, one thing you could point out, Jose, if you do choose to do this, is point out that these aren't the original photos, quote unquote. They aren't the originals. That now, if you talk to QE, or if you look at his interview with Kai on Crypto and Kai's podcast, he goes into a little bit of detail about that. So basically, equipped with that knowledge and Rob Skiba's video, you're pretty much good to go. I'd like a link to that if anyone has it, if anyone knows where that is.
It would take me a while to find it. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Hank. Now, it just imagine. See what I did there? Imagine you were in Jim Pandas actually trying to share information, like AKA just have a regular conversation. It never goes like this. It's always about how someone's dumb or how people are delusional. Sure, we say that, but I mean, we have justifiable reason. Meaning, we would say, you're dumb because we showed you this, and this contradicts this, and none of those are my words. It all comes from the sources that you've provided, versus them saying, oh, everything you do is wrong. Oh, how do you know? Because you're just dumb and incapable, because you're a flurfer and you're uneducated. But I have a degree. Yeah, well, you're probably lying. That's them over there versus conversations you could have over here potentially.
Yeah, the difference, Elijah, is that over there they try to they take the angle of like the kind of psychology of a flat earther instead of like the information that the flat earthers are saying. They take the psychological route where they'll be like, well, flat earthers think this because of this, or what, like they take that whole route, and that's kind of how they've been able to hijack a lot of people from even like considering flat earth, because they give them like a good argument, but for psychological reasons, which I honestly don't think it's a good argument, but for the common layman, it would appease them, right, as a good argument to keep them in their train of thought where they believe they live at that current moment.
Yeah. You missed us last night. T minus an hour and a half. Jose, if you're down.
Oh yeah, in an hour and a half. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yo, I'm mad. All of you guys moaning and complaining, and they took down Ozuna's lyrics. They just got the beat, which is pretty hard, but I still want the lyrics. Oh, let me get out. So you know what the good thing about it is? Now, when we play with a team, like say it's you and me and there's two others. So remember when MJ was like, oh, were you there? So MJ was like, who's playing that music? How am I hearing that the theme song? And I was like, well, what do you mean? I'm playing it. And you guys were like, it sounds like it's playing in the game. So I was like, wow, that must be a feature where if you play YouTube, your teammates can literally hear it as if it's a feature in the game, which means we could be playing the live stream.
Right. Flat smack.
Yep. They done did it to themselves now.
Good evening,
I think the best way to do it, we should do it one time a week at least, where we separate ourselves, like we don't be on the same team. Like I'll go by myself and I'll go on the team of quads, randoms, and I'll play the live stream. And you do it too. That way it just exposes more people to it, because if we're all like on one group, it's like we can only flat smack one person at a time, maybe, if we're lucky, if it's on a full squad, It'd be cool if we just like went our own way one day and just to flat smack people,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I still think it's so funny how we found Truth on there, bro. That's I don't know if you guys know Truth Flat Earth, but we came across them on Call of Duty Mobile. I don't even remember how it was. I just remember playing with him. Like, dude, there's a Flat Earther that joined our clan, and that was legit. Like, he's a legit Flat Earther. He's like, there's some fake ones that try to join, but this one was legit. Like, he knew the arguments, he understood it. He watches like the same video scene. So it's pretty interesting to find someone like in a different area that wasn't, Discord or Facebook or something like that.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is he looked for us. He was like, yo, I just wanted to play with some flat earthers, so I looked up some flat earth plans, and you guys are right there. The seekers will find us, man. They will find us. I'm actually talking to one of my childhood best friends. Now, this one really does go way back, and we're still very good friends. she's actually I have to call her back in the next couple of minutes, but she is really open to information. Because I was just probing her. I was like, yo, it's a huge responsibility to just say things. You can't just be candid with people these days. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, look, nobody really wants. Don't worry about it. She's like, no, I'm always for truth. And I was like, okay, if that's what you're saying. But I still recognize that I should probably super slow drip it. Like, I didn't know where to start. My friend Gregory said maybe you should start with Genesis. And for her and for the circumstance, that does make sense. Mic check? Oh, no. No. Mic check. No.
You're good. We hear you.
Oh.
The whole time we heard you. Yeah, I was listening.
That pit in your stomach where you're like, oh no, was I disconnected?
No, I was just far away from my phone. Like I had Bluetooth headphones, and like I leave the phone and I walk around and do shit. So it took me a minute to get to the phone to unmute it.
What Bluetooths are those? Because I've given up trying to use Bluetooth with Discord.
Oh, dude, these were great. The only problem with them is that they're touch. So like I have small ears, so like I always have to be adjusting my headphones. No matter what headphones I ever bought in my life, I've never found headphones that just fit perfectly, that don't fall off. So every time I feel like they're gonna fall off, I try to adjust them, and I always end up like tapping it. And when I tap it, it disconnects me from like the Bluetooth settings. Like it goes from Bluetooth to speakerphone, and that's the most frustrating part for me. But they work well, bro. Like look at me, like I'm talking with them. They connect good. I hear you guys good. They have A and C, which is like if you double tap it, like no sound from the outside comes into. It's just like the sound from you guys. I'll only hear that. Like it literally, like they become like earplugs.
Send me the link. Send me the link.
And, yeah,
Amazon,
cheap, bro. They're $45.
Send those. Send it right now.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I need that. That sounds good. And you sound legit. You sound legit. I have never, and I bought very expensive. Okay, I'm lying. I bought $50, $60, $70, $100 Bluetooths, and none of them work well with Discord. But I gotta go, guys. Jose, I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
All right, Elijah. You take it easy, bro. Did he leave already?
It's Discord mobile that sucks. Discord on PC works great. Discord on mobile sucks ass.
I don't know. I use Discord on mobile and it's okay. I'm not saying it's amazing.
Have you tried it on a PC?
Yeah, I'm on PC right now.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, comparatively, it sucks ass.
Right, but okay, I see. You know, we have our preferences. Cause I have these Samsung like AirBud Pros or whatever, and they work pretty well when I.
Yeah, I got the same earbuds. They work all right. I'm just saying, just the mobile app. It's not fluid. It's
yeah,
and it's and they seem to have a lot more audio problems than with PC.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, you fucking fanboy of Apple D to the V. Go suck fucking chip. No, that's wrong guy.
D to the V.
But what's his name? I don't even know the Apple guy. Go suck some Apple dick.
The Apple guy. Uh-oh. Hello, everybody, hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Did you guys know that the Earth was flat? Now you do. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yes, it's a lie. About the earth being the globe. It's not what they called it. Okay, I'm done. Yo.
Just had this weird realization. Like, so we're kind of like this weird, like, reversal of the hippie. Like, we're still hippies. It's like a modern hippie. But we're sitting here behind computers, strumming guitars and hitting drums, talking about a better world, and the government and so on. But for the most part, we're all conservative, which is like the hippies were totally liberal. It's just really weird.
I got a something right there. Oh, go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, good. It was you who I was gonna do a shout out. Say I found it. You probably found it at the same time I did.
No,
did you find it?
I didn't.
Oh, good. Well, I got it. I posted it 6 minutes after the hour.
Thanks, I appreciate
It's like
that.
at the 7. Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Jenny, send it to Elijah in a direct message because he's gone right now, so he's not going to be able to see that.
Will do.
But I was going to say, originally the hippies were not liberals. They got infiltrated. At any time that someone is anti-war, that's a conservative point of view because war is extremely expensive, especially if you got to fund both sides, like we always do. We always tend to, sell some gasoline to the Germans.
That's a solid point. I'll give it. I know where you're going. I'll continue though. Keep talking.
No, you got it. I don't have anything else to say. They got infiltrated, the hippies.
Yeah. So we're getting finally back to like the roots, is kind of what you're saying. We're more hippie than the hippies were. Is that it? Or
yeah, I think so. Like the hippies were pretty much flat Earth society.
Yeah, I believe it. I see that.
But it's funny because we got a lot of like totally like against the hippie kind of person, like. But then we also have a whole lot of hippies. Like we got people who never want to put a pair of shoes on. The bottoms of their feet, I'm sure, are black. Smell like patchouli oil and got fucking dreadlocks in their hair.
Some are nudists. Won't get fooled again.
New boss saves the old boss.
Yeah, we got that. But we also got like these guys who are like total anti that, like fuck tree huggers and everything they stand for. We got them with us too somehow.
Yeah.
I guess the truth knows no colors or ideologies. At the end of the day.
It's kind of like going to a Tool concert. You never know who's going to be in the audience.
Tip my hat to the new revolution, bowing and at the new Constitution.
I drive a hybrid plug-in car, a plug-in hybrid car, and I say, fuck the tree huggers.
I go with electric, man. I can freaking peel out.
There's a back in the day, like early on with Tool. There's a in one of their live shows. He says like, "Get that Bob Marley looking wannabe motherfucker out of here." But it's funny because you go to one of their concerts and like a third of their people there are like all wearing dreadlocks. So like, there's a bunch of fucking hippies that talk shit about hippies. I think we're kind of in that group.
Oh yeah, sure.
No, I mean, what do you call like people who don't like to wear shoes and want to free range their own chickens and shit like that all the fucking time and don't want to, you know, like anti whatever the mainstream says. That's a fucking hippie. We're hippies. I'm sorry. I know it's
that's sounding better. Listen, that's sounding better and better as time goes by. That's sounding better and better, man.
Yeah. So like when the hippies were early, they would like or is that just
I don't know.
something
They
that
just
never
had
goes away?
They just had this particular brand of CIA at the time. So when they got in there with the LSD trials and putting all these phony people that people would like wander around and to rock concerts in fucking Golden Gate Park and drop acid together, thousands of them, they were giving the acid out for free, and they diverted the whole thing. So it's not quite the same now. It was all the big hoax. The whole rock and roll thing was all the Tavistock Institute. That's what I've discovered. That all those rock bands, I was heartbroken about all that. But I think you got to see, you know, wherever the truth is, that's where I have to stick with. So, kind of makes sense to me. There's a lot of evidence for it in Laurel Canyon, the LA rock scene. Look into that if you haven't before. Anyway. I'll be quiet now.
I've heard a little bit about that stuff. I haven't looked that much into it. But it's more like the music scene. I don't know. That stuff all comes up when it like almost like with the mainstream shit. It's like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? So it's almost like here's what they told you happened. Here's what the psyop is about what we're gonna tell you happened after the fact. And here's what really happened.
What really happened? Yeah, that's the hard part. We're not going to get to what really happened, probably. We're never going to get to that. Gets awful quiet waiting for that globe proof around here. I think I saw a tumbleweed roll by.
I don't think I've heard a globe proof. It like.
Yeah, really.
Well, there's never been a globe proof.
What's a globe proof? Yeah.
But I'm saying I don't think I've heard anybody new coming in here with anything that we haven't destroyed already in a month or more. Probably way more than that. It's just
In
I guess
multitudes.
I guess I'm just getting bored, like waiting.
I know what
like,
you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
I got.
Because, like, where are they all at? Don't they want to hear more about what we've discovered?
Yeah, proof is a strong word, but no, I'm willing to take evidences. You know, like I haven't heard any new evidences for your globe. But we keep coming up with new evidences for the flat Earth.
All right, so
Yeah. Multitudes of them.
on my drive home today from work, sun was going down. I noted that at one point, the underside of the clouds was being illuminated. How does that happen?
Is this what you're calling new? You fucking talk about this all the time.
I have never mentioned lighting up the bottom of the clouds.
No, you, dude.
Show us a picture.
I'm gonna search
take a
your
picture of
text
that.
messages in the server. I guarantee you, I'm gonna find it at least twice.
Nope, and
Yeah.
I will put money on it because I know what I do and do not talk
Okay,
about
just
on here.
take a picture of it, bro, and we'll be happy to take a look at it.
If you find it, it's got to be at least 3 years old.
Yeah, I don't show any west-facing windows where the people's ceilings are being lit.
No, I saw you type this like a week ago. That's
During the
why.
sunset.
That's why I brought it up so easily.
Yeah, west-facing windows, the rays would start pointing upward, and then eventually the light would shine further and further up till the ceiling was lit. This
You know
never
why it wouldn't?
occurs.
You know why
This
it
never
wouldn't,
occurs.
Sonny?
Huh?
You know why it wouldn't, Sonny? Because
Say
once
it
the
again.
sun-
I'm sorry.
Do you know why it wouldn't do that, Sonny?
Yeah, tell me why.
Well, hold on. Before you attack Sonny, are you going to admit that you've talked about this before?
I've never talked about this specific one before.
So Lou, so go look that up. Don't worry about it, Lou. Don't chill out on that. So go look. We'll find that while you're looking for that. What was that again, Platypus?
You're going, oh no, the west-facing window. Eventually, it's going to come straight in the window, and then it's eventually.
Why
it's gonna
wouldn't
keep
it?
Going, and it's
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it?
because eventually the sun is going to go below the horizon, my friend.
Well, why before why is it not shining upward before it goes down? It should start to shine upward. If it's moving down, it would start shining upward. If it's going around a ball, you would see it shining upward. The sunset, if you're rolling backwards, you eventually see that
is
light shining
Wait,
upward.
Excuse me, the bottoms of the clouds being illuminated.
Okay, I
is
need a
precisely
picture.
shining
Show a picture.
You've never, Sonny.
Show us a
Sonny,
picture. I probably have,
challenge
bro.
you.
I'm not saying it doesn't. Listen, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I don't know what the conditions are. You know, is it
Platypus,
over
are you saying
water?
that's what you are saying now, that with clouds will show the curvature on the Earth.
Okay, I stand corrected. I did not think I had talked about. Oh, of course I was yelling at Witsit.
Of course you're fucking corrected. Who are you talking to, motherfucker?
But I'm being
Are
nice.
you
It's
saying
okay,
that
Platypus.
shit with clouds will prove that we have curvature in nature?
I think it's an interesting discussion. I think it's something that ought to be discussed. Like, I don't know everything. I'm not gonna definitively like I said before, I don't know what the conditions are. I would like to see those. You know, I've been out at sea before. I know what that looks like. I've seen all kinds of conditions out there. You know, I probably have before I realized that we're on a flat plane and all the water I was sailing over all those thousands of miles were freaking absolutely flat and horizontal to each other. I was never going over a curve. I never realized that at the time. But now I do. So I don't know. Like, there's all kinds of things that happen right here, right now, because we are on a flat Earth. That's why they happen. So there's that part.
And by the way, Platypus, my memory served me well on the in-text thing. I've heard you talk about it on the mic separate from that multiple times.
Oh, if I was texting about it, I was probably talking about it too.
Where's the money the Platypus wanted to bet? Where is it?
Did you talk about that?
I offered. He didn't take a bet.
No, did you talk about that? Are you saying that you talk about that now?
Well, it looks I was definitely texting about it for sure. And if I was
that means that you lied like 2 minutes ago. Like I
was wrong.
No,
All
you're
right,
first.
just chill out. Hold on a second. Just chill out. So anyway, Platypus. So what is your explanation of what you saw today?
I cannot think of another explanation aside from the sun rays emanating from the sun at such an angle that they are capable of reflecting off the bottom of the clouds. Or not reflecting is a strong word. Illuminating the bottom of the clouds.
You realize that perspective could cause this to happen as well.
It's literally just about perspective. It's not that hard to imagine in your head.
Yeah, because if you look at how the optical sun goes out away from our viewpoint, our vantage point, and that ramping up, and the ramping down on top and the ramping up from the bottom, the clouds are higher than your head or your viewpoint. That sun could reach out further until it starts reaching into the vanishing point before the clouds do, because they're higher than you are.
Do I got to go digging into my videos of the sun setting over the ocean again?
Are you saying that today you saw the globe?
I mean, yeah, if you could show us how it's curved somehow, then that'd be awesome.
No, he watched the clouds, and then the picture of the globe came in his mouth, in his head.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't prove. We're still looking up at the sky. But anyway.
That means if I go out and see clouds, I can, in my mind, will come the globe. Is it? Or not?
It's more seeing something and trying to figure out how it could possibly be happening.
Yeah, but if I try another thing, if I try to not watch the clouds, to watch the water, for example, and to see maybe it's curving this earth because it's curving, and not to watch the clouds, because to watch clouds and then after that to realize something, I don't know, because I need to realize if earth is flat, not if clouds are doing something,
It's not like it was a big epiphany or something. I was just more curious why or how it would do
I was more curious in military 30 years ago why I didn't account on Coriolis effect and I shoot fucking all targets. And I was anti-aircraft to tell you only. I'm curious. I'm only asking myself why nobody tell me anything about that and I was shooting good. Can you answer me that?
Well, maybe you were shooting at distances where it was like a non-factor.
You're telling me I'm a retarded idiot who gave me a weapon. I was shooting and I was shooting good. I'm a retard who is shooting good without calculating Coriolis effect.
Well, how far were you? What were you shooting and how far were you shooting it?
Did you hear me? What did I say, man?
And continue your conversation with him, but I just also want to point out that if you think that this argument about illuminating the underside of clouds is a new argument because it's the first time you brought it up,
no,
it's not.
I know it's not. I for the life of me, I couldn't. If I bring up something that's a common talking point, it's because I can't remember what the flat Earth retort is.
About clouds, they're passing over the flat Earth. Yeah. That's our claim.
You also got to admit, at the very least, at face value, like without digging into any reason why it would look that way, just looking at it, it would appear that is what it is doing. Would you disagree?
Okay, so let me clarify what I was talking about. So there's these cliffs where there's houses up in these cliffs right on the shoreline, right above the water. So 500 to 1,000 feet. Where these houses are above sea level. They never see during a sunset where eventually the light starts going up towards the ceiling. ever. Never, ever. That's what I'm talking about. So it doesn't matter if the bottom of the clouds, that would clearly be an angular difference when you say, if you're starting to rotate back.
Hey, listen, this is another argument that is going to piss off certain flat earthers. Anybody who talks about the sun being nestled in the clouds and shit like that can fuck off, because it's also the same answer. Perspective is what answers this.
Yeah, we obviously know the sun is not 93 million miles away. Ridiculous. The moon, you couldn't zoom in to freaking identify certain craters and characteristics of those craters, the lit parts and the shaded parts. You would not be able to identify those kind of characteristics at 250,000 miles away with any kind of zoom camera or telescope or anything else.
Wait. You're telling me that it's impossible to look at craters on the surface of the moon?
If they were 250,000 miles away, yes, that's what I'm telling you.
Given the sizes and distances given to us by NASA, yeah, that would be impossible.
You take the size of those craters and you do the distance calculations. You give me a ratio in decimals of what that is, and we'll figure out if it's underneath or above the human eye's visual acuity range.
Hold on, Sonny. That might be.
So go do that. There's some homework for you, Platypus.
Hold on. I get a couple of clarifying questions because I might have to bump you up a couple notches on my rung of flat earthers that I talk to here. So you would at least concede that the moon is a physical object.
No, I never said that.
No. This is just based within that argument.
I didn't say that. Hold on, I can defend myself. Hold on, Blue. Hold on. No, I didn't say that. No, I'm just. You get some sizes of what those craters are said to be. I don't care. Just whatever they say. Those a crater, and then you do the distance for 250,000 miles. That size, and I want then you can figure out the acuity, the angular resolution. It'll be a decimal. So
you know damn well, Platypus, that we don't know for a fact what it is or if it's physical. Now, we're going to be willing to, what's the right word? God damn it. We're going to be willing to fathom the idea of it being physical and then argue with you there, but that goes into the realm of speculation. We can't prove it. We're in speculation at this point, and neither can you.
Well, if it appears to have craters, it seems like there's only two choices at this point.
No, you are assuming that those are impact craters. You don't know what causes that.
No, we're not talking about that. This is very simple. I did the same thing. I took the. Hold on, wait a second.
It's an impact crater. What if it's assuming it's physical? We're going to stick with one assumption.
Let's just leave that alone. I just wanted to say something to clarify.
Okay.
So I did this very simply from New York City to Dover Cliffs, the White Cliffs of Dover. The distance and the height of the Dover Cliffs, right? And I did a decimal, and it was 2 decimal points, another 2 zeros, further away than human eye can visually.
I thought you were going to make it quick when you said I just got one thing. You're going to complicate this?
No, that was it. That was it. Right. I'm just explaining that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. So the size of the crater and the distance at 250,000 miles.
Yeah. So basically taking the given information, we're just, again, debunking what NASA says, not making any positive claim, just debunking the positive claim. Right?
Yeah. Because we already did this for the ISS, and you've seen the football, the size thing about the football. Yeah, you couldn't see that either at that range. So the same thing you could do with that with the moon. If they're saying it's that far and they're saying those craters are that big, then you should very easily, very simple math, to come up with a decimal ratio.
Aside, though, about assuming whether it's a physical thing or not. If we want to play that game, like, let's assume it's a physical object and try to place its size and distance and
No,
what it's made of
no,
and
no,
how craters got there and all that shit. No, don't say no, Sonny.
I didn't
if
go
you
there.
wanna do,
I
I'm
didn't
not
go
talking
there.
about you right now, so
I
just
know.
stop. Yeah, dude, it's really irritating when while you're talking, you can just hear somebody crawling into what you're trying to say. Like I do it too, but I stop and I let it finish. I'll let you know if I'm going to let you finish. Don't
I'm
fucking do it
notorious
to me.
for it. I'm notorious for it, and I try to avoid it. But yes.
Anyway, so if we're going to assume it's physical, that's the game we're going to play because we don't know. It's not provable by you or me. Now we're in speculation. So if you're going to assume it's a physical, you're also assuming that those are impact craters. And what angles would those impact craters have to take? And at what velocity and what size would they have to be? And if the moon has always been there protecting the Earth from such impacts, as the story tells, like, then why is it so pocked on our side of the moon that we always see and relatively smooth on the opposite? According to what they give us. Again, are those electrical discharges if it's physical? Is it physical at all? Is it a hologram? No, this is a really, that's why the moon is fun. That's why we talk about it day in and day out.
That's your only real option, by the way.
Why that process stopped? Why we have millions of craters and we don't have one to see happening?
If I may interject, gentlemen, who gives a shit what the fucking moon is? It has nothing to do with what we're standing on.
I said in the beginning about clouds and moons. Who give a shit? Yeah, that's the point.
Oh, by the way, I'm back now, gentlemen.
All right.
I would like to hear Platypus's answers though about our side of the moon being so pocked up and the other side. Relatively simple. I'd like to hear that.
Was the Earth blasting the shit out of the moon?
Well,
Wait,
hold on.
was it?
That's the first question. The first question is why would the side of the moon that we see not be subjected to impact craters? That's not a trick question. I'm waiting for someone to give the
Wait a minute,
relatively
which
obvious
side?
answer.
That's quite simple. That's quite simple, dude. Because the size of the Earth is supposed to be the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, according to you guys, right? So, and it's not very far away. So the angle at which shit would have to be coming in order for the moon that always faces one side towards Earth would have to be coming from our backs, meaning the moon would not be taking any impacts at all for us. It would
If it was coming from outside, yeah, it would have to come in between.
It would never take a direct impact, which would mean no circular craters. They would have to all be elliptical. Okay?
Yep.
So what the fuck does the face of the moon and the story they tell us, how does that match up?
Yeah, I would like the globe explanation for that one, for sure.
Hold on. Go into the calculator. Am I allowed to assume that the Earth and Moon are the size that they say it is, and that they're the distance away that they say it is for this?
Yeah, but you're looking for a crater.
Yes.
Crater size.
That's what we're doing. We're arguing your model and your story that we were all told. That's what we're doing.
And assumptions can work for fantasy answers, but you're just making assumptions and you're going to come up with an assumed answer to those assumptions.
No, we're talking about something specific that we started the conversation a little bit before you came in just now, Flatman. So,
okay, well, maybe he has a ball.
Yeah,
has a ball with some another dimensions.
No one's saying definitively what the moon is. That's not what was discussed. That's all speculation. We could talk about that speculation all day long. I mean, we could sit here for 6 hours and talk about speculation on what the moon, and the sun and everything else in the sky that we know is moving above us, measurably.
Well, who proved that they are impact in the first place? You said impact.
Nobody did.
How we know that they are impact? How we don't know that they are craters?
We don't. Nobody knows what they are.
And then while we are speaking like that, they are craters, they are impact. What are we speaking?
How was it? This is getting convoluted.
What are you speaking? Because you read the book. I read the book about Lord of the Rings. It's everything written there. If you want to read Silmarillion even more.
No, listen. The discussion was visual acuity. Could the human eye resolve something at the size of a crater at 250,000 miles? So that's a simple thing that just needs to be simple math. You just do a division problem, and you come up with a decimal, and that's what we're looking for. Then we see if that decimal is below or above the human threshold of resolution.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, Sonny, and the room, gentlemen.
Pictures.
Sorry, go ahead, Get.
No, I said we have moon, people watching moon and everything, but how we know that there are craters there?
Yeah,
we don't.
I was just going to say, I don't think I could tell anything about anything 250,000 fucking miles away with my naked eye, to be honest.
But it's putting the Glover to work. So, shh.
Yeah. So Platypus, answer that.
Hold on, crunching numbers.
He's working on it. See, I told you.
You're working too hard
we're
on the numbers, I think, probably, before even actually really thinking of the argument itself.
If I ever feel that I'm capable of figuring something out on my own, I will try to figure it out on my own versus just Googling it.
Okay, try to figure out where is the radius of the air.
So you're essentially your thing about how would we ever have the head-on impact craters on the near side of the moon is it essentially boils down to it should be impossible because the Earth is in the way, correct?
Damn right.
Okay. So let's figure out how. So the Earth is essentially if you were standing on the moon anyway, it would appear that the Earth is like this rotating shield around you. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't, because the same side of the moon is.
Well, keep in mind the Earth in the sky should be much bigger than the pictures they show you from NASA.
This ought to be good.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
That's what I thought. They come swooping in, I guess. They get deflected around the Earth. No, they don't hit the Earth. They bounce off the bouncy ball Earth. They bounce off, and then they swoop around and come in and make a direct hit.
Come on, man. They bounce off the ozone layer and then hit the moon. Come on, man.
Boing. Whoosh. They swoop right in. I think they're following Santa. I can make a calculation for that, I bet. In fact, I'm sure of it. And it would be just as valid.
Every story you were ever told about the Earth and the moon and the sky, like when you really think about it, Platypus, it all falls apart, and that's what's happening to you right now. It's falling apart.
Let me keep crunching this. Hold on.
Yeah, falling apart. The globe is falling apart. It'll never be put back. Humpty Dumpty, the globe fell off the wall. Humpty Dumpty, the globe, had a great fall.
And that's sextant bullshit also.
And all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put the Humpty Dumpty globe back together again. Oh, shiznit.
Alright, so the moon has a diameter of 2160 miles. The Earth's got a diameter of 7926.
Yeah, you're right, Lou. It's way too complicated, man. It's much simpler than that.
Yeah, no, I think it would be great if he would punch the numbers, but I wish I
Yeah.
I wish I felt like he was like, absorbing the argument before he tried to punch the numbers.
Just do this. Take the size of the smallest so-called crater, the smallest one that you can see with a telescope. Just take the size of that. What is that? Like 100 feet across, or something like that? I don't know what they're saying in the Humpty Dumpty Globe Sciences. What are they saying? Some are huge. That's probably fair. 300 feet? Is that the smallest one? I don't know.
Even he cannot presuppose.
I think that crater, the Sea of Tranquility crater, I think they claim is 60 miles wide. How would you see something 60 miles wide from 250,000 miles away? It's just ridiculous.
Hey, Platypus, what does the Great Wall of China's width look like from the ISS?
I don't know how wide the Great Wall of China is.
It's about as wide as where you could drive a tank down it, in the widest parts.
There we go. Tycho Crater, 53 miles across. Tycho Crater, 53 miles. So we could just do that one.
Thanks, Sonny. I think that was the one I was thinking of. I don't know why I said Sea of Tranquility.
Yeah, 53 miles. So I'll just do that one. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, it'd probably look like 1/10 of a millimeter from 250,000 miles away or something like that.
Your shit's all fucked up, Platypus, especially when it comes to talking about the moon. Even your own astrophysicists and everything else. There's unlimited amounts of articles about how the moon is special and different and doesn't fit, and astronomers are confused, and so on and so forth. It's far too big and far too close to exist according to their model.
Okay, so hold on. Trying to come up with a way to calculate this, even though I'm not good at math. So tell me where my logic would be wrong here. So if you take the distance that the moon is supposed to be from the Earth, right?
Approximately 238,000 miles.
Okay, if you make that a radius, and you figure out how big of a circle that would make.
Bro, you are just way in the weeds here, man. Look, I already got the number, and I'll tell you how I did it. And here is the decimal point I was talking about. Unfortunately, the human eye can only see 0.002. That is a 4 with 7 zeros. That's how big Tycho Crater would be. Far magnitudes of times more or less than what you could possibly see. You can never see something with that. Ever. I don't care what you're zooming in, you're not going to see something hundreds of magnitudes smaller than you can visually see because of your visual limitations. It's done. So that's how large Tycho Crater would be.
Dude, and let's start from the beginning. When you're a kid, they tell you live on a globe. Then they start telling you about the fucking moon, the other ball in the sky. And they point at it and they're like, this thing goes around this thing. And now when you start to get into the actual physics of it, like how does this thing go around this thing? And how are we able to see this thing if it's supposedly this far away and blah, 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 blah. It never works out. But nobody questions it because they learned it in first grade.
So that's what you do when people ask, why can't you see forever? That's how you do this. That's why you would never see a freaking moon. Crater 53 miles across with any kind of equipment. Impossible.
You got this beautiful model that you think you can understand the beginnings and the end of the universe before we even got there. But you can't explain the nearest object to us according to your own model.
All right, so we got, if we do a radius of 238, 8, 9, diameter, arc length, the arc length, which is basically the quote-unquote shield that the Earth would be its diameter, which is 7,926 miles. That gives 1.9 degrees out of a possible 360 degrees on a plane. So that means any object that is traveling, if you take a straight line to the moon from Earth and you make that 0, any object that has a tangent greater than 2 degrees will not hit the Earth. And
it will not hit the moon, you mean?
No, it won't hit the Earth. It will hit the moon. If, any object traveling straight at the moon or is on a trajectory.
Greater than the 2 degrees, it won't hit the Earth. But then what kind of a degree would it have to hit the moon then? Because it would be between like 2 degrees and like 2.3 degrees or something like that.
No, okay, hold on. Visualize this. Straight line from the center of the Earth to the center of the moon. Let's call that 0 degrees, right?
But what's the center of the Earth? We've only been 8 miles deep. There is no center.
Oh my God, we're not literally talking about the center of the Earth right now.
Talking about the hypothetical Earth.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. We're in Narnia land. Okay, keep going.
Yes, we're in Narnia land. So if you set that as 0 degrees, any object that is flying straight at the moon is on a collision course with the moon. An object will only be impeded by the body of the Earth
if it's within 2 degrees.
If it's within 2 degrees, assuming that straight line from the center of the Earth to the center of the moon is.
But nothing can have a direct impact. Period. Right.
I guess
even 2 degrees would create an ellipsed crater, right?
I don't know. That's pretty straight on, my dude.
2 degrees is.
Would you really?
2 degrees is not nominal. Like it's on the low end, but it's not nominal.
I don't know, dude. That would look pretty circular to me.
I think we have the ability with P900s to find out if they're circular or not.
Okay, at the very least, does it sound like I crunched those numbers correctly? Because I feel like I did.
No, I didn't crunch them myself, so I have no way of judging. But even if I trusted your numbers, which I don't, I still say with your numbers, you can't have a single circular crater. And I want to find out if there are any that I can find that are ellipsed.
It would be pretty crazy to see something hit the moon.
Yeah, why does that never happen?
I don't know, man. For something, if again, let's go back to Narnia land. Let's assume that the moon is the size that they say it is and the distance away. Do you know how big of an? First of all, that'd be fucking terrifying. And any object that hit the moon to make an impact crater that big would have to be so goddamn big that everybody would be shitting their pants.
A new crater, and we saw a fucking explosion and a dust plume in the sky, like
hitting the moon.
Hitting the fucking moon. Yeah, that'd be frightening.
Now, okay, in the realm of Narnia, if such a thing were to happen, if we were to see something just fucking blast into the moon, new crater, even a dust cloud of some kind that you can see going, would we at that point would we have to concede that the moon is a physical object? Like, seriously.
Have to cross that bridge when we get to it.
I mean, Platypus, come on. You sound pretty defeated on this moon thing that you were going to prove to us like an hour ago.
When we can see that colony of when we can
might not feel that way, but you sound that way.
When we can see that moon base of humans up there moving around and see the lights on the vehicles driving back and forth over the surface, then we could claim it's a physical object, I guess. But they said that would happen by 73 or something back in 69. It's still nothing. There's not even a fucking antenna on there for Wi-Fi.
But they called with a rotary phone in 1969.
Dude, what would you need to fucking launch a whole shit ton of fucking... You're communicating with Voyager, right? Like, what the fuck are you gonna need, like... What is Elon Musk? Starlink? What do you need Starlink for or anything like that? Like, just stick a fucking big-ass tower on the moon. That thing will always face us. It'll never move. Like, that fucker will always be there. It'll be reliable as shit. No maintenance. Like, stick it right there.
You gotta be Snoop Dogg high to believe any of that crap, man.
Of course, it only, works on half of the earth at once, but that's a great start. If you can always cover 50% of the earth, like, damn, you're good. That's a great start. Then launch your satellites, motherfuckers.
Still no cell phone service on remote locations like the desert and the mountains.
Well, why would you?
What are the freaking satellites just move around?
Supposed to mean, or why? Are you trying to play on our like conspiracy theories?
Wait a minute! They just do like a horseshoe type movement, whoop whoop, and avoid those areas. I don't get it.
Sonny, are you telling me that you think the cell phone that you're probably holding in your hand, or at least have nearby, communicates directly with a satellite when you use it?
Absolutely no phones do as of yet.
If I went to the mountains today, I would not have cell phone service right out in the open or out in the desert with the most wide open spaces.
Oh, that's
cell phone coverage.
Point, but that's not one that most Globers use. See, he's being facetious here. He's being
as well as the fact that we who research and know stuff know that cell phones work off triangulation from cell towers. It has nothing to do with fucking satellites. It's ground positioning system, not global positioning fucking system. It's a word to brainwash you. Global. It's ground positioning system, for fuck's sakes.
How does GPS work out in the middle of the ocean then?
I don't know.
Because they got fucking...
Hey,
here's the answer, Lou.
Platypus.
Hold on. Answer the question.
How do you know that it does work way off in the middle of the ocean, and not in normal routes that normal boats take all the time, where they got buoys and towers and all kinds of shit set up for communication?
Also, it would follow and make sense. 1 second, it would make sense, in fact, that it would work better in the sea than, let's say, there's less obstruction, obviously, and again, it's at sea level, right? And all of the topography that we really know of, where there are towers, is above sea level, right? And shipping routes, for instance, okay, anyone here, have you actually been in the middle of the sea and used GPS? Again, I'm not sure any of us actually have, in the shipping routes, like Lou was saying, with buoys and all this sort of stuff, right? And
This guy don't know.
Saturns.
This guy doesn't know, Lou.
Keep them on the outside. We can't give all of our secrets out.
Oh, he believes satellites are in space?
There, Platypus, you see the meme I just posted?
He
How's
has
that
to
for
believe-
an answer?
He has to believe it. He has no choice. He's got to believe all that other dumb shit that his experts are saying, and also the things his experts are saying that are totally saying that why they have this belief system.
We have radio towers everywhere, don't we?
Not out in the middle of the ocean.
Right. That's like the only place.
Right. No, but the only people who go out into the middle of the ocean are people like you who aren't allowed to really talk about it.
I can talk about most things.
No, there's the places we're talking about you're not allowed to talk about.
Wait, ask me about a place, and I'll tell you if I can talk about it or not.
Well, okay, the places where you think that you know something, you know nothing about. You just know that you were in the middle of the bunch of fucking water. Your job had nothing to do with how communications work from ship to ship or fucking from you to the fucking base, right? Like, that had nothing to do really with you, did it?
My job was literally a radioman. Intership communication is all I did.
Yeah, but you just tuned into the right frequency and you fucking talked to those motherfuckers.
Yeah, but you still have to establish a connection with the hardware.
You don't know how the hardware works, where it is.
Oh, go look up. I don't want to post it. Go look up the HDR antenna on a Los Angeles class submarine. It's a satellite dish. It's one of our masts.
So you don't want to post information for us, but we're constantly posting information for you? Cool beans, man.
Let me go and look.
That's why I prefaced it with you're not going to be able to give us the information that we want. Like, you're literally not allowed to give us the information that we want.
What is the information that you want?
Like exactly how these communication systems work. That would be a threat to the, to security and defense and whatever else. It's top secret shit. They don't want us to know. Nobody can know.
No, the actual hardware that gets used is not really classified. Because we have encryption on top of that. That's the super spooky stuff that's guarded, can't be handled by one person by themselves.
Do you think they give sailors the fucking real information about how all that shit works?
I would hope so.
No. They give you what you need to know to make it work, and that's it.
And here's where I might start taking just a tiny little bit of offense from you, Lou. What do you think I did as my job?
Dude, you talk to people. You talk to people. I get it. You were on the radio. You were using frequencies. You don't know how that system was built, or if it's bouncing off a satellite, or if it's fucking going through wires under water, or if it's hitting buoy to buoy and transmitting a signal. You don't know shit about that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
And I think you were following orders and doing your job. That's what you did.
Dude, like, sailors like you fucking join and leave the fucking Navy in a matter of, less than a decade. Most of them. Some of them stick around. do you think they're gonna just let those people like learn shit like that really matters and then go to the streets and become a fucking, you know, crack dealer and shit like most military people become when they get out?
Hey, a guy's got to have a hobby there.
Trying to think of an answer for that. So first, I would say that people who are put in the position that I was put in are heavily vetted. A good example of this is when I got to the boat, one of the first things that had to happen is I had to get my top secret security clearance. And that took like 4 months. I was getting phone calls and or messages on Facebook from people that I had not spoken to in years asking if I was okay because somebody from the FBI showed up to talk about me with them at length. And by people, I mean a random dude that I worked with at a grocery store for 4 months before I got fired.
Were you already into flat Earth at this point?
What?
Were you already into flat Earth at this point?
Dude, I've only been coming here for like 2.5 years.
Okay, so then what shady shit did you do?
What shady shit did I do that they would?
Yeah,
like,
then they got the spotlight on you.
I don't know,
Yeah, like why the fuck is the FBI questioning your civilian friends from your civilian jobs? That's ridiculous. And I'll tell you something else. I got a long lineage of family members that have been in the military, both Navy and all of it, Air Force, the infantry, all of it. And I got relatives on the East Coast that were in the Navy for many years during the Second World War and whatnot. And they've told me flat out, plainly, yeah, it's fucking flat. And they know that.
I think Lou's main point was that we'll never know whether or not you actually have any real knowledge of what you're talking about, because again, it's like you're not allowed to speak about it, and if you're not allowed to speak about it, then it would follow that effectively that you probably weren't plugged in the information that would be, let's say, critical to understand these things on a vernacular, not just on a vernacular, right? Because again, if they did do what you're stating, they vetted you in such a way, such a degree, then it would follow that they probably had just as much, if not 25 times more control of what you were actually looking at. Think about that.
Yeah, but that would apply to literally anyone. Why bother putting all of that time and effort and resources into vetting a person if they, at the end of that, have so much control as it is?
Even if you only know the little bit, they still don't want that getting out. They need to contain that at all costs.
No,
because you could be working for a different country. They need to make sure that you're actually who you say you are as well. You know,
hence the security clearance and everything that went into it.
Yeah, so when they're protecting a secret that great, they're not going to like sort of let you know too much about the secret. You know, that's what compartmentalization is about.
I don't know. I feel like they do a pretty good job of picking people. I mean, I've been out.
But
for,
you also thought
I've been out for 8 years.
You also thought 20 minutes ago that you knew everything about how it worked, and now you're like admitting to, yeah, I probably am shut out from a lot of it.
That never came out of my mouth.
No, but dude, that's the tone that's the tone you're making. Like that's the way you're standing on this. You're backing off on it. Like, yeah, you're right. Like I would have no way of knowing if I didn't know all there is to know. You know, dude, you'd be perfectly honest in saying that. Dude, I know you want to claim that you somehow have some like higher knowledge of how shit works, but it's not the case. You're just like every other soldier out there.
I need you to take my word on this, Lou. I did things on my deployments, and I did 2 of them, that I cannot talk about. Can't do it.
Ooh, guys, did you hear that? He did 2 things he can't talk about. Ooh.
I did a lot more than 2 things I can't talk about. I just did those things on 2 deployments. Oh my God, I wish I could. I wish I could. But I can't.
Well, wish in one hand and shit in the other and see what you come up with.
Shit wishing. Okay, I'm sorry. After you shit in one hand and you wish on the other, make sure you clap your hands and rub it in and make sure it works.
Anyway, there's no need to get personal, I don't think, but
bro, I am so
I'm just your balls, mate.
No, okay. Crack Villain, man. I'm playing on Xbox, mind my own business. I'm playing Rocket League, right? And this guy bothers me. I'm sending people like constructive criticism, and he's like, "Yo, bro, why are you being salty?" I said, "Bro, what are you talking about? Why are you mad? How can you tell how I feel through fucking Xbox?" Anyway,
you do sound kind of mad though.
No, I'm how do you say it? Like, I got a lot of adrenaline rushing because I'm trying to talk about it. Like, I'm like, dude, okay. The reason why I sound a little like annoyed was because at the end of the conversation, I was getting flustered at the fact that I was telling him it has nothing to do with my feelings, but the fact that I was trying to give the guys constructive criticism. And then he was going to continue to tell me, they don't see your messages because they're on a different platform. He said the only way that they can see your messages is if you were guys in the same party. And I said, you know what, bro? I honestly do not care. I sent a message to me. I think that they seen it. Okay? Like, they're playing on a cross-platform. I don't know why Rocket League would make it so that PS4 can't see what Xbox saying, or Xbox can't see what the PC is saying, you know, but I'm giving constructive criticism. I'm not upset. I'm just giving you letting you know you're bumping into me. And then he comes and then he invites me to a party. And then he's going to tell me that I'm getting mad because what I'm saying, because what I'm saying, it sounds like I'm getting mad. I said, no, I'm just giving them constructive criticism, bro. I mean, you can't tell how I feel through just text. You can't tell how I feel.
It's cool.
You know what I mean?
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry, I know I'm going on this tangent about it. It's just that don't tell me how I feel in a text message when I know how I feel. I'm sorry that you are getting mad and you are getting frustrated, because he told me like how I'm feeling, but that's not how I feel, because that's how he feels about what I am saying. You know?
I know, bro. Rejection.
And my bad, guys. I didn't mean. I needed to let this out. I just needed to vent this bullshit. And I said, you know what? I said, how about NASA giving us, because he was trying to tell me, giving me information from Rocket League, right? I said, what about NASA giving us information about the Earth being 3,958.8 miles? It's false information. You think I'm going to listen to your information? Fuck that. No. You're a liar, just like all of them. He thinks the Earth is a fucking pear. I asked him. I forgot the word he used. Spheroid?
Spheroid.
Yeah. He didn't say oblate, but he did say it was some kind of spheroid. It's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, it sort of bunches off at the middle. I can't remember the way they say it, but yeah, it's a pair.
And then he was like, yeah, we got into the whole gravity and everything, and I said, you go imagine the ball. Go imagine you're on the fucking pair. I don't care.
So yeah, Platypus is basically gone because he didn't like the questions anymore.
No, he's waiting for me to go to bed. He'll be back.
Is that why he deafened himself? He don't want to hear your voice.
No, he likes me. I like him. In fact, we DM'd during our little back and forth. He sent me one. I sent him. It was about like, he said something like, did I break up the silence? And I was like, yeah, it's been fun. But no, like, so he's in here. He's in here to keep that going too. He's cool. But
he is good.
The thing is he's wrong also. He means what he says. He's just...
It probably feels like some super information that he has because of the clearance process, right? But like, really and truthfully, is it that outside of the norm? Is it really something that's special? I highly doubt it.
Yeah, no, he loves to play that. That's been his game since he joined. Like, I was a sailor. And I poked up through the ice at the North Pole and walked around. That was how he joined us. Okay, that was the day he joined.
I met Admiral Byrd and everything.
Like, So, but then he loves to tell you that he did that, and he'll give you certain details, but then he can't tell you anything more. And it's all about this, I'm in the know and you guys aren't. And if only you knew what I knew, then you would understand how this all works. And, like, that's the game that he plays. So,
Crack, Lou, I know a bunch of stuff I can't talk about.
I'll talk about it. Look, I used to build parts for his submarine.
He's the flat Earth. Well, I mean, okay.
So,
well, actually,
wait.
He's a lot like Alex Jones in that way. A lot like Alex Jones. Just like my CIA sources tell me this, and and I know that, and you just gotta trust the plan, folks.
So I knew about things on his ship that he didn't know. How was that possible, man? How was that possible? I got to go down in places on their ships to work on things because they didn't know how to do it, but I did. So they sent me down to work on the
Master Chef. he's
top secret areas of their ship.
Y'all.
But I won't talk about what I was building because I'm not supposed to.
I'm sorry, that's
funny. Yeah, they told us 50 years. See this package? See this part you're making, whatever it is, a pump shaft or whatever it is. Valve stems, things like that. Like your name will be on this package for 50 years for this part. So if something happens to the part, they go back inside of that information. But it's all segmented. Like one part of the package is a big, huge thing, the thickest freaking book you've ever seen, notebook, as thick as notebook you've ever seen.
Anyway, the thing about Platypus, like, it's funny because I know there's some people just like all the Globers. Like, eventually everybody's going to turn on him. I like the Globers, but I know their game. Like, I've been at this for a while now. Like,
yeah.
So, like, it doesn't bother me. You can play their own game against them, and it's fun. It's a fucking...
I know, it's actually,
like,
it is. It is better.
But the thing is like it is a game. Like I just said, like Platypus's game is literally almost the same as Alex Jones's. He's gonna get in here with the flat earthers. He wants to buddy up with us. That's why he's trying to climb ranks. You notice him
I
trying
know.
to get a fucking
I know. God bless him. He loves us so much.
Let me be here to be the Glover voice. Like that's.
He's just waiting for. He's waiting for everybody else to change their mind, and then he's going to be like Flint with the flat earthers when everybody knows it's flat Earth. I think some of them are hanging out like that.
Some people are gonna see that and they're gonna be like, "No, get rid of them now," and that would be the smart thing to do. But dumb people like me are gonna be like, "No, let's play with it for a while because it looks like fun."
Let's whack the platypus a little bit. No, I'm sorry. How could you whack that poor platypus when it's down? When it's been down?
Now that is funny shit. Whack the platypus.
Whack that platypus. Bam, bam. Beating a dead platypus.
No, look. Sorry, I just hit the bong. Fuck.
You hit the bong. You're approaching boomerism.
Approaching boomerism. Dude, you're gonna have the worst old people coming up real soon. Like we're gonna have like get that. We're gonna be talking the most shit and hitting the just doing ripping bong rips and drinking and fucking like talking all kinds of shit to our pussy grandchildren. That's what's about to happen.
Well, fucking sad lunatic.
Yeah, that is sad. They'll probably have like a face diaper sewed to their face by then. I love that model. Look at that. They got several on tracks. Just zoom right around there. Pretend you're flying over the freaking moon that you could never even possibly see at those distances. The Tycho crater would be like the size of a gnat at like 20 football fields or something.
You'd be trying to see half a fruit fly.
Yeah, like think about a fruit fly 20 football fields away. What is that, 100 yards? 300 feet, right? That's what a football field is? Yeah. So 300 feet, 20, so that's 30,000 feet? Wait a minute, did I do that wrong? 300, yeah, times 60. So 60,000 feet. That's probably a little bit far. You don't see a fruit fly in a much shorter distance than that. One football field. You ain't never gonna see a fruit fly. I don't care what kind of zoom. Someone could prove me wrong. Go ahead, Glovers. See if you could do it. Let's see you zoom into a fruit fly. And if you can, put it close to the surface, and you'll be also proving that Earth is not curving. Simple. One giant derp for mankind. Yeah, video games require flat Earth.
I mean, it requires a plan of flat Earth. Yeah.
Try to skate on a curved roller rink. I want to see platypus do that.
Watch you. Watching you, watching me.
Seems like the moon was like coming up like really late at night, and then all of a sudden it switched to the daytime. Now it's like it's setting really early. Strange how that works. Have you guys heard anything about the Schumann resonance, like speeding up, like a higher frequency? Have you guys?
It's changed a lot. According to so I don't know much about it. I don't really know exactly. It's the harmonic frequency of the Earth, right?
Right.
To say, but so I started out before I even got into flat Earth. I started out with the Mandela effect, and that was a big topic within the Mandela effect about like if you're not totally familiar, and I'm not going to try to sell you on it, but they believe that the world has changed and that it's changed different for different people, and like these are different people. Not all Mandela effect people believe in this, but a lot of them do. They think that it is at least a possibility that we're all living in a reality that is like a vibration, like a string of a guitar. And when you strum up or strum down, or you're living on a different plane, and you can change harmonics, you can change the frequency of that tone, and you can go up and go down. And so all of these things are separated and in tune, but yet different. I think I'm trying to describe it in a musical way for you, Sonny. But that's the Schumann frequency though has changed drastically since around 2012, which is when
now they said this one place, I forget, it might have been on BitChute, I forget what it was, and those people were kind of Glovers, whatever it was I was watching. I had to turn it off because they were weird, kind of weird Glovers, like some kind of misinformation. But they would say, like in the report in the beginning of their stream, they would say, yeah, the Schumann resonance is up to like 20, and it's supposed to be at 7.83. Like humans run at 5 to 10 hertz.
Yeah, no, dude, and that's that. A lot of people think, even people who don't get into conspiracy shit, like they think that it has something to do with why flocks of birds are crashing and pods of whales are getting beached and the bees are dying and all of that stuff.
I think those are all the cell technology.
Well, but so our cell phones are changing the Schumann frequency, possibly.
I don't know, but I think that's what's killing everything, making birds fall out of the sky and bees and all that to get confused. And the whales too.
Like all these things do rely on like, waves that we as humans are not like very aware of.
Yeah. Like
we might
go ahead.
Yeah, like you might actually be driven by these waves, but not know you are being driven, and that would be the same as the bat. Like, how smart is the bat?
I know.
The bat just he doesn't know how fucking sonar works, but he does
No,
it.
yeah, exactly. That's pretty incredible to think about. They don't really know how far anything is. They just know that not to hit it. Like
Right? Yeah. No, he
sense,
does. He has no idea how he's doing what he's doing. He's born with that. He just does it.
Yeah. And how about these little bugs? Like I've seen little bugs like in this little thorn tree, right? But there's little gaps in between the thorn tree and these little like flies like darting in and out and not running into any of the thorns, not even hitting or coming close to any of them, with a very, very small area to navigate through. How do they do that? That's wild.
Yeah. No, there's all kinds of frequencies out there that animals use, including humans. Like we probably use all the same shit. We just don't know we're doing it.
I think so.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Have you guys ever thought about your sense of smell and like what smells are?
Yeah, that's a strange topic too. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, this olfactory nerve, it's one of the most direct links to the brain, your olfactory. That's why people that like have studied like aromatherapy or whatever, how certain smells will activate certain parts of the brain like instantly just from smelling something.
Yeah, I think it's weird because like the insects and crustaceans, they have antennae, and they use that for their olfactory senses.
That's wild. If you think they're underwater too, that's very strange. But I suppose the crabs, they must have that sense. I don't know if they just use their eyes. See, it's saying that once it gets up to like 12 to 20, what is it? 12 to 30. Once it gets up to 12 to 30 hertz, it corresponds with highly active processing and occurs during normal waking consciousness and outward attention. Slow beta, 12 to 17, is normal information processing and mental activity. Fast beta, 17 to 30, is heightened alertness and fight or flight or anxiety. Yeah, I like Roger Waters. Still do.
Can someone explain to me how the whole level is curved thing works? Still trying to wrap my head around that one. So I just put a painting up on the wall and I was looking for my level, but I didn't see the curved part.
It's based on globe logic. It must be curving because it's so level. It must be real because it looks so fake. It must be spinning because it's motionless. It must be uncontained because it has to be contained. It must be curved because it looks so flat.
Yeah, I just had this guy from the YouTube chat come and talk to me for like 2 hours, and he would say things like, "The water in the cup is level, but not flat." And then I would ask him, "Okay, so is your floor level?" I don't know. So wait, isn't the water in the cup level? Oh yeah. So what about your floor? Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, so is your floor flat? Yeah. Dude, these guys are afraid of just the word flat. Oh, dude, Extremis just joined. Hey, man. So, question: how does level is curved work?
I'm not staying to discuss it. Just room hopping.
I was just curious, man. I just had someone real, drill into that one for today, and I was just curious how that even works. So, we're just room hopping to nothing. Okay, gotcha. Did you guys talk to Kaneki already? No roles?
What the hell happened here?
We flat smacked the entire globe.
Yeah, yeah. I'm cool with that.
It's fucked up because it literally appears that way. Like we're just here begging people to come and join us. Like, and they put it out there in the mainstream. They're like, "There's flat earthers out there. Go and fight them." And they're like, "They did. They fought us, and they gave up. They're like, they stopped coming."
What have I done?
Now they just listen in. Now they're like, they make fun of it in their own little echo chambers. Love it when that word's used against you. You got literal servers and shit that are built only to talk shit about flat earthers and not deal with the science. That's what your entire goal is. Most of you fucking pathetic people out there listening right now. Like, I mean, I don't know. How do you call a win? Like when the enemy forfeits, like how long do you have to wait before you call it a win?
That's so funny you bring that up because I was just thinking in my head, like, I remember playing football and, you'd be in the locker room before the game, coach is giving you a little pep talk or whatever. And then, you hit the field. And it's like they're in the locker room getting a pep talk about stuff that we don't even think. And then the coach is like, "All right, guys, you ready to go out there and fight?" And they're like, No. They haven't left the locker room. They don't even want to come and, fight the fight on the field. Jeez. Just gonna sit in the locker room and pretend we are crazy.
No, we just go out there and fucking do drills and shit. Like act hardcore, right? You don't go out and dance like some TikTok video from some new age shit, right? No, you go out there and you pretend it's a practice and a scrimmage. You play against each other just to impress the crowd because you're there to play. That's what you fucking do.
That's why I'm here, man. Shoot.
And after a pep talk like that publicly, I don't think anybody's going to come in soon, honestly. They're like, shit, I ain't going in there right now. I mean, Flat Earth has graduated. It's true. I've heard Elijah talking about it, and he makes a point. Like, I think sometimes it sounds like we never should have talked to these people when he talks. I think it's good we did, but I think we've graduated as a group. I think we're ready to take on some fucking Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Take on the world.
Bring these fuckers to us. We're ready for them.
We'll talk to them. I feel that much confident.
That's the
I
spirit.
got my notes right here. Let's do it.
Dude, I mean, yeah, I was talking to a freaking guy who claimed to be some PhD freaking professor or whatever today for 2 hours. He was like too scared to come in here. He's like, "Oh, you think you need backup, don't you?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't need freaking backup." Like, let's be real. But yeah, he was the guy that was like, "No, level's curved. You know, the water in the cup is level, but it's not flat. It's curved." I'm like, okay, what about your floor? Is that level and curved? Dude.
He had to think about it because he was wondering if his eyes were lying to him.
Well, he was
Well, I
telling me
don't
that
know.
he couldn't even. He's like, you. I was telling him that you can tell when something has deviated from straight. I mean, it's like, dude, no one can tell that. No one can tell that. Like, dude, come bring your ass to the live stream. Say all this crazy stuff in a private chat when no one can hold you accountable.
I hope I really got this guy to. I mean, I know I was showing being aggressive, but I hope that just. I know he was trying to troll me, man, and I was just trying to catch her. Hey, just come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I just kept saying it. Like, I don't care about the. Like, if you wanted to talk, like, come talk to me on Flat Earth Discord. I don't want to talk on here.
I mean, think about it. Like, let's say they gave you like the most advanced astrophysics, like you asked for Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and all of a sudden they gave you like somebody who actually knows something and not some like star on TV. Like, you'd be like, oh shit, like this dude sounds really fucking smart, and I don't know some of the stuff he's talking about. Like, I need to, we need a round two. You might lose the first battle. You right?
Yeah,
right.
Perhaps.
You
know
might
what,
lose the first battle. But that's what we need. That's what humanity needs. Okay, if we're gonna base everything off of this science and globes and space and all that, like, we need to know that it's 100% true. Like, it needs to be verified, and people like us are there to check. Like, it's something that just society needs. That's why we're here.
I just hope one day somebody comes in here. Yeah, I was talking to this guy on Xbox, and he was just. I said he was mad, and he was talking to me all upset and angry. He just didn't want to admit it. And I just want him to come in here, bro, and be like, "No, he told me to come in here, and I just wanted to press his buttons even more." You know what I mean? Bro, if I got you in here, then I did my job. That's all.
I mean, there comes a point though where we're not just looking for homeless people and shit to join so we have numbers. You know what I mean?
Right. Nah, this dude actually he told me he worked as an EP. Oh, what is it? Nerd, dude. Emergency. The one of the people in the ambulance.
What, like EMT?
Yeah, there you go, EMT. Yeah, he told me he was an EMT. I was like, I don't know why I couldn't take it. Like, I couldn't say it for some reason. It was like blocked. I had a memory block. Ugh. Yo. If he comes in here, man, I'll be proud of myself. And if anybody ever tells you guys, yeah, somebody on the Xbox yelled at me, told me to come in here and talk to him about the Earth being flat, and I'm telling him now. Like, I just want you guys to be like, yeah, well, we know who you're talking about. Just wait till it comes. Wait till Master Chief gets here. I'm looking forward to.
I gotta
like,
tell you though, man. The thing that hurts us, honestly, is well, it's not the thing. There's many things, but one thing that hurts us is that this type of a thing, anything conspiracy related or whatever else, it's going to attract your undesirables, as you would say in society, right?
Right.
So they always got those people to use as examples. They say, well, this is the type of person you're dealing with when you talk about this. So and I hate silencing people and stuff like that, but we have a lot of people who come in here and have a loud voice that say things that I'm not going to judge whether or not they're true, but I'm going to say that they are topics that are distracting from the flat earth. And they're grouping us in with undesirable people. Like, a lot of people are doing this.
You're saying like they put us under a category?
No, I'm saying that when we look, I love those side topics, but every time that we're in here live streaming, all of this like really off the beaten path stuff that we talk about, it doesn't help our cause. It hurts it. Man, dude, I feel like I have a pet canary, so I just want to. Can I name you?
I mean, my name is Master Chief. These sounds are involuntary.
Check 1, 2. Can you guys hear me?
Whisper in my ear, baby. Tell me I'm pretty.
Coming through pretty loud, man. You maybe tone it down a little.
Yeah, let me turn my gain down a little bit. Just give me a second. This is down.
What's that?
Check. Is this hotter or this hot?
What?
Can't. Oh, God damn it! You guys are quit fucking with me. Anyway, I mean, since you guys weren't talking, I mean, if you're watching the live YouTube chat, there's
I'm fucking with you. You know your audio levels are perfect. Don't fuck with that. Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, instead of just if I can tell they're listening to the YouTube chat, or maybe I can't, but if you are listening to the YouTube LLGB, so he's talking about globe Earth models. It's like there's how many globe Earth models do you have? I don't know. From what I observe, and most other people observe throughout their lifetime, is the sun, moon, and stars moving in the same pattern over our heads for most of our lives, right? And it doesn't matter from the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. You can make up all kinds of stories for your globe model belief. I'm just gonna give a little rant a little bit. So, because I don't want to type this shit out, in the YouTube chat. So I just, since I have the opportunity.
Dude, I wish you would type everything you said out.
Fuck that, man. I wish. Well, I was about to, but I was just like, you know what? Since nobody's talking, I can jump in there and say something.
Well, if you typed it out, then I could show you that you keep saying the same shit over and over again.
Well, it's because they keep saying the same shit over and over again. Oh, and here's the deal. They claim, they think that when they see, a model, where's your flat Earth model? Our globe Earth model is better than your flat Earth model. Let's compare models. It's like, we actually have a model, but we do have a record of the path of the sun and the moon, stars, over thousands of years. I mean, what more do you need? And we have evidence that the Earth is not curving. So what else do you need? You can believe the Earth is a globe all your entire life. You can all day long, all year long, all months long, all your entire life. You can believe it's a globe. But yeah, we all observe the same path of the sun, moon, and stars. You can pretend that it's a globe, third rock from this spinning, around the sun, but that's not. There's no physical evidence there. That's actual reality, and we don't have any scientific evidence for that. You can believe it if you want to, but that's not on me. It's on you. You're the one making the claim. All of us experience the same thing. Anyway, so that's my short rant, because I didn't want to type all that shit in the chat.
Like I said, I think you should type it and pin it. I think I just added the pin part. Yeah, pin it.
I guess I could. It's just like it's like, I mean, it gets redundant at a certain point. It's like, but at the same time, that's what we're here for. We get new people join the chat and the YouTube chat and the Discord every day. So we have to repeat ourselves a lot. So. I just don't like typing it.
No, if it's going to take more than a few sentences, I'd rather talk to you. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, LLGB, if you're listening to the live stream, which a lot of times, which really kind of pisses me off, like when people type in this live stream, if they're not listening, or at least listen to a portion of it, kind of follow the conversation, you jump in and out. Just like me, I'm watching a TV show, but then I'll listen I'll pause it and listen every once in a while, see what's going on, and I'll have the chat open on there, but I'm following the conversation. I'm listening to what people are saying, and so I'll respond. And God,
And it's just like when these Globers come in on our YouTube chat and then I ask them if they're listening to the conversation. They're like, "No, I'm not listening." I'm like, "Well, how long have you been not listening? And you're just freaking clogging up my fucking YouTube chat when new people are trying to talk? You know, come on." I think that's ridiculous. So listen to the conversation.
Well, shoot, if they did that, they might actually learn something.
Well, shit, if they... They don't feel like they can learn anything from flat earthers, so... I mean, they learned the same shit we learned growing up, and since we have a different idea now about what... It's like it's not like I didn't used to believe that shit, you know? So it's like you're not telling me anything that I don't already know. You're not going to be able to prove the globe. You're not going to be able to bring me back to the globe because I already know what they say about the globe. I just don't buy it. I don't think it's plausible.
I mean, how come they don't have any new hotness? I mean, where's their freshness? Where they got? I remember they tried the Blackpool Swan for a little while, but would they just give up? What's next? They have nothing now, or what?
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, like ranty quote unquote jump ship. Is that where they just stopped?
Now they got black holes.
Somebody brought up the black holes earlier, and I was listening, but I didn't feel like jumping in at that point. But yeah, I mean, black holes are a mathematical concept. There's no evidence for a black hole.
Helio didn't understood my comment.
Were you in there, Jemsy, when they were talking about the black holes? I think you were.
Yeah, but I'm talking about black holes.
Oh, black holes.
No, in the parallel universe.
Oh, never mind. My mind went dirty a little bit. Anyway,
just messing with you.
I got to run over to my soundboard and hit the "That's Racist" button.
No, there's a freaking GIF on here. That's racist. Like a little black kid, watermelon flying.
With the watermelons?
Yeah.
Why they don't call it white holes if they pull the light and stuff?
I think aren't the stars white holes, right? Because you can see them from hundreds of trillions of miles away. They're white holes.
But the black holes eat the white holes.
I guess they do. Or the white holes become black holes eventually due to gravity.
That's profound.
The white holes become black holes due to gravity because math says so.
That's deep.
Not because of interracial breeding.
No, this is an interspatial thing.
Oh my god! I
Interspatial. Are you into interspatial dating?
Interspatial. Oh, that shit just popped in my brain. Man, it was funny though.
Don't forget, you got a stronger vacuum sucking in light in a vacuum already.
You had someone in the VC earlier saying that he was a flat earther, and he was talking about the firmament is water and UFOs are submarines with propellers. submarines above us, in the waters above. He didn't pass the BC verified.
I don't, to be honest, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't necessarily blame people for thinking, look, this shit's silly, because a lot of us have known
It was
about
definitely trolling.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't blame them for just taking the piss out of us. We're used to it. It's okay. But if you really want to get serious about the topic, we're always here, Yeah, I mean, make jokes, but if you're going to troll, make it fucking funny, because we get kind of, we get bored too, with, trying to cover this topic all the time. If you're going to troll us, make it funny, man, so that we can have a good time too, instead of, trying to unbrainwash people.
Dude, if the Globers aren't going to come in, here's my beef, right? Like, if the Globers aren't coming in here, I don't even really know why I'm here, because, or even new people. We get new people sometimes. It's very rare. Those are the ones I really want to talk to. People who are like interested and want to learn. Not the people who, I don't want to talk to that much to the people who just want to fight. And honestly, whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe, right now, in the light of things, I know it's a big deal, but it's not, I don't think it really should be what I'm most worried about.
Well, the fight is, this is I mean, I might as well be Alex Jones at this point. There's a war on for your mind, but
yeah,
but that's absolutely true. Especially, even, we used to listen to Alex Jones. Or I'm not speaking for everyone, but I used to listen to Alex Jones a lot back in the day, and others that weren't as popular, but there is a war on for your mind.
Yeah, no, and
especially through education and media and everything.
If realization of flat Earth is what it takes for everybody to finally realize that the world is broken and that we're controlled by a bunch of lizard people or whatever the fuck you believe,
right?
Like, if that's what it takes, then it's never gonna happen. Like, we're not going to convince the world the Earth is flat. They have to realize that the world and everything that is controlled by the lizard fucking people. I'm not really saying that they're lizard people.
Even
just so for the listeners, I just want to clarify. I'm just being, dramatic when I say the lizard people. I don't think there's lizard people.
Well, hey, like, every time every time I say the Earth is flat, I'm being dramatic because it's a trigger term. I don't think the Earth is flat. I think Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. It's our creation. It's where we live. I use the term flat Earth to draw people in to the conversation.
Just like I pulled lizard people into the conversation. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like you say lizard people, and all of a sudden, people who weren't listening, they're like, "Hold on, I'm listening." Like,
just because the oceans are flat doesn't mean that I think the Earth is flat. I don't even know what this place is. I mean, we are, it's not like, see, it's just a draw. It's a way to draw people into the conversation. Now, the fact that the oceans are flat, which is a fact, doesn't mean that the Earth is flat, because Earth is not.
But does it mean that the lizard people know that it's flat?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask them. I don't know any lizard people, so you're gonna have to ask the lizard people. Is that Baron Rothschild? Old dude.
I don't know. Is
he holding some maracas? You're looking at the live stream voice text. Oh, it's Prince Charles. Never mind. See, I don't even pay attention to these freaking English people. Oh, I see him now. Yeah,
No,
I know.
that's why. Hold on, my favorite. You guys have seen it plenty of times before. Let me find it. It's at the bottom of the fucking list. It's been that long I've been using this. Damn it. I got so many. All right, here it is. Yeah, like, I just love doing this one to people. Like, every time you're talking stupid, I'm going to bring this one up. Bug price if the reptilians are making you do this.
Oh, that's from the. Hold on, don't say it. Isn't that from?
You know what it's from? I just found it on Giphy in the fucking. It looks familiar. I know I've seen that actor before. I'm not sure what it comes from.
No, it's from that movie, fucking sheep movie with shit. Now I can't remember the name. I was meaning to watch this movie again pretty soon.
A sheep movie.
Yeah, where it has George Clooney.
Hold on. I think I might know where you're going. What is the name of that fucking movie?
Where it really has to do with MK Ultra, and God damn it, it's something to do with sheep. I can't fucking remember the name of it.
I know it. Oh, goats. I think yes. Goats, not sheep.
God damn it! Now you can't even remember it either. I'm gonna find it before you do.
Yes, there. I found it from old dude. The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Men Who Stare at Goats. Yeah. Isn't that clip from that movie?
I don't know.
I think it is. The Men Who Stare at Goats. And what they... Dude, I've been meaning to watch that movie again because it's a fucking weird-ass movie.
Yeah,
like they have a panel of people
I don't think I've ever actually
what they're trying to do is they'll drug these people and then they'll try to mind control the goats and command them to do something or if I remember it right. I mean, it's been a long time since I watched the movie, but anyway, there's and they might shoot up the goats with chemicals or whatever, same thing. And they'll be able to control the goats or whatever.
Well, isn't that funny? Because again, I saw it on the news this morning. Like the zoo just got fucking vaccinated. Like all the animals at the zoo just got the vaccine.
Oh my god! Oh, what the fuck is this world? I mean, this isn't
It's a different one. It's not Moderna Pfizer. It's a different one, but it's like it's still the same one. It's from a different company that was approved for animals. You know, like it's all.
But some of those animals you're going to have to eat from the supermarket.
No, not the ones at the zoo.
Not the ones at the zoo, of course. But
no, but that's the thing. It's going to turn into 12 monkeys. We're going to have vaccinated 12 monkeys running around the cities.
I don't know, but I mean, shit. This isn't a vaccine show, Lou. You're the one that always bitches at me about talking about this.
Monkeys, gorillas, and large cats are all being vaccinated in all the zoos around this country. And you're not concerned?
Oh, I'm quite concerned, but you tell me not to talk about it because
I don't think it matters if we're
YouTube
talking
channel
about
could
zoo
get
animals.
shut down.
I'm pretty sure the rules don't matter if we're talking about zoo animals.
I don't know. Yeah,
that might even be code word in some algorithms for like the masses or whatever, you know.
Well, to be honest, all right. Since we're on the point, this whole freaking weird idea of I think it's a weird idea of a pandemic, which is not a pandemic because hey, check this out. Before this came through, it was like there were thousands of people dying every year from the flu, right? And these statistics were propagated on the news, right? I mean, it's just like thousands of people dying from the flu. Get your flu shot. Blah, 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 all this kind of shit, right? How many people are dying from the flu now?
0. The CDC stopped tracking it.
Fucking flu. See that?
I mean, if there's like this huge thing happening and a lot of people are dying, why I see apartment buildings going up everywhere? Like we're making more housing in every corner, but we have less people now for some reason.
Hey, Jimsy, that's kind of all right. Where are these apartment houses that you're talking about coming up?
All I'm saying is, dude, in a few years, when everybody's connected to the AI, except for us who didn't take this shit, if we're still alive, like, and the fucking gorillas and monkeys and large cats escape from the zoos. If they are also
you mean once shit goes down?
Yeah. If they're also connected to this shit, it's gonna be fucking off the chain.
It's gonna be like werewolves and vampire shit, right? You get bit by these vaccinated animals from the zoo. Everything's just woo! Holy shit! It's like anyway.
No, dude. I guess I don't know. Maybe I should. I'm being a little bit. What I'm saying is, I think whatever they're injecting in all these animals and all people and every blade of grass and in your underwear before they sell it to you, is a way to track you and know exactly what you're doing at every moment.
Have you seen a couple of? I've seen a couple of videos on Facebook and YouTube where they use the tracking ID.
Dude, hold on. Smart dust is not a fucking new idea. I know. It's basically what it is. It's smart dust. They're putting it in you.
I saw a video on YouTube, and I think I saw it on Facebook too, where someone had used the, when they, when you go take your pet to the vet, somebody's feeding back, and is that you, Lou? Yeah, it is you.
I got a fan in the background. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I'm just hearing myself back a little bit. It's like a little weird feed. Anyway, but they, when you take your pet to the vet and you want to put a tracking chip in them, then they have a little scanner where they can, if they find a random dog or whatever, if they have a chip, they can scan it and it'll give them a number that's connected to your address and say, "Oh, this is the owner of that dog." Right?
That's way old school, though. Like,
right? Well, okay, cool. But anyway, I've seen a couple of videos. Whether or not they're real or not, people have scanned. Hold on, Jesus Christ! Can I finish my fucking point?
Don't fucking Alex Jones me.
I was gonna say I saw a couple of videos of people scanning where they got the shot and got got a number. That's all I was gonna say, Lou. God damn.
They're turning the fucking frogs gay!
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water. They turn the friggin' frogs gay.
I'm not sure if the videos are real or not. I was just saying I saw a couple of videos where people are freaking out. Which I don't believe everything I fucking see on YouTube or on whatever. But anyway, I saw a couple of videos where people were scanning over their vax shot thing, and a number came up with the same scanner. I don't know. I don't think it was on fucking social media. I don't necessarily believe all that, but I mean, it doesn't make me just because of that. That doesn't make me not want to take the shot. I'm just not going to take the shot,
Right, but what I'm trying to say is it's bigger than that. It's not about. I think people are off when they think. I mean, Yeah, depopulation is probably a thing, but I don't think they're gonna do like you take the shot and you're gonna die. I don't think it's gonna be like that. It's about controlling who's able to reproduce and who's not able to reproduce. It might take some people out early that have certain genes that they want to make sure don't pass on, but it's about controlling the human genome, and that's what it's been about. That's ever since, remember in the 90s when they said that they cracked the human genome and they told you how big that was going to be? Yeah, that's what this is.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me. It kind of reminds me of the eugenic program in the early 1900s, where they were giving vaccines to make people infertile. Which, holy shit, it might be the same fucking program. Oh my goodness.
Eugenics has never gone away. It's only changed names and gone underneath the surface, just like the mafia, right?
It's just
there is no mafia. It's offensive for you to even say the word. You know, like that is exactly what they're doing with eugenics.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, I've shed tears over this. You know, people just don't understand that they're being just manipulated. It's like, oh, well, I mean, the government. Why would they do this? Why would they lie? I mean, it's all their questions, right?
Yeah, so they're not going to.
Guys, the flu season is coming.
The what system, Jimsy?
The flu season. You know,
flu season. Oh, flu season. Oh, there's no such thing as the flu anymore. What are you talking about, Jimsy? COVID-19 cured the flu.
Okay, it's COVID season. COVID season.
Yeah. There's no such thing as the flu anymore.
Oh, so the cure for the flu was COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might as well be better or worse, but it's all COVID now. There's no such thing as the flu anymore. They don't even track it, just like Lou said earlier. I looked it up. I looked that shit up. I can't find any fucking flu statistics in 2021. I can't find a single freaking record of flu statistics in 2021. There's no record.
I've seen like signs.
2020. I mean,
physical billboards. Shut up, here. Physical billboards saying take your flu shot for this season or whatever. Like, I think I took a picture.
No. Don't be fooled. Just because they don't claim anybody has the flu doesn't mean they're not going to tell you to take the flu shot. Of course, you got to still take your flu shot. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you take the flu shot?
I mean, imagine getting the flu and the coronavirus at the same time. That can be deadly.
Holy shit! That would be like a double up. Yeah, napalm and live stream voice text.
What they're doing,
right?
They've gotten rid of the flu, and they're replacing it with CRISPR technology, which takes boosters every 2 months. So you're going to have to get a new CRISPR shot where they do gene modification, gene therapy, gene editing, slowly over time, just like how they made those freak fucking dogs that are super strong. And there's a guy who's jerking them off, trying to make them glow in the dark on a Netflix documentary. That's exactly what they're doing to you.
You know something, Lou? Lou, hey, look, there's like new companies and technology, so-called technology. They're saying they're gonna have these machines that you're gonna, provide your blood, and they're gonna give you like a gene sequence, and they're gonna tell you which disease are you.
Eventually, everybody's gonna have their own individualized gene therapy that they are given, and they're just getting you enrolled in the system at this moment.
Hey, Quiet Noobs just brought something up here in the live stream voice text. He said, I heard Florida hospitals are full now. All of the ICU. I saw the same article and listened to the video. There was a major doctor in Florida that said, we can't even, we have people waiting to go into the ICU. It's just horrible, because they refuse to mandate masks and the vaccine and shit. So yeah, I mean, that's, so wherever people are refusing to do it, then that's where they're going to focus the media on, and they're going to say, oh, no, our hospitals are full. And even, not even that, I saw another video about Florida where there was a team of doctors, 70 doctors just walked out of the hospital and said, oh, I'm just going to stop doing my job because people won't get the vaccine. Holy fucking shit. That's impossible. Doctors don't do that. I mean, so I just think it's all bullshit. If you see that shit on the media, don't believe a goddamn word of it.
Here in New England, there was a diabetic patient he was denied a kidney transplant because he didn't want to take the vaccine. So he was denied the transplant.
Hey, are you guys talking about this shit right now? Listen, I don't want to hear another word. Just go get your shots and go get your boosters, and then I don't want to hear another word, okay?
Oh, hey, you guys know the Alice in Chains song? Here Comes the Rooster. We thought of this at work today. We had 3 people singing it out loud, like belting it. Like, yeah, here comes the booster.
Well, I mean, I saw something on Facebook that was just like, oh, well, Biden came in. The most trustworthy person, the president of the United States. Oh, well, no, it wasn't the president. It was fucking Fauci that, gosh, we're going to have to do it every 8 months to get the booster. It's like, dude, how many fucking shots do you need to be a human?
All of them.
I don't know.
All of them. You need all the shots to be a human.
Yeah, just take them all.
When they start making examples out of people who aren't doing the vaccine, please put my picture, put my address, my phone number, anything. I'm protected and ready. So come on, come here. I'm not kidding. This is done. I'm done. I'm done giving a shit at this point. People are so gone.
Well, it's accelerating, and so and in the meantime, all of the boosters. We have the boomers, right? From the. Let's start calling all of the vaccinated the boosters. Let's just start calling them that. I'm gonna make it. Shit. Let's call them the boosters.
You guys know about these
and they're acting like total shitheads in public and saying, well, you can't come in my restaurant unless you're a booster.
Hook me up. Give me some credits so I can get boosted.
I need this week's booster. Give me some credits.
You guys think this is funny, but you know that I've been in a pharmacy and I remember this lady.
I don't think it's funny. I think it's sad. I've shed tears over this shit for humanity.
Let him go. Let him talk.
This woman, she walked to the pharmacist and she said, "Hey, do you have the new V thing? Can I get it?" Like I hear these people just walking in and asking for it. But you know about this mother that she said she took the V thing, but her 2 young children didn't took it, and they both died. They had this over the news the past few days. They said the mother got the shot, but the children didn't get it, and they died. We're talking about like school-age children.
Of course, that's a lie.
Yeah, how does that work?
Yeah, for real. My mom the other day sent me a email about a news article that says this guy who was anti beer, anti-cerveza, and stop the cerveza tyranny and all this stuff for this whole time, and now he
may rally.
Died because of this. He died because of this, and he said on his deathbed he wished he had woke up to the truth that this is a real virus kind of thing. That was what he said on his deathbed. Like it's like there was a direct quote of him like taking back all of his, Cerveza Tyranny stuff. It's just like no shit. they're lying about people doing that.
There was something similar to a guy that he held some rallies against, all the lockdowns and all that kind of stuff. And then apparently he's in the hospital and he's like connected to these respiratory machines and stuff. And they told his wife that they can't do anything anymore for him. And he used to be this guy that had, was making rallies for all this shit going on. So yeah, his wife was in the news, suffering or something. I didn't see any faces.
Yeah, crisis acting.
That's in the news. That's in the news. Yeah.
Yep.
Another thing that we've been talking about, you guys know about all this medication that people were promoting during the beginning of the pandemic, the anti-parasitic medication. Yeah, there's multiple of those, and now there's another one that people supposedly are using. So, people do kind of get sick, and they do get these feelings of, whatever they supposedly have, and some people actually take these anti-parasitic medications, and they say they feel better after a few days or whatever. But it's kind of weird that all these medications are anti-parasites medications.
Mm-hmm.
Even in other countries that I know in Spanish, they recommend this different name, different brand, but it's for parasites, and people use it and get better supposedly. I don't know.
Well, we know
I haven't done it.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if you guys have heard of exosome theory and that kind of deal, where things are labeled as the V-virus. They're labeled that, but what it is just it's like when cells kill themselves. So when healthy cells kill themselves on bad cells to kill those bad cells, it leaves a residue. It leaves, some phlegm or some mucus or whatever as a result. It's just dead tissue. So they test that dead tissue for something that's always in the dead tissue as a result of a body's detox, not an illness, not a virus, not anything like that. Right? It's just the body detoxing, and then they're going to say, oh, but you had the flu. Oh, but you had this. Oh, but you had that. Right? They got to put a name to it because they got to give you a medication for it. See what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just the body's natural detox process when you get sick with anything called a quote unquote virus.
Someone has to make money, Right. You need the economy to keep going. The pharmaceuticals don't have enough money, so at this moment they're making a lot.
Oh man, gangbusters! They are. Whew, man, forget robbing banks. Like this is legit money. Yeah, ivermectin. Okay, Wolfman Bonsai in the YouTube chat talking about what's ivermectin. But now I got to look it up. Oh yeah, it's ivermectin's another parasite drug. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's really weird that the parasite drugs, the anti-parasitic drugs, are the ones that are going to help with a virus. Tell me how that makes sense.
Well, from my understanding, there's actually parasites inside these vials, actual organisms that are not supposed to be there, but people are being injected with actual parasites.
Oh, I see what you mean. So do you think the hydroxychloroquine and the ivermectin and all these things are actually helping with this new thing that people are getting sick with that has gotten rid of the flu and every other disease known to man?
I don't know. But it's a coincidence that since the beginning, in many nations, people have recommended anti-parasitic medications or drugs to fight this off, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Malaria. It's most popular as a malaria drug. And malaria is not parasitic as far as I can see. It's infectious disease, mosquito-borne. And so ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine treat these, but it's not calling it a virus. It's saying it's an infectious disease. So it could be bacterial. It could be anything, I guess. It just says it's a disease. It doesn't say either way what it is. Oh, there we go. Malaria is a disease caused by parasite. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense.
Thank you, Bill Gates, for releasing like billions of fucking genetically modified mosquitoes around the world. That's gonna help. Yeah.
Well, in other news, the Earth is flat and stationary.
Everybody knows that every single time that anybody's ever tried to play with like the balance of life by moving one species to another continent or anything like that, it's always failed. It's always been a mistake every single time. Australia is a perfect example of that. Like, and look at what's going on there. And I'm not talking about their wildlife or their citizens specifically, but it fits for both.
If you get a lung infection, say like there's a term viral pneumonia, but pneumonia is it's just fluid built in your lungs. I mean, the virus necessarily doesn't cause the pneumonia. I mean, this is not medical advice.
Well, they say
or they have a term called bacterial pneumonia. See, oftentimes when you get a virus, something like the flu, they'll give you a bunch of antibiotics, which antibiotics aren't built to fight a virus, right? They're really.
No,
I'm on board with antibiotics, but not a long term thing, because antibiotics do work. Penicillin, amoxicillin, they do work for infections.
Pretty much my experience has said, like, most often when you feel like you're sick, it is a viral thing. And if it's a viral thing, they really don't have shit. They give you some stuff that's like vitamins, like take a lot of vitamins. Hopefully you
and drink a lot of water and try to stay hydrated and wait it out. Yeah. But if it's bacteria, if it's something bacterial, I think antibiotics work on a small scale, because you don't want to be on antibiotics for a very long time.
Bacterial is very well known. Like we know a lot about bacterial infections and bacteria. We know you can study them under a microscope like really easily. Like we know a lot about this shit. But
hey, Glad Flobe, I DM'd you just for you to check something.
Viruses are completely different, though. Like, even people who have been in virology for their entire lives debate each other every day for the last, 60 years or more. About whether or not a virus is a living thing or not. And whether it's, they have no idea what the fuck they're looking at, and never have known and never probably will. And so the idea that they could all of a sudden out of nowhere, first off, they can't tell you if COVID-19 is different than the flu using a PCR test, which is what we've been using the entire fucking time. The CDC advocates this.
Don't tell anybody.
So how the fuck do you determine if something that you can't tell if it's the flu or not is a variant of the thing that you can't tell if it's the flu or not?
everything's COVID now, so might as well be.
So what about all this Delta bullshit? How do these places who were relying on the PCR test, how do they tell you if you have Delta or not?
They can't. They don't have a test for that.
Okay, so where are all these statistics on Delta coming from?
The CDC actually admits they can't tell.
Okay,
So,
all right. Thank you.
so just like NASA can't admit, that they have, all this shit. But it's all. Oh man, it's just a show. It's like it's really more of a belief than actual knowledge, and I mean, I've had the flu once, and it was only after everyone that I worked with got the flu shot. Pretty sure I was a victim of them getting the flu shot, and I felt like just the same way that people describe. It was about 2 weeks. I felt like I was going to die. And this was like
I got
6 years ago.
I got a tetanus shot like 3 weeks ago, and I never even noticed. Like, seriously. Like,
Almost.
So, I mean,
Well, I'm just saying.
not all shots are the same.
Well, I didn't get the flu shot, but people around me did, and I was trying to tell them not to get it or whatever. 2 days after they got the fucking flu shot, and they all got it because they gave it to us free at work, with insurance and whatever. They brought the flu shot to work. I worked in a big company, and everybody got the flu shot. And 2 days later, I'm down with the flu for 2 weeks, and all of the symptoms they described
It's called shedding.
COVID-19.
It's called shedding.
I know it's called
there is
Hold on. Without going into all that shedding and stuff, look, each shot needs to be taken differently. It's not like all vaccines are evil and all shots. Never trust a doctor. Never put anything in your arm.
No,
never.
I wouldn't say that.
It's probably dangerous to live life that way too. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen to you. Are you gonna trust the doctors when shit gets crazy? Like, I
don't know. I mean, I don't have a practitioner practice medicine on me. I don't have a general practitioner, so I don't go to the doctor. So I don't know.
All right. What I'm saying is, when you get hurt, you're gonna go to the doctor. Like, that's what's gonna happen.
Oh yeah. If I break something, yeah, or if I have a heart attack, of course I'm gonna be on an ambulance.
Yeah, but when it comes to V shots, the doctors don't know what's in there. They never did any study.
I'm not talking about now. I'm no longer talking about a COVID thing when it comes to this. It's like,
yeah, and Jimsy, you wouldn't be able to say that all doctors don't know about some of this.
Let's say you stepped on a really rusty nail and it was bad. It went not just like through your toe, like it went like straight up your heel. Like, you got a deep rusty nail. And they say,
be honest.
And they say you need a tetanus shot. Like, are you gonna not take that shot?
Well, I mean, what do you? I mean, if I did that now, which I have before. I mean, I did take a tetanus shot after I stepped on a rusty nail, which is funny you mentioned this. But that was when I was a teenager or whatever. I might have contracted tetanus or not, but now I would be like, all right, what's in this shot you're about to give me?
What I'm pointing out here is the degree of severity of like we know that billions of people have taken the tetanus shot dozens of times. Like, and
but is the tetanus shot now the same one that they gave me 30 years ago?
No, because now it's combined with two other freaking.
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking let them stick a needle in me anywhere.
They give you the whooping cough, tetanus, and
fuck that shit.
Whooping cough, tetanus, and what was the other one? Oh, diphtheria. Those three are combined in that shot.
With several adjuvants just kind of added up in there.
So, and even my doctor, when I went in there, because I had the head injury recently, that's why I got the tetanus shot. It came with the diphtheria and the whooping cough, and even the doctor said, and whooping cough, yeah, you probably don't need it, like, but it's in here, like, do you want it or not? And this is what's funny is I'd never
Hey, Lou, that might explain the brain damage.
I don't shut the fuck up. I'm kidding.
That's a good one, Jimsy.
Anyway, so
you guys laughing? Is this serious?
No,
it's serious.
Fucking brain damage, Jimsy.
Yeah, it's really serious. But
I'm not a fucking retard. Okay, and get your fucking joke. Anyway, the point is like there's some of the shit that's been tested over and over again and really has it's been proven to be pretty safe. Like not 100% safe, but
safe and effective. That's what they say. Safe and say it right.
But no, because that's the new thing. That like I've never heard that term until now. And the new thing is what they say is safe and effective. And those words don't apply to like tetanus shots. Like, dude, if you get impaled by a sword or a fucking rusty nail, you're going to take the tetanus shot. I don't care how much you fucking talk about. No,
I wouldn't.
I'll just die. Like, fuck you. I don't care if I get an infection. I'll fucking die.
Wait a minute. Where's the evidence that a rusty nail causes lockjaw?
Dude, that's like the minimum thing. Like tetanus isn't a common thing to happen to you, but if it happens, it's really bad. Like I mean, it's
Lou.
Lockjaw is not.
I gotta be with fucking Helio on this one, man. I've never even seen or heard of a case of lockjaw for any reason at all. Ever.
I haven't either, but I'm just saying. I also don't know of anybody who's had adverse effects to a tetanus shot.
Well, you won't know. That's how that works. It's the long game.
I did step on a nail. I went to the hospital, got a tetanus shot 30 years ago. But if you get a tetanus shot today, you're not going to get the same tetanus shot you got 30 years ago, bro.
My own experience. I'm giving you my own experience that happened a few weeks ago, and literally, like, I looked away because I don't like seeing it go in my arm, but I looked away. And I didn't feel shit. It went in, and I had no side effects afterwards. Okay, like none for a tetanus shot. Now, when it comes to COVID shit, tons of people are.
Did you look at the ingredients on the tetanus shot bottle?
Every ingredient? No, I guarantee you, it had some fucking stem cells and shit in it. I don't.
Your throat's sounding a little hoarse, dude. Your throat's not sounding so good after all that. What's going on? Are you okay, man?
I've been having to yell over Helio.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just messing with you, bro. Yeah, I mean, if you have a family doctor or whatever, I mean, you might, But if the doctor's going to stick a needle in me, I want to ask him what's in that motherfucker. I
understand. Look, I get it. There's a lot of people here are against anything, and I don't want to take shit from every one of you one at a time or all at once. Okay,
that's just too bad.
I just want to.
Hey, to be honest, a lot of people go to doctors. I don't, but that's okay. And I may end up freaking dying of a heart attack next year. I don't freaking, but I just don't. Then I'll begin my, next spiritual experience.
What I'm saying is, look, I don't trust doctors. I don't have an insurance plan. I don't go in there regularly. I go in there when I get hurt. And
damn, you must have some money then, because I can't afford to go to the doctor.
When I get hurt, if it happens, yeah. Then what else are you gonna do? Just die on the site?
Well, if I have an emergency, if I break my leg or something, they have to treat me. So.
I got fucking a job that has workman's comp. If I get hurt on the job, I go to the hospital anyway. It doesn't matter. So do you. asshole. You don't fucking know how that works?
I do. You got it. Never mind. I'm an asshole. So you stepped on a rusty nail.
No, I didn't step on a rusty nail.
Song?
I just gave an example. Jesus Christ. Can you just shut the fuck up? You're the reason I'm losing my voice.
True. Why are you blaming me for you?
Because you keep on fucking stepping in every sentence and I have to correct you and I can't go anywhere without talking louder. I'm losing my voice.
Yeah, it's not the alcohol.
You fucking speak.
Okay.
It's not the alcohol. It's Helio's fault.
Yeah, Helio, telling you, mate.
Fucking wasted. Are you kidding me?
In Helio, it's blaring.
Wait, Lou. I'm not.
You're always. Are you kidding me? When have you not been?
Are you not?
You're blasted right now, right, Lou?
Just stop. Don't pick on him.
I've got a buzz, but you guys are picking on me, and I'm gonna fucking pick on you.
No,
back.
you know, it's
Lou, I'm not picking on you, buddy.
No, but you know the tetanus shot. I mean, as far as that goes, I just think it's kind of excuse, which that may be a different thing. You know, I don't know as much about the tetanus shot as any kind of vaccine or whatever, because tetanus shot is a different thing than a vaccine. So I'm. As far as I know, I haven't really done much research.
The point I've been trying to make is that those vaccines are different than the new one. Okay, mRNA. 30 fucking minutes. I swear to God.
You're right. Yeah, we got it.
Hey, Lou, take it easy, bro. I'm not.
Fuck you. I'm losing my voice because you.
That's just patently untrue.
How isn't? Who else did I have to shout over?
Lou, you've been talking all day. That's why you're losing your
all
voice,
day,
not because of me.
All day.
Yeah, I was hearing you. I was listening to your ass for freaking 12 hours, bro.
Dude, I haven't been home for 5 hours at max if I talked the entire time.
Well, then
you should.
Here's how. In your free time,
here's how. I'm going to give you some advice. If you want to speak online for several hours, you're gonna have to utilize your breath pressure. Use your diaphragm. It's a breathing.
Hey, Leo, I'm going to tell you for the third fucking time. Quit talking to me. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Lou hates me.
In other news, Earth is flat, stationary, and contained.
And motionless.
I said stationary.
Oh, yeah.
Who did that?
Breaking down. Lou can give it Alex Jones expression. And he's just like with the broken. Anyway, no, I don't want Lou to destroy his voice. No, yeah. Sorry.
And now for some glow of evidence. Ready, go.
Yeah, instead of us,
well, if you just believe.
Are there any Globers in here that we can talk to so we can stop bitching
based on Helios and Lou's behavior, we can tell the tetanus shot has some adverse reactions.
No shit.
Yes, alcohol has some adverse reactions. Yes, we can tell that. All right, so let's see if there's any Glober stuff.
I think the vaccine kicked in.
Lou, you're amazing.
I love that, brother.
Yeah.
You guys wanted an Alex Jones. That was the real Alex Jones.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water.
Connie, come on.
The friggin' frog's gay.
My mom called
Turn the friggin' frog gay.
Yeah, you can't tell if he's being serious or not, can you?
No, Alex Jones is acting all the time. Bill Hicks is acting
Okay,
all the time.
dude. Okay, so I wanted to look a little bit more into that actually.
Hey, Lou, when you're talking, you don't have to stop
again.
The reason I'm talking, I'm saying.
Hey, Helio, the reason I'm talking is because I want to say something on top of you because you said something on top of Lou.
Yeah,
the reason I'm talking on top of Lou
but I'm talking on top of you.
Like, Lou, listen.
And then I'm gonna ask
Lou, I'm not gonna interrupt you. Lou, you don't have to. I'm not gonna yell at you anymore. I want you to talk softer so you can save your voice. That's all I was saying. I was trying to say that. Go ahead, Lou. Speak your mind.
He forgot what he was trying to say. It's your fault, Helio.
No, he knows what he's about to say.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
your concern. I appreciate that.
Tough love.
Go ahead, Lou.
Oh, to the point I had fucking 45 seconds ago?
You're yelling. Stop talking and stop yelling and just talk.
You know, Alex Jones had to wear the stupidest NASA shirt too to that Joe Rogan thing. Look at that dumb shirt. He's like, let me pick the most retarded cartoon fucking.
And he did that on purpose.
I'm kind of retarded.
I'm kind of retarded.
Look, anyway, the point that I was saying was that Bill Hicks, I went and watched some of his old shit. I watched 2 of his stand-ups. There's more I want to actually watch again. Like, literally looking at it from the perspective of, does this guy resemble Alex Jones? And to be honest, there's a lot of times he really does. I could definitely see this guy pulling off a character.
Yes.
Yeah, like, he could do it. He could do it. But somebody the other day also brought up Sam Kinison, and holy shit, same thing. Like,
they do look alike.
Yeah. Like,
Holy fuck, you just blew my mind again. Again on this subject.
Conspiracy?
So what
How
the
about conspiracy?
fuck?
There's a whole video on this.
Is he all 3 of them? Like,
Here's what they did. They knocked off at least 2 of them, Sam and Bill, and took their DNA and made Alex. Straight up.
Of course, we're good. Very good.
Of course, that's not medical advice, and it's just my opinion.
see, now I have to go back and actually watch Sam Kinison. I haven't done any of that. I know I've seen very little of Sam Kinison. I want to go back and do the same thing I did with Bill Hicks. But yeah, like just facially though, Sam Kinison looks way more like Alex Jones now. But I think the years don't add up as well. Like how old is Sam? Did they overlap?
Sam would be pretty old by now. Yeah, Sam would be old.
Yeah. Did they overlap and all that shit? Like I think maybe the Bill Hicks thing is more solid.
Maybe they're using Frog's DNA to stay young.
Why are you bringing up the frogs?
Oh shit! Hey, was that Lou yelling?
Yeah.
No, that's
yell
not
anymore. You're gonna ruin your voice. You won't be able to talk for days. Hey, but watch this video of Alex with Andrew Schultz. Oh my god, it's so funny, man. You guys gotta watch it.
I don't know if you guys know this, but John F. Kennedy Jr. is actually Stephen Hawkins. And now Ben Shapiro took those roles. Ben Shapiro is Stephen Hawkins.
Well,
Jimsy, don't you know that?
I just don't see how that's related. I mean, how can fucking Ben Shapiro be Stephen Hawking? That's ridiculous. Come on, Jamsy.
My wife's a doctor.
Is that even Stephen Hawking talking, or is it somebody else on?
Oh wait, so Ben Shapiro wrote Stephen Hawking's fucking speeches? Is this what the thing is? I mean, come on, Jen.
sounds kind of similar to you guys saying Alex Jones is multiple characters from the past.
No.
Nobody
said that. Jimsy.
Alex Jones is natural. Okay, look, I don't know who he is, but Bill Hicks is a possibility. And but that dude is not 42 years old or whatever he fucking says he is, and he's not he's I don't know. Don't trust a single thing about him. I don't even get into the whole like this person died and became that person. I don't even like that shit, but in this case, I think it might be real. Like that.
Really, you think Alex Jones
was literally born for this job?
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of information. If you look at, Alex Jones and Bill Hicks were connected, back in the day. There's evidence for that.
Well, you never saw them in the same room together.
Well, I just don't.
That's just speculation.
I'm just saying, like, there's some videos of like early Alex Jones, and maybe it's like, can the conspiracy theorists be manipulated? Of course we can.
Oh yeah.
And so it's kind of like, I don't necessarily think that Alex Jones is the Bill Hicks that was performing the stand-up comedy and stuff.
I don't know, dude. I like I said, I watched a couple of his performances with that in mind, and yeah, of course, your mind can play games on you, but it's not like every look or every tone of voice, but there are many times where you're like, oh my god, he looks exactly like Alex. Like when you just watch, like he look.
I don't think that about everyone, but this one I do.
Yeah, I know some people are convinced, but I'm not totally convinced. But either way,
that guy's got a really, really big neck, Creation Bear. Ugh, his neck's bigger than his head. What's going on there?
It's just like when I see Bill Hicks like on stand up, like his whole body, I don't see how Bill Hicks's body could turn into Alex Jones's body.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They combined them. Right?
Oh, what? Was the clone? Are you in the clone theory?
No.
I'm not saying one thing either way. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Like with Dave Chappelle, Dave Chappelle's clone.
Dude, I'm sorry, but that one's so obvious. Look how big Big Boy got. There's no way.
I'm telling you, Ben Shapiro is Stephen Hawking.
Here's what I'm gonna say, Flobe. If like when it comes to clones and shit like that, we'll let it be known right now. You can say it one more time, nice and loud, that you think it could be that. But then after that, we're gonna table that, okay, and continue.
Let's table it. You know what?
I guess for all,
I'm not gonna say anything either way. Like I said, I can neither confirm nor deny any of this topic. I just think it's interesting. Thank you.
Super interesting.
I totally concur with that. Anyway, so who was?
I have a twin brother. I think I am my twin brother, and he is me. He is I.
Does your mother love both of them?
Not equally.
Possibly.
I'm just kidding.
There's people that look similar in the world. There's people from other nations, different countries that look pretty similar to a guy 10,000 miles away.
Let me ask you this. Have you guys experienced when you travel across the world or the country that you live in, people say, oh, you look just like somebody that I know.
Yeah, I get that all the time.
I do too. I wish I looked weird so nobody would ever say that to me.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to look like me.
Yeah.
I've gotten that I look like the Beatles. When I was like 10 or 11, they said I looked like Harry Potter without the glasses. I've gotten that I look like
Harry Potter?
In Pirates of the Caribbean specifically.
What, Harry Potter in Pirates of the Caribbean? I'm just playing.
Johnny Depp.
I don't think that happened.
I'm just messing.
Guys, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that happened.
Are you sure? I mean, I could have sworn I saw witches on brooms. I'm just teasing.
When I was a kid, they told me I looked like Adam Sandler.
Nice.
I have a beard now, so I don't know who I look like now. Oh, that dude from Walking Dead. He was in the first season, maybe the second, and that's it. It was his best friend. He had to kill his best friend. What was that dude's name? The Punisher. Same guy, same actor. People say I look like him. I don't know. My nose is a little prettier, though. That guy's got a schnoz.
So you
The
look
same
like
guy from The Walking Dead,
or
the first season. All right.
Yeah. So sorry, what, Lou? Or was it?
Didn't fucking say anything. Don't confuse me
Dude.
with that fucker.
He confused with Helio.
No, I think you're confusing with me. No, I said, is it the Punisher show or one of the movies?
Show, yeah. Not the movie. No, I don't look like Tom. What's Tom's? Tom, he's got a girl's name. Girl's last name, Tom something. Anyway, yeah, the guy in the TV series. John something.
John Pettit? I don't know.
Jon Snow?
No, you're
Johnny
talking about the Punisher series, the guy with the big nose. He looks Italian or whatever.
Huge nose.
Yeah, he does. So I'm not going to show you a picture of me, but if you want to look, I'm not going to show you a picture of me, but if you want to know what I look like,
so you look like the Punisher.
I'm a little prettier than the Punisher. Yeah, and really, I'm just promoting this series on Netflix. By the way, guys, new season coming out January. I know, I'm just kidding.
Is it really coming out? I love that series. It's fucking badass.
Do you look like Punish? You look Punish in the face. That's why you look like the Punisher.
He does look like he has a broken nose. I ain't gonna lie. He looks Italian, like he has a broken nose. He's just like, yeah, I'm Italian. I mean, you know,
breaking down the wall of lies. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one.
What,
I look Italian, but I'm not.
I'm just saying.
I like it a pizza.
I love it when people do this shit. Breaking. Are these people supposed to be the same person?
Yeah, that's the same person, 100%.
Completely different noses. The whole thing's a mess. That's not real. Breaking down.
That's just makeup, bro. Makeup can do miracles.
I think the latest one is probably sort of true, but.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be symbolic, right? That's what we're supposed to think of that piece of shit.
But I can show some that might be true, and if Riggs was in here, he could show you a shitload of them that would probably be mostly true. Hey, Riggs, if you're listening, if you're asking here in friggin' show us the it's like Jimi Hendrix and fucking what's the fucking guy's name with the freckles on his face?
The guy with the freckles, of course. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All the guys. Jimi Hendrix.
The guy with the freckles.
The guy with the freckles, man. The guy. So I'm hoping Riggs is listening because he knows what I'm saying. I think.
Damn, Spiral of Love. Holy shit.
That's a pretty good one, Spiral.
I'm convinced.
Yeah.
Uncanny. I mean, how could you
That's ridiculous.
How could you even fake such a thing?
Dude, I got an image. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, shit, I got one.
Dude, screw the Mandela effect.
With the same Pope. I got this image with the same Pope behind. Holy shit, I got another one. Hold on, find it.
You guys are gonna make me get on my computer to get my images of this shit.
Nah, boy. Just don't talk about it in the VC. You can post whatever you want, though. No way. Whoa.
Well, it's like, I mean, what are they gonna do? I mean, it's just like, hey, we're YouTube and we don't want you to see that, or Discord, which YouTube owns Discord now. Did you guys know that now? They bought out Discord. YouTube.
Oh yeah, because RubyBot had to go. right?
Yep. YouTube owns Discord now.
What actually happened? YouTube bought Groovy.
Like,
Well, they
specifically
bought
just
Discord too, didn't they?
Oh, they bought
They bought Discord and all of that shit together.
Sorry, yeah. No, Groovy would be separate. Groovy's completely separate. They had a deal with Discord, not with YouTube, and they were.
Well, let me ask you, Lou. Did you get my message about the?
I knew what was going on. Yeah, like, dude.
Well, did you get my Discord, my link about
playing
going
music in here? Yeah.
You can do it. You can do it through your individual.
Helio. Honestly, if you ask me, I have not been a fan of using Groovy, even though I'm the one that introduced it. I wanted it to be very limited, and I've not been a fan of using Groovy in the live stream. I wanted it for like
for personal stuff on the side.
The music channel that I had up above and personal stuff on the side.
I love that music channel, Lou.
Hold
on. And there is no replacement if I want to run a music channel. Like, there's nothing I can do. Like,
hey, no. Well, I just introduced something that you can do from your PC.
No, I don't want to host it myself and all that shit. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of difficult, because you have to actually do it from your PC. Yeah,
I'm not doing all that. It's not that important to me.
Yeah, me either. Because it doesn't. It's really difficult to set it up, and anyway. So you saw my message, whatever. I just wanted. You didn't respond to me, so I just wanted.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. I was aware of it, and sorry, I didn't respond, but I was already aware of it, and like, I know it's always a like. There's a lot of things you can do, but how much work are you willing to put in? And I'm not willing to put that in. I was willing to do what I did. I had, but after that, not really.
There's some downtime if people want to put the work in. I want to present the information.
Users like there's a few people who like the music channel that spend a lot of time in there, but they do it by themselves mostly, and so there's like 3 or 4 people who really spend time in there. Am I gonna spend every day and night making sure that shit's running? No,
not me either. Nope. I barely spend as much time here, unless I only come in here when I feel like talking. So, but sometimes it was really cool to have the Groovy bot just when nobody's talking. It was like, hey, since nobody's talking, we're doing a live stream. We'll just throw out some music or a talk or whatever for a while.
Look, just add it onto the list for why you hate Google, YouTube, Alphabet.
Well, we already know that Google is trying to just run us out.
I interrupt. We actually have Michael Craxon in here. Michael, welcome back. Are you there, Michael? Michael, Heliosceptic would like to speak to you.
Hi. I thought you wanted to talk to Michael. Well, I can talk to Michael. What we got?
Oh, I'll be like the middleman on the talk. Michael Craxon and Heliosceptic.
Yeah, Michael, if you're new here, how did you find the server? I mean, this is the best place to talk about Earth.
Hi. Hey. Little Michael.
Michael, were you aware that you live on a flat and stationary geocentric non-rotating plane? Are you even listening?
Michael DM me as he says he has no mic, only listening. Michael, who doesn't have a mic in 2022?
And their name's Mike with no mic.
Michael, was it Practice-son? I can't even pronounce this. Practice-son.
Michael,
can you
Crackson.
make it so I can post pictures in lobby? No, you're gonna have to open your microphone for us before you can actually talk to us. You're gonna have to talk to us before you can actually have permissions to post images or whatever.
Correct.
Yeah, so Michael, if you're listening, yes, that is a closed case. When you join our chat, you're gonna have to actually talk to us before you go on to be able to post in our chat. Yeah, that's a given in this platform. Yeah, and the reason I'm saying that is because
Yeah, Michael, just open your mic so I can give you the perms to post images. Go ahead, Michael. Michael, later, Michael. If you want to post, you gotta open your mic. Didn't you hear Helio?
That's necessary. You're gonna have to open your microphone and talk to us before you can have permission to post any images or links.
All right, Michael. I guess you can just listen.
Okay, well that was boring. So anyway, what else?
I thought we were gonna hear little Michael speaking or something, but whatever.
He's probably gonna go back to his other services. These flat earthers just won't let you just friggin' do it. It's like, damn right we don't let you do anything in our live stream. Goddamn, that shit goes out on YouTube. We're gonna let you post a dick pic on our YouTube channel. Fucking A. Who's that robot? Was that Flat Monkey?
Monkey.
Is that you roboting?
Yeah, Monkey. It's a monkey robot.
He was trying. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating. People will jump in here and just like, hey, can I do whatever the fuck I want to do on your server? No, you can't. No. The answer is no. We have a vetting process. If you want to actually talk to us about the flat earth, we have, have this live stream running. You can't just come in here and shit on our live stream. We don't know who you are yet. And I know some of these guys just run across all kinds of discords, but that shit ain't gonna happen here.
I shit on your stream.
I shit on your stream.
Can you hear me now?
It's like, yeah.
You were saying no dick pics, and I said we don't want pictures of the balls either because they're fake.
Oh, no. On the contrary, we want you to post. We want someone that believes the earth is a globe and post the images that is a claim for them so that we can have the discussion about these claimed pictures of globes. If they believe it's real, then we're going to have a talk with them about it. It's not really a hard thing. All of us here that are flat earthers used to believe these images or pictures, quote unquote,
It's true.
Was we used to believe that was proof of the globe, but we don't anymore. So if they're willing to have a conversation about this, let's let it roll, man. It's all good.
It's all good neighborhood.
So if they're willing to be peaceful and instead of just throwing freaking insults at flat earthers for not believing the globe anymore or whatever, if they're willing to have the conversation, that's what we're here for. It's not about we don't throw insults at the Globers unless they deserve it because they're being assholes. But it's just like every single flat earther here used to believe the earth was a globe, so there's no reason to throw insults. So anyway, so let's compare and contrast the information that we've come across for several years. Let's compare and contrast the information. It's really it's a decent argument. If you have evidence for the globe, show your evidence, and then we'll argue one point or another against or for it. And I mean, it's not really hard. I mean, you don't have to be like, you don't have to really be pissed off at us because we don't believe the globe religion anymore. Let's just have an open argument about the. I don't even like to say shape of Earth anymore because, flat's not a shape and globe is a shape, but that's a sphere. But most flat earthers that will entertain the argument know the shape of Earth and the distance from the sun, the radius of Earth, and the position of its of the Earth from the third rock from
People
from
that
the sun and all that kind
we
of
talk
stuff.
to only know that though because they fought against us in the past.
Well, it's like a lot of the guys that will come in here and argue some of the points. They just, for the most part, they make stuff up to defend the globe Earth in their mind when there's no physical evidence for it. But anyway, we've already gone through that. It's just whatever.
Right. Well, I mean, to my point, then, like the people that you're talking about that come in here are worthless. They literally didn't know those arguments until they talked to us. Then they honed their arguments and came back, and then we kicked them out again, or whatever else happened, right? And then they came back again, and every time they think they're strengthening their arguments, but every time they get blown out of the water, they're just fucked from the beginning. They don't know shit. The people that you're talking about are worthless fucking people with no fucking reason to even consider what they think.
Actually, I think the new people that join are the people we're looking for.
No,
hold on, Mike. Hold on. You said
most of them are not. Once in a while, some of them come in that actually want to just ask questions and learn some shit. And that's what I'm all about. I get upset a lot because often they get just chased out of here before they have a chance to figure shit out.
Yeah, it's because I think, and I'll tell you what, since it's just me and you, I think the reason some of the newbies get chased out is because of the attitude of, us, which I don't join often, but
that's why I'm saying I get upset because a lot of people are here. They just automatically assume that anybody who isn't already a flat earther is automatically a troll, automatically paid opposition, automatically, like here just, like.
Here's another thing that I've observed. Since I've been doing, in this game it's not a game. It's a search for truth and also trying to fill a void which people have in their spirit and their heart, right? So it's not about us just like freaking when we put a stick when someone comes in here. I mean, it may be 1 out of 100, or could be like 20 out of 100 sometimes. We actually do make a difference. The other 100 that just like make fun of us because they want to believe atheism and just like Big Bang and all that. It's like we're not looking for those guys. We're here or whatever. It's like it's fishing. I mean, you know how to fish, right? And I know you do because you live in fucking Wisconsin. You know how to fish, bro. It's not about us trying to like. I mean, I fish in the chat. I fish in the live stream, bro. I fish in the live stream chat, the YouTube chat. When somebody's just calling people out, even when they're calling flat earthers out, which most of the flat earthers here, like the solid flat earthers, admin mods and everything, I don't really see them have any point that any of the mods are really acting like in a bad way, because we have a solid system here, so.
Well, another thing I get upset though is like there's certain people who, well, as we all know, not everybody agrees with everybody on every point. We agree that the Earth is flat, but man, there's certain arguments that get used over and over and over again that are really seriously weak arguments, bad arguments that we shouldn't be using.
Go over them with us, please.
Hold the phone. Hold on that point, though. We have a lot of new flat earthers and globe earthers join every day, or ignorant people that find the YouTube channel. Hey, I don't think we should go over the weak arguments on the live stream. To be honest,
I agree. I don't want to do it right now either, because, like, honestly, people get butthurt as soon as you start mentioning the first one. If I have a list of like 4 or 5, like you mentioned the first one,
that's for another meeting for other people. When you find the channel, if you're a flat earther, you'll figure this out. It may take a couple months, but once you get participate, you'll find out how we do things here. Yeah, there's no reason to go over that here in the live.
It doesn't matter. That starts separating us, right? You get people who agree with me and people who agree with the other side. Like every time we do that, we divide.
Hey, but that's not necessarily bad because we're all flat earthers. I mean, what do you mean by divide? We're not, because without getting too far into it, I mean, a lot of people go, the religious idea or whatever. I mean, but as far as the live stream goes, we mostly focus on the science, and
it's the same reason why we have a religion channel in a flat earth server. There's absolutely zero reason to have it. But a lot of religion.
I don't think so. I think there's a good reason we have a difference between the two.
Okay, great. I'm glad you think so. But the thing is that whether the earth is flat or not has nothing to do with any religion whatsoever, or your faith in God.
Well, I agree with that, but I also think that as far as having open discussion, religion is going to come up, and science is going to come up. Pure discussion of everyone's ideology or spiritual background. All of that's just going to come up, and there are people that are going to have just. It's always going to lead somewhere.
No, look, B. Carl's, he thinks that that's how we got into this mess. No. It's not that. No,
they want to deny a creator, 100%. You're right though, in a sense that the what religion you pick and what creator you choose, that's your own deal. But to deny creation, that's
no.
how we got here.
Nobody in history has ever just said like there's a creator, there's a no deity, it's a deity, but it's what's the right word? I'm not even good with religion because I've always.
All right, cool. Well, what I'm saying is, it's like, hey, I totally believe this is a creation. Age of the Earth based on the heliocentric model is obviously bullshit.
Yeah,
this is their cartoon model, and they've created like balls spinning around the universe, and they've just created a timeline through their space-time model and everything.
The point is that I was making was that a religion channel is not necessary. You can agree that there is a creator or disagree, but it doesn't. None of that matters with the shape of the earth, and it doesn't matter to what religion you're in, because it has nothing to do with fucking religion. The only thing is some people might think there's a creator. Who gives a fuck who your creator is? There needs to be one, right?
Yep, I agree with that. But
because we have science, we actually have scientific evidence that the creator exists. They don't have any scientific evidence for their claim. That's where I stand.
My point is that religion is a non-issue for a flat Earth server. Like, it should have nothing to do with religion whatsoever. Now, if you want to have a religious debate about, like schedule something like a ladies' night or something where you're like, let's talk about religion. I could get that. But like having shit devoted to fighting each other and dividing each other, I don't ever get that.
All right, well, let me ask you this, Lou, before you lose your voice. Creation, there's evidence for creation. Now, that has nothing to do with religion at all. You keep using the word religion.
No, when I'm saying religion, I'm talking about exactly what you just said.
Then religion and creation are not the same thing.
I'm talking about the fact that when people in here, because the majority of people in here, if they're going to be religious or even spiritual, they typically lean towards Christianity. We have many Muslims here too.
Yeah, sure. And I don't think necessarily, unless they're asked.
But the flat Earth shouldn't rely on like two religions.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No, it seems to, because even when those two religions come into contact with each other, there's always a conflict.
Well, let's get
rid of we live in America, and we're in modern times, right? I mean, that shit was happening with the pagans and the Europeans. When the Catholics took over Europe, it's like you have to look beyond when you're really trying to understand this. You know, the piece of the natural creation. Now, I know Christianity. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. It's not my place, and this isn't the platform. But anyway, but yeah, it's either a creation or it's happenstance.
The question was honestly,
either it's a creation or it's happenstance in my mind.
You get louder because I got louder. The question was whether or not religion channels really belonged in a flat Earth server, and I contend they don't. And you can go ahead and say they do.
In a server, no. In a server, yes. In a live stream, no.
Address what I said. Why is politics in here then, or nutrition?
What are you talking about, dude? Nobody uses.
What does that have to do with here?
Nobody uses any of those channels.
I'm asking, why are they here?
Yeah, everybody wants to be here because they want to be heard, right?
Because it's Discord, and everybody wants to be heard and turn a server into their thing. That's why.
Well, I know you just singled out religion. I'm saying, what about the other topics?
Yeah, they don't belong here either.
Well, yeah, then you can't single out one. You gotta, you gotta agree that all of them have to go.
Hold the phone, though. We have a platform. If you want to talk about politics, there's a room for it. If you want to talk about religion, there's a room for it. I mean, there's not a room for some of the shit we were talking about earlier, Lou, but big for a reason.
Yeah, no,
but
the COVID thing, I'll fully admit, I'm guilty when it comes to that.
I'm guilty too.
When it comes to that, like, I'll break the rules.
But I have to vent. I have to vent sometimes, man. I have to.
Yeah.
Go, Cocoa Pebbles!
Cocoa Pebbles! Sorry, I just had to add on.
I don't think you can eliminate conflict, even among whatever you're talking about.
No, people that are in common ideas. Yeah. I mean, we do. I mean, we've been talking to each other for years. Of course, we're gonna have freaking. I mean, I only like disagree with people that I freaking respect. So anyway,
when it comes to those channels you just spoke of, like, why don't we have like a vegan versus carnivore fucking channel?
No, I hear people talk about.
That would be cool. That would be funny. That would be an awesome debate right there.
Mike's coming in. Yeah, I hear people talking about what to eat all the time. Nutrition, constantly bickering back and
all
forth.
the time. And every time I hear it, I'm like, why the fuck are we hearing this?
Well, why do we talk about is light this, or is the moon really doing this, or is the sun really doing this? I mean, people disagree about everything. Can't eliminate conflict.
If you agree or disagree with that topic, it's not the topic.
No, I'm saying people are going to conflict each other because they have their own opinion about whatever, maybe speculation or maybe something that someone firmly believes is true and the other person just has no clue what it is, and they'll just bicker back and forth. It's just, I don't know.
Hey, as far as flat Earth goes, if anyone can show us curved oceans, this shit's over. I mean, we could argue for hours and hours and hours on end, months and months. Anyone can show us that oceans are displaying convexity due to gravity, then the fucking argument's over. I mean, if this Earth is 3,959 miles to the center, from the surface to the center of the freaking roasted freaking molten core, if there was any evidence for that, we wouldn't exist. Not that I don't like the other philosophical arguments, but this one, flat Earth, if they had any evidence for that, I wouldn't fucking be here. I'd be probably in a religion room just arguing with freaking Christians and Muslims about freaking and freaking all kinds of other shit.
Dude, and that's what I personally think should happen. I think that everything that when it comes to religion, like there's a difference again between spirituality and religion. But when it gets into religion and doctrine and all that shit, like that's another server. Create one.
Hey, but here's what's common amongst Christians, Muslims, Hindus, and friggin' what's the pagans or whatever. Earth is not what they told us it is. It's not a freaking globe, third rock from the sun. If you really get to the core of these ideas, you'll find out these religions all knew the Earth is a stationary plane. One place, Earth itself. This is our place. We all live together on this place. Now you can fight about whose God is what and whether Jupiter is, one of the gods. Mars is the messenger and all that kind of shit. You can argue all of that shit every day if you wanted to, but Earth is the only place we exist. This other bullshit with the third rock from the sun, that's really kind of outside anything that anyone has experienced throughout humanity. It's really kind of a new idea. It's only happened over the past couple hundred years. Just kind of throwing this shit on humanity, which really they can't even define. It's just they should be embarrassed for trying to throw this when they have no evidence. And oh God, it's so embarrassing when people come in and it's just like, hey, do you have any evidence for what you're claiming? I learned it in school, and you flat earthers are dumb as fuck because you all that kind of shit. I mean, it's frustrating for us, but we have to put up with it because we're offering a platform for people to come in to, and we'll do our best not to make fun of them. We'll let them go through their spiel, which will actually prove that they're not familiar with true history of man. Anyway. And they call science, or they call anthropology science and archaeology and all this kind of stuff.
I just want to say this about when it comes to religious chats. Think about how the chats go in here, and imagine being, because I know that it's happened recently, where a Jewish person agrees with us completely and can back it up by his Jewish books, but because he's Jewish, it's always got to turn into a religious battle every single time he comes in.
Hey, and how is that different from someone that has, say, I'm 2 years in the study of physics, and I've been studying Einstein, and the math lines up. Now, I mean, how is that different?
I don't give a fuck what you're trying to say, what your point is. My point is, imagine being different from yourself and coming here.
All right, so the Jewish guy says Earth is a globe because my Jew studies say this.
No, I didn't say no. My example actually was somebody comes here with a different religious belief than what most people here have. Let's say a Jewish guy comes in here and he believes that the Earth is flat, and everything that you know about the flat Earth, he knows it all. It's still going to always turn into a religious battle about Judaism versus Christianity.
I get it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
When has that ever happened? When has that ever happened?
I've heard it happen within the last month once. But I've also probably, I don't know, a year or so ago, I've seen it happen.
I've never seen it happen with a Jewish person.
Yeah, a lot of Jews come in here and they think the Earth is a globe. So that's why I was missing what your point was. Go ahead.
No, it's very rare. It is rare. But I'm just saying, like, imagine being like that rare person like that comes in, and they're open and they're kind of like shunned and like dismissed and ridiculed, and like. It's not very accepting,
Well, yeah, they're talking to the wrong people. Who would shun them?
As soon as you start talking religion, that's the way it becomes.
It depends on who you're talking to. I mean, if it's like if you're using the Bible as truth, which. In my mind, I mean, it's one of the most accurate historical tomes if you understand it right. But if you haven't studied the Bible, and see, it's kind of like it's how you meet the person, right? Which I'm a spiritual person, and I've studied the Bible a lot, so I mean, it's like so it's. And maybe you haven't, Lou. I don't know, but it's like so. I mean, you kind of defer to whose knowledge is where when it comes to certain topics. It's not like it's like you're going to use the Bible as evidence. No, not necessarily. But
I never once used the Bible as evidence. I have no reason to.
No,
never once. There's when it comes to flat Earth, there's no reason to ever bring up the Bible. Period.
How about historically?
If somebody else brings it up, then you can go there. But there's no reason to bring it up on your own.
Okay, well then you're kind of limiting yourself. As far as the overall argument,
there's no actual fucking science or proof to the Bible. Okay, you can't prove it because the Bible says so. That doesn't work that way.
Well, that's a religious claim, though. That's
I think there's something to it.
When it comes to that, you can just shut up now. Dude, you tell me that the Bible said so it's proof. I'm gonna fucking ban you. You say that once.
Hey. Hold on, Lou. I didn't say that, and neither did XO.
No. I'm warning him that he might say it, and if he does, he's gone.
Well, that would be discrimination and certainly hateful.
That's ridiculous. I mean, don't you think the Bible? What's your deal with the Bible, Lou?
I don't have anything against the Bible. If the Bible backs up what we can test, that's awesome. But if you say the Bible said so, therefore it's true, you have no logic being used, period.
I would say the exact opposite. I would say if it doesn't conform to the Bible, it's wrong.
Well, that's why you and I disagree a lot.
All right. Well, if the Bible suggests that the Earth is flat, and then you observe the Earth is flat, then wouldn't that confirm what the Bible says?
If the Bible agrees with what we can test, then I think it's worth talking about. But to say the Bible said so, therefore it's true for the second or third time.
All right, so who said that? You're the only one that said that so far,
No,
Lou.
I'm not. XO just fucking backed it up.
No, he didn't.
You quit. Why don't you shut up? Because I'm talking to him. XO just literally said that.
Am I allowed to say things?
I don't know. Lou said he's going to ban you if you do say something.
No, that's not XO.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely him. Yep.
Oh, you did. Oh, your tone changed a lot. What's up?
My tone can change drastically sometimes.
Because he's like trying to help you.
Why
help you?
Why are you trying to fight for it?
Anyway. Hey Lou, calm down a little, bro. Don't threaten XO, man. He's been around, man. I mean, it's not like he's trying to say that if you don't believe the Bible, then you know. Lou, quit tripping, bro. Come on. No, I mean it's just like, come on, man. I want to go smoke. You and XO work this out. I'm gonna go smoke. If you ban XO, I'm gonna unban him.
That's great. Let's start a fucking war.
Are we allowed to talk about morality?
Shut up.
If you think about it, morality goes right out the window if we're not allowed to talk about certain things.
No, I understand morality. I'm a moral person, so are you. I understand that. I think we've discussed morality and agree quite a bit on morality. But when it comes to, is the Bible automatically true based off of how you interpreted it? No, I disagree.
No one ever said. Who said it was? Who said that?
Dude, how do you interpret the Bible different than every other person in the world?
The difference is I don't have to change what it says, and there are others like me. I'm not the only.
You are the only person who interprets the Bible the way that you interpreted it, and you think that everybody who doesn't interpret it the same way is somehow demonic or misled.
No, that's misled. Yes,
dude. Okay, you no longer use the word demonic. I get it.
Oh, I use it all the time.
No, just not in here because you were.
We're talking about a context issue. No, we're talking about this specific issue, though. No one's demonic for misunderstanding the Bible. It's when they have to start lying, like Matthew Learns, for example, who has to start saying it's not really saying what it's saying. That's a different story. When people go to down that road, that's a lie. What is a lie? Where do lies come from? So automatically, by necessary antecedent, you have those other spiritual issues.
Old dude. Are you saying because I use the word dude a lot? Are you saying why don't I use bra? Your name is dude.
I would say that there is a bold face interpretation, and that's the correct interpretation. And I can use that. I can back it. I can compare it to Earth. I can compare it to existence and creation and morality. And I think it holds true. I don't believe there are any errors. And that's why I have to go to the Hebrew and Greek. And it is the most talked about thing, in the world. And that's why it's always going to be brought up no matter what the topic, because it is the literal pinnacle of foundation of all truth.
Sort of feel like you're backing off. Usually you're a lot more stern about this is right and this is wrong and this is demonic and this is not. And like right now you're being a lot more wishy-washy than you normally are.
Yeah, compared to my normal fire and brimstone, anything else is wishy-washy. But that's what I'm saying. If it's not what it says, which is just taken as a literal interpretation of not having to change the meanings of the words, then it is those other descriptions. If someone just is lying about the Bible, then yes, the D word, the S word, all those start popping up. If somebody starts out and thinks, oh, I think this word means ball, and then you show them it doesn't, and then they can't help themselves and they have to make the claim again, that's not being honest. People don't, words have meanings. It's just like anybody else. It comes down to the etymology or the semantical game. That's what they want to say, because words have meanings, and there's one type of person that accepts words for what they mean, and there's another type of person that has to find another reason to change the definition. The Bible's the best tool for that. There's no other standard that I can even think. There's not even a second place.
Look, I'm not disregarding your Bible, as far as having value. I think I don't think it's as literal as you take it. I think there's a lot of stuff that, different books written by different people with different experiences and different upbringings, different cultures, and so on and so forth. And the way that they wrote it was different. And
it's supposed to be.
Yeah. So the way that you now and your upbringing reads it is not necessarily the way that it was meant to be read in all cases.
That would be subjective, though. That would be a religious statement. That's a religious claim. That's based on your belief system solely.
Well, but that's why I choose not to have these conversations.
I'm not forcing you to make the claim, but if you make that claim, that is a religious claim, and it doesn't have a basis of truth behind it. It's your own interpretation or your subjective. I get to use the book literally, and I don't have to change a single letter or a dot or a tittle, and that's why it's a blessing to me. I'm not saying other people need to do it.
In the meantime, you have to assert that everything that's in that book is true.
Of course, if it's the word of God, of course I would. I'd be crazy not to, or a fake. I wouldn't be real. You're used to normal people. You're not used to apostles of Jesus. You're not used to real Christians. You're used to the world. These worldly Christians are a joke, bro. That's the point.
Let me ask you this. This is definitely unrelated. I've heard it argued before. Are you one of those who would say that not only is every word of the Bible true in its literal form, but also if it's not included in the Bible, it's not true?
No, there are things that are not in the Bible that are true. That would be insane to claim that, because the Bible doesn't talk about everything that's ever happened. So whoever made that claim is insane. That would be stupidity.
Have you heard that before yourself?
Not really. Not from some sane person.
Like an argument,
No.
well, if it was true, it would have been included in the Bible.
I have heard people mention things similar to that, yeah, but that's not that's a non-claim, because there's obviously details that are not in the Bible. So that would be outside of the Bible, but you couldn't claim that it was fact or fiction. And especially if it happens now, we can prove things that happen now. That's irrelevant from the Bible. So if anybody compares those two, it's a mental problem.
Yeah. No, look, I think it can only be used as like corroborating evidence, like when you take fingerprints for somebody as a witness, not a suspect. It's kind of like that. It's like, we're just gonna hold on to this just in case something matches up. Like, that's what the Bible is to me. And when it does match up, when it does match up, awesome. because that's corroborating evidence. Look, it lines up. It's perfect.
That's how we know the Bible's written by God, because there's too many miracles and it's right too often. Yeah,
It does happen pretty often. It does happen pretty often. I'll give
It's
you that.
always right. It's always right. But there's never a time where, I mean, that's all I've heard for 20 years is people trying to say, well, there's mistakes in it. Here's one, here's that. And they're always wrong. After 20 years, that's what I've learned, that people trying to find errors with it are the error.
Yeah, I'm not looking for the errors. I'm not looking for the errors in it. I don't give a fuck about errors in it. I'm looking for where it corroborates real life, right?
Yep, and I would say that flat Earth is a minuscule topic compared to the Bible. That's where we're still going to differ, right? So we have.
And maybe it deserves its own channel and server and everything, huh? What do you think?
Yeah, the flat Earth is a subtopic.
Personally, like I said, that's how we got into this. I think if it relates to flat Earth. I don't think if it's just about like, you know, giving Bible studies and stuff. Personally, I'm sorry, Blaze. Like, personally, I like you, but I don't think it's like useful to the server. That's my opinion.
I would say this is an individual basis thing. When somebody comes into the room, 90% of the time I don't bring up the Bible. I always wait for somebody else to bring it up first, you know. So it just depends on each individual circumstance. Every individual person that I speak to is going to be dealt with in the way that they should be dealt with. I don't have a computer robot setup that I use every time. I talk to humans as if they are actually humans and have a potentiality of being a real person and not a demon-possessed robot. And then we just go from there. And they're going to lead me down their own path. I'm going to stay away from the F word because I don't have to say flat Earth to teach flat Earth. That just scares people away. I always use the Bible if I can. If they're an atheist, the Bible doesn't matter, right? So if they're an atheist, then I'll just stay with outer space hoaxes, you know? So it all depends on the individual.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, it's definitely like a related topic. I wouldn't say that it's completely separate, like, but I don't think it should be on a public Discord. I don't think it should be like any kind of focus. Like, we're talking to a whole bunch of like degenerate gaming fucking libtard.
Yeah.
Fucking,
Right.
you know, like,
For most people, no. Here, Lou. Here's where you're right. 90%, whatever the vast majority, you're right. And then if I'm there, obviously the way I do things is different. If there's an opportunity when the person does need assistance because they are interested in that topic, that's when I would matter. That's when, okay, the XO is gonna, you know, fill in that gap. And that's just how it works. Everybody has their own market, and my market is very clear that it is the word of God. That's it. If it's used, it's used. If it's not, yay. I'm only here 2% of the time, but it's those 2%, of course, that feels like sheer terror. You don't remember the 98% when I'm not here. And that's just how it is, man. You know, God is good. He's too good to me. So I'm going to profess his word until I'm beheaded. No way around it.
No, I figured you out. I know that. That's why we butt heads, because I think you shouldn't be doing that here. But you are very strong-minded about your mission and what you're going to do everywhere you go. As long as you're allowed to speak, you're going to spout your message.
I'm going to try to find a way out.
This is the message of man and of God.
No,
listen,
stop, Helio.
listen.
Oh, shit.
Just read. Challenge you. Just read Galatians chapter 1, and you'll see what we're saying. It's not about flat Earth necessarily. It's about man. This is about humanity.
Nothing's about flat Earth.
If you discount everything that's in the Bible, then you're going to miss the entire fucking thing.
You're missing the entire point. XO is not here at all about flat Earth. He's here about spreading the word of God.
Dude, do you think I'm not a Christian? Sure? I'm just telling you. Read.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, rookie.
We're going to back this up.
Just read it.
Man. I happen to take flat Earth. Okay, let's talk about. Hold on. Let's talk about flat Earth real quick. I take flat Earth very seriously. In fact, I'd put my evidence up against any group of flat Earthers on the plane of existence right now, and I would probably embarrass them. This is information that I've been given as a gift from God.
I understand.
Hold on. I am probably, I'm not going to brag, but I've been doing this a very long time in this topic, and it's been in my lap for 20 years discussing these things with the military. I didn't even know what I was doing. I had my own photography. That's all I do. I love this topic, but you won't let me speak about it. It's okay.
I understand that flat Earth is real to you. I understand that you know the topic very well, and you can argue it very well. But that is not your reason why you speak. You always the reason you speak is to try to bring people to God, and not just God, the way that you view God.
I show people what God has shown me. I can't have or force somebody to have a relationship with God. All I can do is say, I don't know everything, but I know the guy that does know everything. And that's how I've been able to do what I've done. And that's why I challenge everybody all the time, because I obviously am very confident in what God has shown me and the fact that I've been able to record so many things for the past 8 years.
Yeah. When you read these verses, they actually show you humanity instead of, it doesn't say anything about flat Earth. It tells you something about yourself.
Well, that's true, but there is a lot. That's the thing, is that not even most Christians that I talk to that are flat earthers know how big the Bible is on flat Earth, and of course an anti-outer space book. You know what I mean? It's really big. It's actually in the law. It's in the Revelation. This topic it's actually, people say it's 250 flat Earth Bible verses. That's a joke. There's over 1,000. So nobody even understands how much the Bible is about flat Earth yet. They haven't even found all the spots yet. They have not. I mean, it's really hard to explain this to Lou, because the Bible is actually much more flat Earth than anybody knows yet. That's just the best way I can put it.
One, in my honest opinion, it's not the only flat Earth tome on Earth.
But you know what I'm claiming? I'm claiming that the Bible is about flat Earth a lot more than any other book. There's not even a close second.
The Quran is too. I mean, I'm just elaborating.
Well, yeah, sure. Not compared to the Bible. It's not, though. It's very little compared to the Bible. You can take all the Apocrypha and Enoch.
You're both missing my point.
Here we go. Both missing the point.
Whether or not it's the Quran or the Bible, your books, the more that they support the actual observations and the science and the flat, the better. But it shouldn't be about saying the Bible is right or the Quran is right or anything like that, or the Quran versus the Bible. It should never ever be about that. It's
and I agree with you.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, as far as flat Earth evidence, that's not necessarily what we should bring up. I mean, you shouldn't throw the Bible as flat Earth evidence, but I mean, it's a historical tome, and so are many other tomes, throughout the past that are religious tomes, whatever. And these gentlemen, I guess, people that were scientists in the scientific community, I don't think they even called it that back then. But they observed the repeating patterns of the heavens and built religions off of them. These were what people understood as their religion, good or bad, I guess. They worshipped certain gods or whatever. I'm not saying worship any certain god, but all of it's throughout history is flat Earth. What in the modern society, they're discounting every single ancient historical tome. They're trying to get rid of all of it and replace it with this Big Bang bullshit. And I think that it would do you some justice, you or anyone else some justice, to actually take a look at what people experienced in the past.
The problem here, and this is going to go back onto Lou and his frustration, is that this Bible is the number one flat Earth in history. So that's how, if there's a flat Earth topic and the Bible's not involved, in my opinion, there is no flat Earth. Because there's one book in history that's been talking about this creation this way for thousands of years, and there's no second book that even gets close to it in full description. It's not even close.
You're acting like that would bother me in some way. No, I love it. I love it when the Bible corroborates like what we find for flat Earth and all that stuff.
What's your favorite part? What's your favorite part that corroborates flat Earth, Lou?
What do you mean, dude? Like I said, just any of the text that when it corroborates it, if it describes a flat Earth, I think it's a useful tool. I'm a handyman. I'm all about using the right tool in the bag for the job, right? Like it's if a person comes into the chat and they bring up religion, you find out that person is religious. I think that's an acceptable time to go into the religious side of flat Earth. Okay? To bring it onto them, I think, is a bad tactic. Okay? Because most likely, if they didn't bring it up themselves, most likely they're atheists, because that's who we normally talk to. Like, that's like they're going, hold on. I believe in that I'm an insignificant piece of dust in the middle of nowhere, and that this is all random change.
Sure, you have creation versus naturalism at that point, right?
The moment you talk to that person about religion, you just validated what they already thought about you before they came in.
Right, I get that. Yeah, I get that. But if you're familiar with the Bible, I mean, you're at least prepared to, or even if it's the Bible or history or different religions, you're prepared to actually go through a conversation with them, which obviously they're ignorant about most of them. Most of these topics, whether it's the Bible or the Quran or ancient history, or not ancient. There's no such thing in my mind. It's like what they call ancient is really kind of like slow. They're slow mind when it comes to ancient history. Right?
Yeah, Dennis, you meant antique.
Ambient let's call it ambient history. It's freaking confusing to a lot of people because they have a slow mind. They really just believe everything they've been taught in school, and they really only have some bullshit that was made up and fed to them for the past 100 years. Throughout the education system and TV and freaking social media. For the most part now, so it's kind of really hard to talk to them because they can't speak to you on their any level that would actually be balanced. Continue, guys. I'm done bloviating.
You don't bloviate. No, you're not. You're not done bloviating, but you know what, Helio? That's one of the greatest things about you, man. You open up and you say what you want to say without caring about what any snowflake is going to fucking say to you about it. So I appreciate that. Love you, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not done, but I'm holding back. I want to hear the response from Lou to what I just
No,
Well, and Hank was trying to say something too.
What I was going to say to you was a little bit reflective of going back. It was like where you tried to put me on the spot about what Bible verses, do you think, support it? Like,
I know you're not familiar with the Bible, so that's okay.
no, right. Well, okay. I'm glad. Okay. Right. Like it seemed as though at the time, like you're trying to hold it against me because I don't study the Bible that I'm arguing against using as evidence.
I do want you to read Galatians, though. Just go read it. Read it.
Can I have a question here? Like, Helio Skeptic, what do you believe about the creation of Earth? Do you think it came out of nothing, or do you believe in?
No, of course not. No, not. I have no idea what Earth is, but I know it. It just didn't just happen. I know that.
But
I mean, you're asking me questions right now. You have a mind, don't you? Where do you think that came from?
I believe in the Christian God. Yes, I believe in
I do too. Well, I don't necessarily believe in the Christian God, but I do believe in creation. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So we have DNA and all the math. I mean, like people like.
Okay, hold on. You just started getting on me about like whether or not I knew the Christian Bible, and you just said you're not necessarily a Christian.
No, I'm not a Christian. I used to, dude. Well, I don't want to get into the details of that, but no, I don't.
You don't. But I'm not necessarily a Christian either. Okay.
Okay, me either. But I'm just asking you. Read Galatians and then get back to me.
I just want to say I'm not a Christian either, right? I'm a follower of the way, right? Christians were what the world called us in Antioch. It was the first place they called us that. But I'm a follower of the way, right? And we have the naming rights because that predates the word Christian. Thanks.
Actually, weren't the apostles called Christians? Like the disciples and apostles of Jesus were the ones who
never called themselves
Christians. Yeah, they called them Christians. Not.
Yeah.
People of the way were called Christians by other people. Christians never called themselves.
Referred to themselves, yeah.
Not at first. Then they took it. Then they took that insult and ran with it, and that's why we have it 2,000 years later.
Yeah.
Just like other cultures use insultive words and continue to use them in their culture, and other people aren't even allowed to say them. So nothing new.
Nothing new under the sun. So yeah. Yeah, everybody read. Galatians is a good one. Ephesians. I mean, it's like which book can I tell them to read? I don't know. It's like all of them are good. Like Romans is really good, especially when you get through the first 4 chapters of Romans. When you get to Romans 5, 6, and 7. Holy sh!
All right. Mind will be blown. Okay.
I really like the book of Hebrews because it tells you plainly who Jesus is.
Yeah, that'll blow your mind too.
All right, Mr. Skeptic. So if we were to use the Bible as speculation, and that word is being used correctly for lunatic, is there any part of the Bible that describes the possible sizes of the sun and moon?
Oh, that's in Genesis. Well,
the size.
Sizes. No.
Oh, that would be incorrect. So the point is, nobody knows what the Bible says about this topic.
Sizes of the sun and moon or earth?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. It's in Joshua 10:12-13.
Can you send that to me?
Size of the cities that they were over? Or
correct, yes, because of the two, right. The 2 cities that they were over just give a general idea. That means it's not bigger than the Earth. That means it's much smaller than the Earth for reference, that kind of way. Yeah.
Well, that would be an implication, not an actual size.
No, I didn't say actual size. I'm information about the size of the sun and moon. This description means they're very tiny.
You're saying that the Bible described the sun being over a city, and that is a description of the size of the sun?
it gives us an idea of what it's not, meaning it's much smaller than what they say, meaning it's the opposite of what we've been taught is the point. And it's not just the sun, it's the sun. It's the sun.
Where you are.
Yes, it's the sun and moon at the same time over Gibeon and
where
Ashkelon.
you are on the earth would be the sun over you.
No, it's not. Yeah, wherever you are on earth, the sun isn't necessarily over you.
Are you talking about when he stopped the sun?
Yes, correct, Helio. Yeah, so Gibeon and Ashkelon are the two cities that the sun and moon are over, showing you a general idea that the sun and moon are small.
So
that's the size.
The sun is the size of this city that we're talking about.
No, not necessarily. Just that they're small. They're small compared to what we're taught.
Oh. So we know the size of the sun because of the Bible?
Well,
you don't know the size of the sun. That's the point.
I think what he's referring to is that there was a point in Joshua where
Joshua had the sun and moon stand still by request.
Yeah, stand still by request from God to prolong a battle, right? So that
actually it wasn't a request.
He
spoke it into existence, and God thought that his faith was so remarkable that he did it.
You can't say that we know anything about the sun because they talked about the sun in a certain passage of the Bible. Like,
I absolutely know it.
That's okay.
Sun and moon over two specific cities, Gibeon and Ashkelon. So two specific cities, giving us the idea that the sun and moon are over these two cities that are very close to each other in the same region. So that's all it is. It's just showing that the Bible shows us that the sun and moon are two local lights, and that's the opposite of what we're taught. That's all.
But a glober could show you that using their idea of cosmology and the Earth.
No, they can't. No, they can't. No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't. It's never been done. Find somebody that's willing to do it. Let me know when you get a glober to do that.
Two cities that were very close.
Yeah, it's never been done before, so this would be another insane argument. It's never been done. There's no globe explanation how the sun and moon can be over two separate cities that are close to each other and very small at the same time. The sun, if it's that big, can't be over a tiny city.
The moon and the sun are in the sky at the same time all the time. Like,
that's not the point. That's irrelevant.
Like half the time.
That's irrelevant. We're talking about two small cities with the sun and moon over them, meaning that the sun can't be big like they told us. It's really simple.
You're reading into it too far.
No, that's what words mean. Words have meanings.
No, not all words mean what you think they mean.
It means, yes, when you have two lights over two cities, that means that the sun is specifically over that city. Yes. It's just the opposite of what we're taught. That's all. It gives an inkling. It doesn't give dimension. It gives information, general information.
Yeah, was it not said that the sun was above Alexandria, where they try and say that they did the thing with two sticks or shadows? It was said that the sun was above Alexandria at a certain point.
Yeah, I doubt they could stop it, but yep.
Yeah.
Not the same argument, but yeah.
Yeah, exact same as what you're talking about. Well, it actually is, Helio, because if he's talking about the sun being above, I'm not talking about the moon, I'm talking specifically about the sun. Of course it does. It wasn't casting a shadow, so it has to be above it.
Right, yeah. That's above. Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, it's similar, I guess. I mean, sun is obviously not 93 million miles away from Earth. That's
yeah, it's small and local. That's what it proves.
Yeah.
Could a glober show us the sun stopping? That'd be tough.
No, but can you show that it ever stopped?
That's not the point. The point is for Bible believers that think it. You're missing it. No, now you're right. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're running. You're gonna listen. Lunatic, stop. You're gonna make lunatic. Stop. Lunatic, stop. Lunatic. You're going to make yourself look stupid. That's the point. We're talking about people that believe the Bible. Yes, you're not listening. You're not listening. Yes, you're not listening. Yes, we're talking about people that believe the Bible, trying to explain it on a ball cartoon. Yes, we're not talking about me having to prove to people that they need to believe the Bible. They're already believers, and they can't show us these ideas in a magical cartoon space religion. That was the claim you made. They can show me this on their model. No, that's not true. They can't. You can't show me the sun.
They can, but you also, at the same time, Exo, you can't prove that actually happened. What, 4,000
never made the claim.
Ago.
The point is people that already believe the Bible. I'm talking about people that already believe.
Never made the claim. The Bible made the claim.
You're missing it. You're not getting what I'm saying. You have to have ears to hear to listen to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's nothing new.
He's basically referring to people who
and I want to just want to say this really quick, and I'll shut up for a minute. Whether or not that happened, which I've seen some evidence, on the claim. We all know the Earth is flat. The spiritual ideas that are presented in the Bible have to be presented and understood for you to say, hey, see, Lou, it just seems like you're just totally discounting every evidence of flat Earth.
I'm discounting. Look, shut up, Helio. Look, I don't need you to be a moderator between me and him, okay? Like, him and I both know what's going on here. And you don't.
We do. Okay. What's going on?
We're in a conversation together, and you think that you need
about evidence of the Earth stopping or the sun stopping and the moon and all that kind of shit, just like stopping for a couple days to prolong a battle. Joshua and all that kind of shit. Yeah, all that. I'm quite aware of all that.
I don't even know.
As far as all that kind of stuff goes, I mean, I'm quite aware of all of that. I've been quite familiar with all that stuff for a long time. And there's no reason for me to argue with you about that. Now, at the end of the day, go ahead.
I wish I knew when that would work and when it doesn't work.
I know, me too. Because I've been lost. Helio, I've been lost and found for a long time. It's all good.
So the conclusion is, if somebody doesn't use the Bible, then it doesn't matter. Then they don't use the Bible, and there's no point in talking about it. If they don't,
all right. It's just like if I asked him to read the book of Galatians and he won't do it, then what the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
Well, the one time this issue did happen, and it's not been many times. One, as far as what Lou was talking about earlier, was with, again, Matthew Learns, not a Jewish person, a professed Bible believer who literally perverts every single word of the Bible when anybody brings it up to him, that it clearly says something that contradicts his man-made beliefs.
Oh, hold on.
So yes, when that happens,
I'm not talking about Matthew, though.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I'm talking about when this happened with me and I got into a fight with somebody because they were lying about the Bible. That has certainly happened. Yes, Matthew Learns is that person. And he wasn't pro-truth at all. It wasn't like he came in here, oh yeah, I agree with you guys. Obviously, we know who this person is. I don't have to tell you. I mean, is that okay to teach?
Nobody. Well, I mean, I don't think Exo or me is trying to make anyone a Christian. We're just asking you to read and interpret. Your own way.
I'm going to ask you to stop defending Exo. Like, he doesn't need your help. This dude stands on his own 2 feet.
No,
that's correct.
No, I stand on my own 2 feet too. We're not on the same page. Me and Exo have had our disputes too, so it's not like we're but on this point, I think we're kind of solid. You know, I mean, I don't know.
It's funny every time I talk to him, you got to jump in and address me.
Okay, well then
That's what Helio does with everybody. That's nothing new. That's
I know.
There's a time and place for every tool, obviously. Yeah, not everything's a nail. So everything can't be hammered. Yeah, so I put my hammer away. But when that nail pops up, I'm going to be ready for it.
Whatever. Again, no hard feelings as always. Like I'm good that way. Like I just like debating these topics, and I always said everything that I said there about it. It's my opinion. I'm not saying that it's right. But I don't see the value in it. So, but I got to get going.
Hey, Lou, can you read Galatians chapter 1? Can you do that for me?
Do you right now or what?
Not right now. Any time in the future. Can you read it?
Yeah, I've read Revelations and Genesis many times, but
I said Galatians chapter 1. Can you read that?
I've never. I don't read the middle of the Bible. Are you kidding me? Fuck off.
Okay, then maybe you won't get it then. All right, that's why I can tell you.
That was too funny. He said, I don't read the middle of the Bible. Fuck off.
All right, I still love you, bro. Man, I ain't gonna fucking make you do a goddamn thing. I can't make a man do anything. So
I mean, I understand where he's coming from because God said that he's the beginning and the end. So if he read the beginning of the Bible and then read the end of the Bible,
I read the beginning and the end, and then fuck it, everything in between is it might as well be what it. It's what it do what it do. It do what it do.
I'm sorry.
I know what to pay attention to.
I don't think you do, to be honest. But I ain't trying to judge you, man.
It's my fault you wrote your book wrong. It's all in the fucked up order. Fuck up.
It's like a Quentin Tarantino film. We don't know where it begins.
It's like in English. Here's my opinion on the entire thing, and you guys can discount every fucking thing that I say right now. It's like the beginning and the end are sort of described in the Bible, but we only understand English. The Bible is prescribed and described through, foreign languages from ancient history, but to be honest,
that's how I know it hasn't been tampered with.
You have to be. No, it hasn't been tampered with. Are you fucking serious? But anyway,
I know
you have to go back.
All right, but you have you have to find this place inside yourself where you'll say, "Hey, here's history," or at least a portion of it. Now we don't understand English. In North America, but it leads to, the Middle East, it was the Jews and the Greeks and the Romans, and there's all kinds of history in the Bible. Now, but this is English, right? So anyway, but we can't understand the total meaning of it, right? And we're supposed to understand the history of religion and man, governments, all this shit put together, and all these pompous fucking pricks are out there saying, "Well, we just know what everything's going on, and we're gonna throw education right at you," and then we're just like, "Here's what you should know." I mean, give me a frickin' break about what you should know about the history of man with all this shit that's come from the Middle East in Western culture. don't even get me started on Eastern culture, because then you're gonna fucking lose me, and I will blow.
Yep. Okay, we got you. Okay, we got you.
About
We got you.
about don't get mad at me because you wrote it in a fucked up order. There's actually, I know it's funny, but like
it's not funny. It's not funny. It's fucking pisses me off.
Well, it is, but it's funny because it's true. Like there's a certain amount of truth to that. Like nobody can read the Bible and know for sure like exactly what it says. It was left.
It's a portion of the truth. It's a portion of the truth. It's the only thing that we can understand, Lou.
Well, it's going to take some. Here's the biggest problem here. Let me just. I'm going to end my part with this. Helioskeptic, but as far as reaching out and figuring out what it says, yeah, it takes some effort. Yeah, and it's not you're not going to be able to find the original Aramaic and Hebrew, but thank God that Middle Eastern cultures have survived for a couple thousand years. That's the only way we know these histories, and the word was preserved, or it wouldn't be the word of God. But it does take some effort to find out what it says. Yes,
but no, that right there, what you just said, like that is a faith based ideal that you just had right there. When you said like you can like you're saying that you can trust that it was preserved by God. Like why? How?
Yes.
Why?
Yes,
Wow.
exactly. Yes,
Wow.
God is beyond your understanding. He's
Why?
beyond your understanding.
Why?
He's beyond
Why?
you.
Why
He's smarter
would-
than you. He's bigger
Why?
than you. He's better
Why?
than you. Yep. He's better than you. He's bigger than
Why
you.
would
Yep.
that? Why would that one?
Yep. Why? Yes, because God preserves His word. It's something you can't understand. That's the point. Yep.
Okay, I get your logic. Your logic makes total sound sense. All right.
Yes, He's bigger than you. Yes, so He is going to preserve His word in a way that we
bigger
can't
than you. So
understand.
he's bigger than
Yes,
you.
I think God. I think God is bigger than you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, bigger, better,
He's bigger,
everything.
bigger
Yeah,
and better.
the word, the law, love.
Why don't you let people speak? Like, why do we need to interrupt each other so much? Like,
Lou.
We're being assholes to each other because we know each other. Here's what I think Exo and Lou and I are trying to express to each other. There is an empiric
Comes the
knowledge.
rehash.
Yeah, come on, guys. Can we not do this
I
anymore?
thought I was closing. I was trying to close the door. I was closing the door.
All right,
I'm closing
I'll
the door.
shut up.
Okay.
Go
It's
ahead.
creaking
Go ahead.
closed.
You close it.
Okay.
I'll shut
The
up.
word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Thanks.
Amen.
Amen. Yeah, I'm down with that.
God is love. So we can act like that too. So shall we act out of love, please, and talk about
I love you guys.
You know who set a perfect example for love?
I never met the guy. I heard it was
That's
Jesus.
right. God. Only God can do that. That's right.
Oh. Okay. So, well, I know that was an actual conversation.
Getting back
I didn't want to derail it.
Go ahead. Let's get back to the natural evidence for the Earth being a level stationary plane. Let's talk about that.
Because the Bible said so.
Yes. It's not because the Bible said so, because it's what we all experience. Everyone that lives on Earth is on a level stationary plane.
Yeah. Hey, I tried. I tried.
He got shut down by two Jesus freaks who fucking told him that
Jesus freaks. Oh my gosh. Here comes the insult.
I tried.
Oh, did we recruit them from the Jesus cult? Is that what we did, Lou?
Christians are always allowed to be insulted. Yeah, Christians are always allowed to be called names. Yep, normal.
Read John 15:18 and Matthew 10.
I believe in God.
Listen, all snowflakes are special.
This is why I'm not a Christian. Your Bible might be 100% true, except for a few little omissions.
How the fuck do you know that?
I said it might.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it was in my words.
Yeah, you have to ask God. Yeah, you have to search. You can't just expect it to land in your lap because you're a good boy.
Oh, okay. I'll go get right on that.
Hold on, everybody. Please, guys.
Jesus himself the
Dear
man-
God,
I mean,
I know
God
I've
just
asked
keeps
this a
answering
million
all my
times
prayers.
already, but
He
can
can't
you
answer
show me
you.
the truth?
Nope.
I know
Nope,
we've
you
already
can't.
talked about this, God,
No.
but can you try again?
No, you have to. No, the answer
Hold
is
on,
no.
guys.
You have to repent.
Let's get
no,
back
no,
to
hold
the
on. The problem is
physical
there. You said
evidence.
me. You said, "Can you do something for me?" And the answer is no. You need to find out what you can
I've been doing stuff for God my whole life. I love my
Never.
fellow man
You can't-
for the sake of God,
All right, well,
and yet
this dipshit won't even talk. He can't even stop talking long enough to let us ask him for his evidence of globe, whatever.
Let's do that.
So, yeah, let's start talking about flat Earth again.
Ask him
I
right
know
now.
we
Where's your evidence
went
for
on
globe?
a freaking rant a while.
Wait, who's the Glober here?
Yeah, who's the Glober? Who am I talking to? Who is he? Oh, Satan? Oh, yeah, he doesn't talk. He won't say.
He's a
Come
coward.
on, Exo,
Doesn't
man.
talk.
Bro, stop saying that shit. Come on, man.
Where's
That was
Talk
pretty good,
about
Exo.
physical
Where's the
evidence
Glober?
of. No, it
Where's
was
the
funny,
Glober?
but let's talk about physical
Listen,
evidence.
please move to the topic. Where's the Glober?
Yeah, where's the Glober?
Yeah. Where's he at? Where's he at?
Let's jump him.
Oh, I got to promise to just shut up and listen for a while because, I'll just jump all over. And so, yeah. But is there a Glober for you guys? Is there some fresh fish?
I mean, I know one. He's everywhere.
Nobody? No Glober? Oh, G. Platypus is in here, but he's deafened because
He always deafens when I show up. Yeah.
Platypus was like, he was such an asshole. I don't recommend talk to him tonight.
Yeah, he pretends like people like him here, so he always comes back, because his life mission is to make himself feel better about his, ball religion. But he says that seagulls eating birds is adaptation.
Wow.
So you consume other bodies, and then that creates evolution.
Oh, we got the Glober.
Makes sense to me, man.
Might as well be.
Who's the Glober? Who's the
Michael? I think Michael, because he's muted.
Michael, would you like to learn a few things?
He left.
About your reality.
Shin scared him away.
Later, guy.
Sorry.
Shit. See what I mean? No. It's my fault. I guarantee it. He's like, I don't want to
They
talk to that
only
guy.
want to come in here when we're arguing with each other.
They listen to Glat Flobe. They're like, this guy, I don't know about this.
Yeah, exactly. Whoops. I'll just shut up.
hey, Glat Flobe, have you ever talked to Exo before? Tonight?
Not. No. Well, Exo. No, he's been in
heard him before a lot.
I've heard him. Yeah. No, and Exo, you are brilliant, and I love your passion. And those are the things I like to focus on. Whether or not we agree on spiritual stuff and scripture and all that, I really like your style, brother. So yeah, that's what I focus on with people in general, right? Let's just be honest.
That dude doesn't need more encouragement, man.
That's correct.
Hey, watch it. I'm a fucking counselor, so I gotta suck everyone's dick every now and
Don't
again. You know what I
encourage
mean?
me.
Come on.
Don't encourage me. I'm the only person you can't do that to.
Okay.
No,
Well,
to be
too
honest,
bad.
I mean, I was the first person I think to ban you, from this. The first time you came in, but it's at the same time, it's like we're on the fucking same team, and
right.
No, you weren't the first. No, you weren't the first, Helio.
Who was the first one?
It was, I believe it was Geo.
Well, he ain't here anymore, so fuck it. I was the second
Doesn't
one.
matter. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It's about 10 or 12 different people have banned me, I'm sure.
But I mean, what I think what we've just discussed in the past 30 minutes, I think that's very important with the flats and the globes tonight. No, not tonight, and at least in the past 30 minutes, it's like people are they have such an aversion to historical tomes, whether it be the Bible or the Quran, which is connected sort
Can
of
I tell
to
you
the
why?
Bible and everything.
You're talking about
Lunatic, that's not happening. That's really not happening. That's an illusion.
You're talking about me. I have no objection to it. I've told you if it can corroborate great. Okay, and both books do, the Quran and the Bible, like, and many other like religious books.
Yeah, I mean it all lines up if you're making it up, right?
Like that's great topic. Like that's good stuff. But to say that because your religion says this and this is true means yours is right. Well, I'm sorry, like that's not good.
Yeah, I better not hear
Hey,
you
Lou,
when you say that.
delete. To be honest, Lou, that's not what we're saying. The fact that you're missing this point, kind of. I mean, I don't want to call you out, but you keep putting yourself in this where we know that you're totally ignorant about the topic. So
all agreed that I'm ignorant about this topic.
okay, okay. So you're ignorant. So, but I'm gonna recommend once again.
Helio, I've never met a person more ignorant to any topic we're ever talking about. You usually are completely off the mark with whatever we're talking about. So don't tell me about who's ignorant to the topic.
Okay. So I'm the ignorant guy. All right, cool. I'll accept that.
Hey,
Go ahead.
This Michael Crackson guy in the server is muted. I tried to ask him if his mic's broken because it says broken mic gang. What does it mean when the message goes to red when you send them a DM?
Yeah, he blocked you.
Oh, he blocked me. That's pleasant. We'd never even talked until now, and I was just asking him if his mic is broken or not.
If you have the broken mic gang role, it means that we've tried to talk to you, but you said my mic, I can't use my mic, and then you get a broken mic roll. That's basically.
Well, yeah, Andy's not accepting DMs, so I just kind of wonder why he's here.
We'll see.
But that's okay, more the merrier, I guess.
Hey, hell yeah! Well, at least people found us, right?
I mean, I have a question. We've already assessed that the Earth isn't spinning and isn't curving, but what about what's above? Like, do you guys believe there's a firmament as well? Like,
I don't talk about that. I can't prove anything about the sky, so I'm out on that one. If you want to start talking about that.
What about you, Helio? Same opinion?
Well, I mean, I observe. I'll tell you what I observe every day. He asked me, "Can I respond?" I observed the. I observe the sun moving across the sky, the moon, and the stars moving across the sky every day. So we're.
What about the dome?
No, I don't observe.
That's the wrong word. That's the wrong word.
Yeah.
Why is someone he asked me, can you let me respond?
That was called an interruption. Go ahead.
I mean a firmament, right? Like something to separate the
firmament.
Yeah, waters. Yeah.
All right. So no, I've never seen a firmament. I've heard the word in the Bible. It's in the Bible it says a firmament, but I've never seen evidence for it. But there's an implication there where it.
Why are you being sheepish about it? You just fought me about this. Tell him.
No, that's not what I was sheepish about with you, bro.
You just fucking argued with me about this for like an hour.
No.
Oh my god. Shut up, the both of you. Thank you so much. So, Shinji, continue asking folks, hopefully folks who don't drone on or interrupt each other and have had a few less drinks than one another. Can we talk about something else than the Bible and religion, please? Thank you so much.
And he was asking about the firmament. Can you answer his question?
That's from the Bible.
No.
It's why are you trying to get us off the firmament?
No.
Because you wouldn't know listen, you wouldn't know the word firmament had it not first appeared in the fucking Bible.
Okay, let the person person ask the question. Okay, go ahead, Shin.
The Bible isn't only book speaking about the firmament. I just want
Let
to
me
make
guess.
that
Other religious texts do too, don't they?
The Russian Air
correct.
Force.
And the Russian Air.
Okay.
Yeah, like he said.
Well, good. Did they say firmament anyway? Okay. I want to say it one more time, because I'm getting worked up. I am not going to comment on what happens in the sky, at the sky, to the sky. All I know, I live on a motionless, because I feel it not moving, flat, because I've observed and measured, contained, because you can't have gas pressure without a container,
Agreed.
Earth. Flat, stationary, and contained Earth. That's what I live on. I don't know anything about the sky other than, hey, look at that. Those two big ones move in patterns, and so do the rest of them around this central point. And that's it. That's all I can say. That's all. Thank you.
So, the original question, I mean, what are you...
What is the original question, Hilo? Before we go on, let's get the original question again.
My question or someone else's?
Yes, your original question. Yeah.
Like,
and
we
and
already
also with your question, can you give an implication, to the contrary, if you have one?
Just ask the same question again, please.
So basically, I asked, we already assessed about what's down below here, but what would you guys think of what's above?
Stuff moving.
Well, we can see
sun, moon, and stars.
Okay, so we would then go to our observations only. Now you can make what is considered a what's the term? Speculation claim about the sky. Right, you can make a speculation claim about the sky, as in I see waters above me because the sky turns blue. You cannot say that I can prove that, but you can make a speculative claim because the sky looks just like water when you get a light. So other than that, that we see things move and that's where they are, and you can point to them and say there they are.
Yep,
looks like a neon light to me.
That's fair.
Now, if you were to take a telescope, maybe, and look at one of these objects,
like the sun. Yeah, we need to
zoom in on them. Zoom in on them with, like a telescope. What would you assume about this object from Earth?
Nothing.
No, from Earth. From Earth. What would you assume about it?
What you see.
Yeah, what you see. For example, I've been to a place with telescopes. I don't know what the name is for them. Like a place where there are a lot of telescopes and it's like a center for space or whatever.
Observatory.
Observatory, yes. When I look at the
planetarium.
yeah, but it was like a few years back, and I remember when I was watching through the telescope at what would be called quote unquote other planets. They weren't actually looking like ones. They were looking like moving, like wiggling, shaking. I don't know how to explain it. Sources of light rather than, planets.
Yeah, so if you zoom in, I've seen a lot of videos that claim to be zoomed in video shots of stars, right? And they zoom in real close, and to me, my opinion, it looks like... So all of the colors you see in the sky are different gases being excited, and that's why they're colors, different colors, neon, helium, all that stuff. Hold on, dude. Thank you.
Sorry.
Well, I lost it, but that's my fault. Anyway, go ahead.
But those weren't even what they would describe as stars. They were things they would ascribe as planets, but they didn't look like.
Yeah. Here. It looks like It looks like this. It looks like those gases that are in the atmo that we see every day light up. It looks like those things in little pinpoints or little puddles because it looks like it's underwater. So it looks like, and it's constantly changing colors too. So it's a color changing kind of circular looking ish thing that it never repeats the same pattern. It looks like, I've seen a lot of these videos. It's all kinds of different patterns, but it looks like it's underwater, shimmering underwater, right? And it's these different colors of gases. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it's your opinion, but I think a lot of those things are out of focus.
And I'm not claiming this
I don't know.
as fact to you guys. I believe it's fact, but that's on my end. But wouldn't it be a fair deduction to say that they are in fact above the waters? Like waters above. Like
Okay, I can
that the
agree with
water-
that. Yeah, that's okay. So again, opinion only. I'll agree with that. Doesn't prove anything one way or another, but I like that idea.
Proving is a different thing, but like it's a fair deduction to say that since they look like they're going to a water medium.
At the base of it, though, you're assuming you're on Earth, third rock from the sun, right, and observing Mars or Venus.
No, I'm not assuming that, dude, at all. I'm seeing what I'm seeing from a flat Earth perspective. I'm not looking. I know I'm not looking at planets. I'm looking at these weird, like, just energy. It looks like energy balls behind a thing of water.
The other dude.
I'm sorry, dude.
I know they're not planets. Like that should be clear as day. It's just that they describe it as planets, but they don't look like one. So it doesn't match up. Like it doesn't build up.
So you're not under the assumption that they've sent a rover to Mars.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
Oh, okay,
He's a flat earther, Helio.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, you're good.
Hey, goodies.
Huh? What's up, Hank?
Oh, what's going on? I was just gonna say, Helio, you don't have to worry about, talking, man. We want to hear what you got to say, bro. Give it to us raw.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
No, I'm a total asshole. So
no, bro. That's why we like you so much. You gotta be,
You know who I think are
like,
assholes?
a lot of times I'm like all the way out there, and I'm just like, I worry about. I don't necessarily worry about what people think about me, but at the same time, I kind of do sometimes. But
well, here's what it is. You got to be nice to other people, but I don't feel like you should care what other people think about you, man. If people are going to be snowflakes about how you are, especially if you're just coming from the heart, be genuine. I'm going to curse a little bit, and that might hurt your feelings, but it's not intentional. You know what I mean? Like,
shit, I curse a lot too, so whatever. But anyway, I didn't realize this guy already knew that Mars is bullshit. So anyway.
Yep. Well, Mars isn't bullshit. There's something up there.
No. Mars is there. I saw that motherfucker last night. No. Actually, I saw Jupiter and Saturn. I didn't see Mars.
Whatever the fuck that thing in the sky is.
I might have seen Mars because it was red. And when I see something red in the sky, that's fucking Mars.
I guess so. Yeah, that's about the best we can do, isn't it, Helio?
Hey man, I have a telescope. I can zoom in on it and be like, "Oh, there's Mars," but
look,
can't fucking get there, and neither can NASA. So
look, that small light got slightly bigger.
I had colors.
Yeah, look, that small red light got slightly bigger in my view. Super. That means it's a planet that I can visit.
I've been watching it pulsate the entire time.
Oh wait,
it's pulsating.
There has to be life there. There has to. It's
got a new guy,
guys.
What's up, peoples?
Hi, Juju 007. How are you?
Talking about the pulse.
Hey, y'all.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
not a new guy. He's an old troll.
Oh, no.
You'll find out real
He's a
quick.
troll. Yeah,
no.
You'll find out. Just let's let hold on. Let Glapflobe talk to him, please. Thanks. There we go.
Hey, are y'all familiar with the Cavendish experiment?
I'm familiar with Cavendish.
Experiment. What's
wrong? Right off
the
the
variable?
What are your thoughts on the Cavendish experiment?
Sorry, what's the observed natural phenomenon in the experiment?
Hank and Juju. Nobody else talk. Hank and Juju.
You said an experiment. What's the observed natural phenomenon?
Yeah, basically what it is you have, for example, I can explain it. I got like a video.
Sheesh.
I can send to you. But what it is you
Wait, you made the claim that it's an experiment. I want to need you to back up that claim. Is it a scientific experiment?
Yeah, it's a scientific experiment.
What's the observed natural phenomenon?
Well, you basically see something that has like a lot of mass. And so the experiment proves mass attracting mass.
So what's the definition of mass? Is the definition, we agree upon this definition, is that the, hold on, let me get it right. The resistance of acceleration, is that what mass is?
Let me just find the actual definition so that I
Sure,
don't
go
give false, yeah, I don't want to give false information. Mass definition. Yeah, according to this Google, it's what's this? Yeah, it's a property of a physical body and a measure of its resistance to acceleration when a net force is applied. Mass, an object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies. So yeah, that's that. What's a quantitative measure of inertia, a fundamental property of all matter?
Okay, so I got a Britannica here. Mass in physics, quantitative measure of inertia, a fundamental property of all matter. It is in effect a resistance that a body of matter offers to change in its speed. So the resistance to inertia. So inertia is a change in speed, right?
I'm kind of curious.
Gabe was correct, right?
What did you say?
It's the resistance to a change in speed, right? Because a photon is massless, right? Because there's no resistance, right? So let me get this straight. So if we say mass attracts mass, one way of saying that, just use a dictionary definition instead of the word. So the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia. Is that right?
Say it again. Yeah, it's the resist. I'm not too familiar with the way you're explaining it. Say it again, sir.
The resistance to acceleration. Let's put it that way. How about that? So does mass resist acceleration? Is a rock hard to pick up?
No. No, it's not.
So if you got a 2-ton rock, you can just wheel it around, right?
Well, I mean, if it's a 2-ton rock, that's going to be hard to move around. But if it's light, it's going to be easy.
Okay, so let's get back to it. You said that you have an observed natural phenomenon, which is mass attracts mass. Okay, so what are you going to manipulate to prove that? What's your dependent variable?
Yeah, so what this is it's you have let's say you have like a power plug and you have like a ruler and it's tape, and then you have like a string that's dangling in the middle, and then from there, hold on, let me refer back to it. I sent you the link. Let's see it.
You sent it in live.
Are we still talking about Eratosthenes, or are we talking about?
No, he's talking about the Cavendish. I'm just trying to see if it's an actual experiment or not, because
Cavendish.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the independent variable, that thing that is the cause.
You'll never get it.
Right, I'm just trying to make sure he's not a troll. So I'm hoping that he's going to come up with the independent variable. So we said the dependent variable is mass attracting mass. That's what you witness. What's the cause of that? What is the thing that we're manipulating in this experiment?
Okay, so basically, what's going on is you have. Hold on, let me bring this up so I can have like a visual. Because I literally just finished seeing this. Okay, so basically, what this is you have something suspended, and you have like things like on the side, like matter or whatever, and then you're not doing anything to it. You're just watching it, and it's just doing its natural thing. And then you put something with heavy mass by it, and then you see a noticeable change, in regard to that. That's what it is.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that we're being honest here. So, what's the independent variable?
Okay, so the independent variable is the natural stage that it's in. You just watch it.
So, the natural observed phenomenon is mass attracting mass, and the independent variable is the natural state that it's in. Right, those are both dependent variables. You can't manipulate the natural state that it's in because it's the natural state. It's just like so. Having trouble here completing this experiment, right? Because I need to know the cause and effect. You do know science. When we're talking about natural science or natural philosophy, it's about the cause and effect relationship, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to send you a picture so you have a visual. Okay, I found a good picture right here. All right. Who was the one I was talking to? Who was that?
Hank Hill.
Okay, Hank. Okay, all right. I'm gonna send you the picture, and then I'm going to explain it based on the picture. That's loading. All right. Do you see it?
You sent it to me.
Yeah, I just sent it. You're Hank Hill, right?
That looks like a contraption, a torsion balance, and you got lead balls there. Just curious, in this contraption, what is the independent variable that you're manipulating?
Okay, so what this is you have these things hang on the string by the ball, but you have something there. And before you put the heavy thing by it, you're just watching it. So you're not doing anything to it. You're just seeing what it does. And you see, for example, like it has like a natural swing because like air and center. So you're just observing it. And then after that, then you put something that has a heavy mass, but it doesn't take up a lot of size. You put it right by it. And then from there, you then see that there's a noticeable change and it's pulled by the thing with the heavy mass. And when you remove it,
I'm just struggling to understand the cause and effect part of this experiment.
Yeah.
So if you just look at what I posted, hawaii.edu, cause and effect are important concepts both in science and engineering, right? Scroll down. Scientists attempt to uncover the understanding cause and effect relationship through well-designed experiments and investigation. So we know that science is about cause and effect, right? I can give you some more sources if you like, but I'm just curious in this torsion balance, what is causing the effect that we see? And this can't be a natural phenomenon because you got a synthetic contraption, meaning man-made contraption. So I fail to see the independent or the dependent variable in this right here. I'm kind of wondering if it is science at all. So far as I could tell, it looks like a contraption, a man-made contraption. I don't think it proves anything.
well, the experiment is to determine whether or not mass attracts mass. So what this
Sorry,
is,
in order for you to call it an experiment, I need a dependent, an independent. Sorry, I need all three variables: independent, control, and dependent variable. And you failed to provide me any of them, yet you continue to claim that it's a scientific experiment.
well, in order
I think
to
we're
see
in a
if mass,
category error right now.
well, yeah, in order to see if mass attracts mass, you need to observe it without the other mass there, because like the experiment is to see if you have something that has like a lot of mass, if it will pull it. That's what we're trying to test for. So before we do that, we need to watch what it does in the absence of having that mass. We need to determine, okay, like the natural path it takes, and then after that, after observing it, then you put something that has heavy mass and see, okay, is this heavy mass causing any change in its natural state? And if it's causing a significant change, then we can say, okay, now there's a force acting upon it.
Sorry, do you understand how the scientific method works? Can you just explain to me how and why the scientific method works?
Hank, do you mind if I ask him a question?
Sure, if he can answer this question, just so I know that I'm not talking to somebody who's pretending to talk about science. And then you can take over if you like.
No, I don't want to take over. I just...
Yeah, let him answer this question. You can ask one question right after.
Yeah, sure. Go for it. No, Yeah. What do you mean by mass?
Okay, something that has a, how can I say it? That has a, using layman terms, something that has like a lot of weight that doesn't take up a lot of size.
That's kind of general. A lot of weight. I mean, that's kind of general.
So the experiment is to determine whether or not something which has a lot of weight causes a.
Well, I mean, a lot meaning a certain amount or a general amount. I mean, is this what we're talking about? But is weight mass? What's the relation of weight to mass? What are you talking about?
Wait. What is it?
You know, like in some, like under.
I don't even want to really get into this argument.
Yeah, you know, like under the scientific model or under the general model, the Earth, the Sun has a pull on planets. So the general consensus is.
See, this is why I asked this question. So that's why. Go ahead, Hank. Have at it.
Well, I'm still trying to understand.
Okay, all right. I can hear you now.
I'm trying to understand if you understand the scientific method. So,
can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, can you hear me? So, what do you need for it to be a scientific experiment?
He left. He's back.
Welcome back. So, what do you need for a scientific experiment? Like, what are the 3 things that you need?
Well, see, when you have the mass, you're going to have to relate it to the sun, right? And this is why I was asking leading questions for all of this to come together. Go ahead.
Yeah, because like what we're trying to do basically is determine whether or not this thing is true, and then the scientific under the under the general consensus that people have is that the sun, which has like a lot of mass, or using layman terms, it's very heavy and it does take up. It's very heavy. It has an influence on things that are significantly not as heavy. That's the claim. So then we're like, okay, we need to determine if the claim is true. If we actually observe this phenomenon in the real world.
What you're describing only exists in theoretical physics.
Which is why that we need to do a test to determine if we can actually see this in the real world. Because that's the claim. Now it's our position, it's our duty to determine if we actually observe that in reality. And if we observe that in reality, then it means, okay, then such occurrences do actually occur. Okay. So, and that's what this test does, is that you have that thing suspended and it's perfectly balanced, and you're seeing, at the natural sway, and it's like within like a certain degree.
What you said a word? Did you say natural sway? And what was the
or not natural? Because like if you do this test in your home, like there's air currents and so forth, so obviously like there's going to be some movements. So before you do anything, you see like how far it swings back and forth, and etc. Before you do anything, you need to determine how it naturally operates within whatever facility that you're in. Because it's going to be moving, because like it's not like a vacuum. So you observe it, and then after you observe it for a bit, now you put something that's very heavy, which doesn't take a lot of space. So it's very dense or whatever that is.
Why are you pretending you live somewhere you don't? Why are you making an argument? Listen, you're making an argument about somewhere that you live that you don't. Like when you go to when you move across Earth, do you ever experience what you're describing?
This is you can be anywhere.
No. I'm asking you, do you physically ever experience what you just described? Ever?
What do you mean? Yeah, I can get, what do you call it? An iron, what's that called? iron cube or whatever that is, and yeah, like I would
No,
observe.
I'm talking about when you experience Earth, when you move across Earth from one place to another. Do you ever experience Earth as what you're describing? Who gives a shit about theoretical physics? Really, that's just a concept. Nobody gives a shit about theoretical physics.
No, you don't quite understand. The experiment is to determine whether or
So
not
I can
mass.
pretend I'm not where I am, and I can pretend Earth is not what I experience. Is that where we're going? Oh.
No, the experiment is only to determine whether or not mass attracts mass, or if objects attract objects.
So I'll just be in a pretend universe of chalkboards and mathematical platitudes.
No,
is
the
that what we're
experiment-
doing?
Okay, the experiment is to determine whether or not something that's heavy has an influence on something that's light.
All right, would that prove anything about the Earth being the third rock from the sun? In your opinion, hold on. In your opinion, would any of that prove the Earth being third rock from the sun, solar system, traveling around the black hole of the Milky Way galaxy? Would any of that math that you're talking about prove any of that shit?
Well, it's not math. It would prove that the Earth is not flat. It would prove gravity definitively.
Oh, it really proves what is gravity?
The pull. Hold on, let me find the definition because I don't want to give you incomplete truths.
So it would prove something you never experience, but you just experience it in your mind because the math says so.
No, it's not even math. I'm not even talking about math. I'm talking about direct observation.
All right, so direct observation that I see, I mean, oceans look flat. When I go to the ocean shore, it looks flat to me.
Okay. It's gravity, the force that attracts a body towards the center of Earth or towards any other physical body having mass. So the test is to determine whether or not something that's very heavy.
What test? What test?
Mass. The force that attracts
the mass
a body.
test. Which test are you talking about? Is it the chalkboard test where they just drew it out on chalkboard? The mathematical test or a physical test?
So this experiment, the Cavendish experiment, proves that mass attracts mass.
All right, so that was not an experiment. He like used a telescope to look in a woodshed, with some big ass balls.
Okay, I'm going to send this to you. And
yeah, we've been over this several times with the same person. It's not an experiment. It's never been an experiment.
What's your problem with it, XO? The Cavendish experiment.
You don't have a
Still waiting for the independent and dependent variable.
Hank already proved it. Yeah, a long time ago. Thanks.
And we've been trying to tell you that it's not an experiment. You're observing.
Okay, why? Okay,
You're
why is
observing
it
a
that?
man-made contraption.
Okay, why is that when you don't have something that it's very heavy, when you don't put it there, you see it. But when you put that there, there's a noticeable.
Hold on. Let me finish something really quick. If something's very heavy, if you have two very heavy objects and they appear to twist a torsion bar
that aren't concrete, that are always metal.
Anyway, so that proves that balls spin around the universe. Do you not realize that this is illogical? I mean, if you think this proves balls spinning around the universe, you are the one that's illogical, not us.
No, I didn't say it proves
it proves. Listen, it proves static electrical charge. That's what you're showing here. That's why
maybe.
It's at best. Okay, at best, it has static electricity. That's what we observe now.
But it doesn't prove 4.5 billion years ago.
It doesn't prove anything.
Okay,
it proves absolutely nothing. It has. Okay, so again, it's again, it's the matter of the molecules, right? We're dealing with lead balls. We're not dealing with concrete balls. There'd be a different finding. There'd be a different outcome. So sorry, buddy.
Okay,
So Juju, answer my question, bro.
are you made of mass?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I made of mass. How come you and I don't attract each other?
Hold on, let me find the answer. I actually saw the answer to that.
Okay.
Because I actually just saw that and I forgot to write down. So I knew someone was gonna ask that. Hold on.
Wait, that's a good point that Master Chief just brought up. Yeah, why don't they hang two people and see if they attract each other? That'd be nice.
Okay, let me.
Also, isn't it observe a natural phenomenon the first step?
Isn't what?
That's the first.
Yeah, that's why we're never going to
observe
get
a
anywhere.
natural phenomenon, right? So when do you ever see mass attracting mass in nature?
Exactly.
Wait, why I don't feel attracted to the fat lady at the store?
Okay, let me see it.
Sorry.
This thing was.
She's attracted to you, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, this thing
definitely. I know what you're talking about.
I'll show you why, Jimsy.
Let me find this. Because I literally saw that question. It was answered. I've got to write down. Let me go back to it. What's your other question? Attraction. Yes.
But she has
It's a good thing she's wearing a mask. It's a good thing she's wearing a mask, right? She might get us sick.
Right.
Real
Might
quick,
get
what's your
Sorry.
no? What's your
Okay,
what's
so-
your,
so mass
confidence level on the fact, do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Okay.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your
Well-
confidence level that you live on a spinning ball?
Balls made of lead doesn't attract under magnetic field but repels. Huh. Interesting.
Which
That's
is
what
what
I'm
happened.
reading.
What did you say?
Wow, look at
That's
that.
what-
Yeah,
that's-
they repel. Yeah, that's amazing.
It repels, it doesn't attract. Lead balls.
Yeah, that's not static electricity then. Yeah, so still no claim for gravity.
Well, you're saying something about like magnetic, something about like something being attracted. And here I'm reading that it repels, it doesn't attract. Which is
Static electricity doesn't attract?
no, I'm talking about lead balls.
Lead balls?
Hey,
So you're
you-
saying lead? What are you talking about? Yeah, the lead
doesn't
balls
attract-
they hold a charge. Yeah, they hold a charge. Skin follicles attract to screens via static electricity.
Let me straighten this guy out, please, guys.
Please, yes, please, let's end it. Thank you.
Yeah, this is
Real
painful.
quick, Juju, did you hear my question about your confidence level, a scale of 1 to 10? That your confidence that you live on a spinning ball?
I never said spinning ball. Who said that?
Okay, so at the end of this, you'll
Oh,
believe in
welcome to Flat
gravity
Earth.
and a flat Earth. Yep.
Yeah, I never
Yeah,
said
I just wondered,
spinning
as
ball.
you
won't
live
make a
on a globe, right?
You won't make
Well, if I can see a good argument against this, and I'm still like studying, like I'm still of open mind. But
I'm
if
just
I
trying
can
to
find
get
a good,
engaged because at the end of this conversation, it might be different. Just on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that it's not flat?
well, after this experiment, I'm very, very, very confident. But I'm open to hearing counter arguments.
What is it? Wait, what is this? Wait. Hold on. We have a big problem. What does this have to do with the shape of the floor you're standing on?
Well, because if mass attracts mass, then it means, like, then
Yes, you don't
that
know.
would-
Right. So that's the point. Right. You don't know the shape of the thing you're standing on. So what does it prove?
Well, it would just prove it's not flat because, like, you can't have gravity
No,
in a
that's
flat Earth.
insanity.
Like,
No, that's just pure. That just shows you're
How
absolute
does it prove
psychotic
that?
retard. That's
How does it prove
absolutely
that?
psychotic. No, that
because
just means you're psychotic retard.
you can't have your
You don't know
cake
the
and eat it
mass
too.
of it. You have to stop. You don't know the mass of it. That's your claim. These are your terms. You don't know the size of it or mass of it. This has nothing to do with the shape of anything. So it's just it's a lie. You're just lying.
I'm saying if it's true that mass attracts mass, you
It's
can't
nothing
have.
to do with the shape. Yes, this has nothing to do with the shape of the floor you're standing on. You can't. You don't have a claim.
Yeah. Plus, there's some people that claim, even on the flat Earth side, that there might be some kind of attraction due to magnetic forces or static forces. So that could be confused with what you're talking about as well. But it's all explained with relative density. There's an experiment I'll post something for you that by a guy named Anthony Riley who did just a change in the salt content of water, and it changed the position of the egg that was floating in it. So, and it has the independent variable and the dependent variable. All he did was change the medium, and then the egg moved. So gravity wasn't even a factor there.
Well, unfortunately, he doesn't care about any of that. He thinks the Cavendish experiment or non-experiment proves that he's on a ball, which has nothing to do with the shape of anything he's standing on.
But even so, if there was some sort of attraction that could be found, then some people might say it's magnetism, but or some kind of static.
Right,
force, but-
right. That's the point. Is that has nothing to do with the shape of the floor. Again, there's even right. So flat earthers believe in gravity. We can say that. That's fine. That doesn't change the shape of the floor. Great.
Well, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have gravity in the flat Earth.
No, that's a lie. No, there's no rules. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. There's no rules to gravity. You can't. You just lied again. There's no such thing where gravity says that it only works with balls. That's what gravity does not state. That I'm sorry.
But regardless, yeah. So there could be a force still of some sort, but we're not even claiming that there's a force or believing in gravity or any of that. Not that I speak for everyone, but some people in here will say that there's a static force that accounts for some kind of acceleration. Maybe not the force that actually attracts things to the Earth, but if there was an acceleration that could be determined, it might be something to do with the dielectric plane and a static force, magnetism, that kind of thing. So without gravity doesn't have to be the spinning ball. It's not like one goes hand in hand with the spinning ball.
Last time I checked, I don't know if there's any flat earthers saying that there's no depth to the flat Earth. So every flat earther that I know thinks that the Earth has depth to it. So there's no argument here.
Is there a center to it? I guess.
How would we know that? That's the whole point.
It's irrelevant, right? It's irrelevant.
All right, so
we don't know the size.
The only thing a flat earther will claim is that they observe their environment, and by default, you observe your environment. In fact, if you didn't know better, you would think that you're on a stationary plane. That's all you
right,
can
but there's
observe.
a problem here. Right, but the big problem here is that this guy is trying to make a non-claim.
I know,
based on this idea that there has to be a certain shape, like gravity only works with certain shapes. Right. Last time I checked, not everything's a ball, so this is just some sort of psychosis that he's stuck in.
Well,
I didn't say ball. I never said ball.
When they're new to this subject,
you just said it can't be flat. You just said it can't be flat. There's some sort of psychological law. That's correct. That means that means you're stupid because you can't say it can't be anything.
No, that means
you can't say it can't be anything. You're lying. No, you're lying.
Hold on,
just as I knew you would. You're lying as usual. No, you're just lying again as usual. You're lying through your teeth because it works.
I never. Yes, you're lying through your tongue. I never said
that it works on all masses, not just balls. So you're just lying through your teeth like you always do.
I never said ball.
I don't know. Is this guy new or not new?
I never said ball.
No, he's not new. He's an old troll. He's just doing it as usual. No big deal.
Okay.
Dude. You need to stop being a false witness.
No, you're lying. You said it can't be flat. That's a lie. There's no such thing as something.
I never said ball.
Already dependent on a flat surface. You lied.
Dude,
I'm
so
sorry.
you have selective hearing.
What he believes in is a spheroid, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, he's lying. He's lying through his teeth. No, he'll hide from his own claim. He'll never make his own claim.
When did I say that it's like a spheroid or it's a ball? When did I utter those words?
What do you think?
It's irrelevant. You're hiding from your own claim now. That's the point.
I never
You're hiding
said
from
it's
the
a ball
claim
or
where you
anything.
said it
All I
can't
said
be
is-
flat. That's a lie. Saying it can't be flat when you have no claim for anything that it can
I never
be in the
claimed
first
it
place.
can't be a rhombus, it can't be a trapezoid. I didn't say
You're just lying through your teeth and you're just spiraling.
What are you saying then, Juju?
Hold on. I'm gonna witness righteously. Juju believes in a globe Earth. I've heard him debate in other servers, and Exo and me have seen him argue. Now he might pretend that he's not a glober, but that's just to give himself a shield.
Okay.
No, because like right now, look, I've never said it is a globe, it is a ball, it is a sphere.
You did. Not here at least, but you did. Many times.
I've never said that.
I want
Never
to kill
once.
it. Can I kill
Sure,
it?
two people testifying.
Juju,
that.
are they lying, bro? Or are you lying?
Absolutely, they're freaking trolls from the other server, dude.
he's
Something I never claimed it is a ball.
Juju's lying. I'll put my life on
I can put my hand on the Bible.
If you're not saying it's a globe,
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are lying. I don't know why.
Wait, Juju, what are you saying it
several
is?
months troll this subject. I'm
Don't say
sorry.
don't say what you're not saying it is. Say what it is. What is it? What is it?
I don't know what the thing is. All I said is it's true.
He said it can't be flat. Anything but flat, like a true religious zealot. Yep.
No,
I'm sorry,
look,
bro, but
'cause, like, look,
Juju,
what I'm gonna do.
Say, Juju, listen, bro. You did say what you thought it was earlier in the beginning when you first started.
Not flat.
What does that have to do with mass attracting mass?
Psychotic.
Okay, so if it's
not a ball,
if it's true where it's not where it's not due to like electromagnetism or like whatever that is, or things like that. If it's none of those things, And if it's literally like mass attracting mass, like this force, then it will mean like it's not that this Earth is not flat, and that's all I'm saying.
But you've been in this conversation, you already know. Wait, you already know mass attracting mass is already old news. They don't even claim that anymore.
All right, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave.
Bending of space time, right? You know,
Don't
Einstein.
leave until I kill your false belief, bro.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm
helping
going
you
to
obfuscate. They've been helping you obfuscate, and I really want to get down to the principle of the matter. Don't you want to see how this turns out?
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rewatch it, take those notes, come back, and then tell y'all about it. And I'm sure
I got some professors. I've cited some sources here. You want to hear what the professors say, right?
No, he doesn't. He's not interested.
Yeah, sure. Like,
Okay, cool.
but something I will do is I will rewatch at some point, come back, say it to y'all, and then hear what y'all
you're
got to say,
welcome to come back.
and then I'm gonna. No, I mean you can tell me whatever, but later on I'm going to like rewatch it, take some notes, come back.
All right, just follow my directions. At 24 minutes past the hour, if you'll click on that, right? This is the subject matter that you brought up: gravitational force, an attractive force that exists between all objects with mass. An object with mass attracts other objects with mass. So that's Newtonian's law of gravity, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then if you scroll down after that, so we have the double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire the bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits, point A. We close that slit and open another slit and a bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fire the same bevy of electrons a slit, we must get 18 hits. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does this mean? This is the end of Newtonian physics, Professor of Yale. All right, so what is the next one? First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics, Professor of Yale. Today, we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up just to destroy them, shoot them down. Professor of Yale. So what is the Professor of Yale trying to tell you in those three things? What does the nail in the coffin mean? Is he promoting Newtonian mechanics?
No, it means that you're putting up a case against it. It's the thing that destroys it or shows there's no good.
So what does it mean when he's going to build somebody up just to destroy them, shoot them down, shot down? What does that mean? Is that a good thing?
I mean, self-explanatory. You know,
right. And what does the end of Newtonian physics mean? According to Professor Shankar.
As well.
Right. So you can go back to your video if you want to. Just know that the Professor Yale, Professor Shankar, he's the chair professor of physics. So he's like the head guy.
So I noticed you brought up the double slit experiment. Can you please reiterate what you were saying? I'm trying to understand. How does that connect to?
You shot Newtonian particles, and they expected them to do a certain thing, right? But they didn't, which completely debunked Newtonian physics with an experiment, by the way.
Yeah, but that was part of being like a wave, acting as a wave or as a particle. That's what the double slit experiment.
Okay, no, here it is. Here's the double slit experiment. It's as simple as can be. The knower of the Witch path information collapses the wave function. That's the results. If there's a knower, a camera, trying to figure out what slit it's going through, the wave function collapses. But all you need to know is that's the end of Newtonian mechanics, according to the professor who's much smarter than me. I have no idea how smart the guy is, probably 10 times smarter than me.
Okay.
But you can go back to YouTube if you like and learn all about the Cavendish.
I still don't see how that connects to gravity or anything like that. Because
you would have to ask the professor. Yeah.
Yeah, because that experiment was about it.
He's completely blind. He cannot comprehend the slightest thing, even when his own slave masters tell him what they believe. So
dude, you're going on mute. So
it's not about evidence. He's just
all right. You're on mute.
He's
already lied so many times. Tell me because I can't hear.
Hey, actually, we're not going to mute people in here, man. Everybody's going to stay unmuted in here, so you got to keep him unmuted. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring his volume to like an absolute near zero.
No, because here's what happens. Here's what happens. Then everybody is going to talk over you or him or both. It's going to get really messy and nasty. So here's what we should do instead. Let's try to all focus our intention on the conversation and not our egos. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Then if it's just that, then yeah, sure. I just don't waste time with people talking. Incorporate a bunch of fat into a conversation.
You've already lied so many times, though. You've lied so many times.
Anyways, I'm really trying to understand because like that test about the wave particle. Like, do you have like a video where the dude talks about how that makes a case against gravity or something? Because if you do, I'll definitely watch
on
it.
those links, I'm pretty sure some of those are videos.
Where are the links?
Oh, in the live stream voice text. Yeah, you didn't follow me there. I
can send a picture book to your house. I'm sorry.
Let me see. Hold on. Live stream voice 6.
Oh, it does appear their transcript, so there are videos somewhere. So,
like, did you just upload, or has it just been there for a while? I guess
it's 24 minutes past the hour. Hank Hill posted. The first thing I posted is the link about your Newtonian mechanics, right? It's just verifying that mass attracting mass is in fact Newtonian mechanics that week. Let's squirm into that. And then everything after that is tearing it down 3 times in a row.
I'm just trying to look for this right now. You said it's in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, that's the room right above the room that we're in. Hashtag live stream. Dash voice text.
Okay. All right, I see it.
All right, 24 minutes past the hour. Hank Hill posted something.
Wait. Is it a link? Okay, I see it. So it's not a video. It's
there's a
link.
few links. Yeah, there's a few links there.
Okay.
I posted several things.
Okay. All right, just tag my name in this, and I'll just check it out. All right, I appreciate that. I'll definitely check that out. And by the way, for anyone else listening, if you're trying to have a conversation with somebody and you want them to see things from perspective, you only talk about the topic at hand, and you don't resort to unnecessary and empty.
My friend, Hank, I gotta stop you there, dude. You please don't come into someone else's server and tell them how to speak. Please don't.
I don't
do that.
care. I'm saying it anyway. I don't care. I don't care.
Is he kicked? Did he get kicked?
I don't know.
Hopefully not before he got all 3 of those links in it.
I'm sure he'll be back.
I think he did.
Troll some more. He loves to troll the topic. Yep.
I was just trying to educate the guy.
He doesn't want that, Hank.
Correct.
He's like 106 years behind on his gravity there.
But
he's not anywhere. Dude, he's just lost. He doesn't know where to go, what to trust, because it's all fake. So imagine everything that you have to choose from to merely believe instead of know about is fake, and you know it. But to fit in with the crowd, you got to pick one of the fucking things. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
But the problem with him is, like, and many other Globers, is like he comes in with a very strong belief before he even did his own research on his own model. Like, that's very irrational. Why would you believe in something that you haven't read upon that much?
He's a habitual liar, Shin. He's a habitual liar. He's been caught many times. He's been doing this for months now.
Yeah, like, just to like give you an idea what kind of person he is, like, he lies just to get an advantage in a debate or anywhere else, really. He's a pathological liar. He lies without reason or, for the slightest things.
Correct. I've seen it.
I was just trying to be kind of listening to this guy, man, but he was really wasting a lot of our time with what he was trying to give us, because we've listened to these people always talk about it, and he was going over the same things. But when we were trying to, it was like he was trying to just refuse the information on what we were giving him. That's what
right,
it seems
it's worse
like.
than that. Right, Master Chief. He's worse than that because he's one of these people that won't make a claim because he's scared to make a claim about his own belief system. So his claim is that, well, it just can't be flat. That's the claim. You see, it's a psychosis.
Right.
But deep
And by the way, I did not
Glover,
take
right
that
away.
picture of the lady in Walmart.
But he's deep within
Bro, that
Glover.
had me cracking up, bro. I was over here laughing, dude. I was like, he saw that lady sitting on that bag of meat and was like, this woman snapped.
What are we talking about?
I thought Hank had taken a picture of somebody sitting on meat, and she was wearing a mat. Like, yeah, she was sitting on top of meat, bro, and it was just nah, on top of meat, on top of food, bro. You know,
Ew.
sit anywhere else, just not on top of the food, like, bruh.
Yeah, but like in short,
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead. In short.
yeah, just as my last explanation on what kind of person he was or is, like I'm just bearing a righteous witness right now. Like I'm not lying. I'm just saying what I've seen from him. When he explained stuff, he would usually go on a whole long tangent without making any claims or any points, and he does that often in a debate, like to try to like set you off, and he interrupts people a lot. I mean, he hasn't done it now, but he will when he gets comfortable in a certain place.
Right, but all I was hearing him was just stating a claim that he couldn't back up.
Yeah.
No, the Earth isn't flat. No, the Earth isn't round. I'm like,
remember,
the fact that he even said that. I'm sorry. But
Right,
the fact
remember,
that he
Master
even
Chief,
said that.
his claim is it can't be flat. That's his claim.
Right. It can't be flat, nor he also said that it can't be a sphere too. He wasn't claiming that it was a sphere, but I'm pretty
He said
sure
he won't claim a sphere. Right. He's claiming he won't claim a sphere. That way he can protect
Right.
his own religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught that too as well. Exo and Master Chief. I caught that as well. So yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that people would come in here. To be honest, I want to blow it again.
I mean, he has to believe in. I mean, he has to.
Well, you don't have to believe in anything. You don't have to believe in anything. Yeah, when it comes,
that's what I didn't mean to say.
When it comes to this topic,
what I was trying to say was that he was claiming the Earth neither flat nor a sphere. So, therefore, like he was just playing with our minds after that, because
just like
the whole argument or the whole debate or the whole conversation in the first place is whether we are figuring out whether this is a sphere or whether it's not a sphere, because we know that there are other globers or flat earthers, or there's other earthers that believe whether the Earth is what it is. There's earthers that believe that there's an Earth below us. Really, there's a world below us.
Well, hold on. Earth itself has always been Earth. It's the way that Earth presents itself. Now, if you try to attribute a shape to Earth, then that's where the claim begins. And then if you have a claim about a shape of Earth, then that's where the argument begins, right? Because all of us experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. I don't care if you're fucking astronaut or airplane pilot or whatever. When you're, especially if you're a pilot, I guess, right? Airplane. Why do they call it an airplane? But anyway, so where does this come from? Where's this idea of the globe come from? It definitely doesn't come from anywhere like natural. It really comes from some nefarious source, because nobody on Earth actually experiences the globe. So it's just kind of.
Let me point out a housekeeping thing real quick, Helio Skeptic. Let me point out this housekeeping thing real quick, which is a really good thing that Glatflobe did, which is to, as soon as somebody gets that triggered and says that they're going to mute somebody, Glatflobe did the right thing, which he announced that no, you're not going to mute anybody in here. So even if somebody doesn't agree with me, for him to do that, and the point is that not all of us agree with each other, but when we know we're on the same team when it comes to this topic, you do want to always unconditionally back your fellow person backing your claim unconditionally, just so you know.
And I'll tell you what, that's a rule in the server. If you individually mute someone and we're talking amongst each other and you can't hear us talk, that's an automatic ban.
I think that's flat out disrespectful, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if that happens, I mean, if we notice that someone is individually muted someone, not I mean, if one of the admins or mods mute someone, that's something different. But if you individually mute someone, locally mute someone, then that's automatic ban.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
And last thing I'll say on that is, if we're all adults, then we won't have to do any of that stuff, right? If we can just talk like adults.
And since I run the YouTube channel too, if you do that on the YouTube channel, that's the same thing. Same thing goes for the YouTube channel too.
It's a good practice in life, man. Just be an adult to your fellow adult.
You mute the YouTube channel, you're gonna get bit. Sorry.
If you can't see what people are saying on YouTube, and you're just gonna think you're gonna talk shit, and the people you don't like, you're just gonna block them, individually. Same thing.
Sorry to interrupt, but muting the YouTube channel? What exactly do you mean? Like, I'm not watching the channel right now. Like,
no, I was making a joke.
This live stream is going 24 hours a day on YouTube. So, but you, as if you have a YouTube account and you're in the live YouTube chat, and if you block someone on YouTube so that they can't see you chatting, and because you got pissed off at them, but everybody else can see your chat, but they can't see yours, that just kind of means you're a punk. You're a punk. No, it's not fair.
No, hold on. It's fair that's a rule. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say. I was like, no, if you block somebody on the YouTube chat, and then you can keep talking shit about them and they can't see your chat, or just because you don't like what they say, you block them individually. No. I mean, it's just like, it's an open platform. Well, on the YouTube chat, it's an open platform. And here it's an open platform.
And the fact that you're going to sit there and mute an individual just because either one, you don't like their voice, or two, they're disagreeing with you every step of the way of you trying to explain yourself, that is
Here, let me say something about this. It's like this. Let me make it visual. Hold on, Helio. Please, Helio.
Been going good. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, good. That's good. Okay, so let me visualize this with everybody. Imagine going to a party. And imagine entering a room where there's a group of somebody's 5, 10, whatever people having a conversation about a specific topic. You come in, and initially you wait your turn, and you speak when spoken to, like an adult. After a while, though, it becomes more and more frustrating and anxiety-inducing to speak about this topic, because, man, you want to say something, right? You want to get yours in. You want to have your slice of pie. and make sure that it's important in this conversation. I need to be relevant. Well, that's a problem. So at that point, there's a crossroads. You can either act like an adult and hang back, right? Like a wise man once said, nothing kind of deal. Or you can start going up to people and literally putting your hand on their mouths while they're speaking. Because that's what you do when you mute somebody in a server, right? You don't just walk into the room and start putting your hand up to people's faces. Does that make sense? So that's how I see it. Just be respectful, be an adult like you would in person. Thank you.
I'll tell you what I do. I ask them pertinent questions so that I can help them expose themselves. In the YouTube chat or in this chat, I'll ask them, hey.
Oh, man, those YouTube kids, they expose themselves by just being there and saying anything.
Well, sure, and a lot of people that have been there a long time know not to just block them because they're tired of hearing their shit. But the purpose of the channel and the Discord is to introduce new people to the topic. And so everyone that's a veteran here, just be patient, it's all good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I always hate, though, man, when people block here, individually block people in Discord and on the YouTube chat. I just don't like that shit. It's like everybody else is talking. I mean, you only want to hear from the people, from your friend.
Well, right. They show up to dominate
if I find out that you blocked someone on the YouTube chat, I want to block you. I mean, it's just like you're just scared at that point. You're scared of someone's opinion.
Right. They come to dominate instead of demonstrate.
I get pissed off when people individually block people. That shit doesn't.
That's what it is.
Right with me.
They come to dominate instead of demonstrate because they can't. They can't. All they can do is fabricate. I'm rhyming up here. Where's Battlemon?
He must be busy because I haven't heard from him.
Feel like Van Wilder wrote that down.
Nice. Yeah, when it's late at night and I've had a little bit of medicine. No, really, it's like if in my medicine, I get high. Like if I just stay up late enough now, I'm starting to get old. I'm basically 40, so it's like my body's like, all right, buddy. It's a lot of shit you cannot do it for fun anymore, man. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. You're done. It's done. Forget about it. I helped my friend move today, and that's what I'm talking about. I've had to take so many over-the-counter painkillers like turmeric and Advil and shit, but I tell you guys, don't get old. That's all I'm saying. It's for suckers. It's for the birds.
I have a question.
Yeah, what do you got?
Shape aside, can we talk about the animals that have lived on Earth?
Wait. Animals that are left, is that what you said? Animals that are left?
That have lived.
Oh, have left Earth?
Lived. I'm sorry, English isn't my primary language.
No, you're fine. So you're saying animals that have lived on Earth. Okay, cool. What's your question about that?
Do you guys believe in giants and that giants have existed and such alike?
I believe there were men that were much larger in the past, but
not just larger, opinion. But actual.
I mean, 12 to 20 feet tall. Yes, there were men, in my opinion. But I mean, don't buy into any of my stuff. I have some other, but we don't talk about that often. But why are you asking this?
Perhaps trying to get a new conversation going. Because like
I'll
I've
get you,
found something,
I'll get you something. I'll pull something up for you.
like I found something like a piece of like the leaked emails of Hillary Clinton. One of them included that she asked, I don't know who, about the Nephilim bones. She asked them to like take the Nephilim bones to the resurrection room, and that she also found Gilgamesh, like Gilgamesh's corpse.
All right. Do
and
you
so
see what I
on.
just posted? 51 minutes
Yes.
after the hour. You're welcome.
What's this about exactly? Is it like giant
Chronicling
related?
America. Yeah, this is giant related. Yeah, Chronicling America is Library of Congress. See, it says loc.gov. It's our old newspapers from the past, and I've set the parameters between 1800 and 1920. And you can see that there was quite a bit of building going on during the Industrial Revolution, and quite a few foundations were being built, and they uncovered quite a few giant bones. Now, the interesting term that I chose specifically because giant bones will equally pull up dinosaur bones as it will pull up human bones. The interesting thing about this is the number of hits that you get from giant bones.
Hey, Hank, in this, when they studied this, what was the timeline? Was it like, I would say recent, like 1800s or 1700s, or was
Well, I set the parameters between.
much prior?
I set the parameter at the top. If you scroll to the top and right next to it where it says giant bones, I put all states and from 1800 to 1920. So you can set the parameters.
That's what I was thinking. So yeah, it's like
the newspaper
like I was
taking
talking about
over.
earlier. The timeline's off. Anyway, yeah, it's like history of America. Okay.
But then it begs a question, like, why are they hiding, like, why isn't it public knowledge? Like, why are they trying to hide it as much as they are?
You went into a museum and you saw like a 12-foot badass, like Amazon woman with a, 12-foot battle axe. You might like consider looking at that Bible again, right?
Yeah.
And the Bible tells you that you're a free man made in the image of God, and that the state has no authority over you except for what you delegate to the state. But if you're in the museum and you see dinosaur bones and, the monkey men evolution, right, you might think that there is no God and the state is your God, and you bow down to the state, make you a good citizen.
Hey, and you know what else? Between 1900 and 2000, right? If they could create a whole culture through manipulation and propaganda. Now, not to say that blood wasn't spilt, in World War I, World War II, and even in the even prior to that, in the the war between the states and all that kind of shit.
Right.
I mean, it's a hard struggle to force the propaganda forward. But this right here, to hide the truth about Earth, I guess. I mean, or at least as far as America's concerned. But it also involves Northern Europe. All of it involves Northern Europe through the past couple hundred years, right? All of it. Yeah, we shouldn't bring that shit up here, Hank. My bad.
Well, I didn't bring it up.
Is it for
somebody else did, right?
I mean,
Giants.
Yeah, like
Yeah, there's some crazy
I
shit
live in
going
Texas,
on.
right? You can search the words Rockwall giant skull, and you'll see that there was giant skulls found in Rockwall, Texas, or a giant skull that was roughly this. His eye sockets were the size of a bushel of apples. Now, a bushel is a basket. So think about people back in the 1800s picking apples or picking crops. They would have had like a basket that you could carry up and down a tree, right? And that's how big the eye sockets were. But yeah, this is known.
Yeah, and
also like dinosaurs never existed. Like they're basically dragons. Like if you look, dinosaur basically means scary lizard, like horrific, terrific lizard, which would basically mean dragon. Like it comes down to the same thing.
that's possible. Yeah. Well, it's just like it. So there's so much shit that I could say, but I'm not going to say it because we're live streaming. So
Well, I mean, don't say it. Just look what I just did. Click on that link. I mean, you can't really deny.
well, I'm talking about the wars and stuff, and now
Yeah,
so much.
YouTube is very sensitive on that.
And it's not because people didn't go there and die and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying the reasons are.
Well, there's a website I just found for you, forbiddenhistory.info. You might like that, Helio.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Damn, I clicked that link and wound up on Facebook. It says.
It happened. Hey Hank, I have a archive.org channel where you can watch some stuff. And I mean it's just
post it.
It's just information. It's not I don't believe everything of that. Just like I don't believe everything of the fucking US propaganda.
Also,
but if I put this shit up on YouTube, they'll take it right down.
I've heard that there are a lot of flat Earth pilots, like who, steer airplanes. Are there any in this server by any chance?
Yeah, we've had several pilots come through here that that they're not flying over a globe. Yeah, I mean, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like I was curious if he had any of them.
I mean, yeah, we've had several, but they're not frequent here, I guess. But do you think in your mind, you're not a pilot, right?
No, I'm not.
All right, but do you know how pilots fly? They use an airplane and they use a gyroscope to navigate across Earth.
I haven't heard of that part before.
Okay, well, just look up gyroscopes, man. Study that before you ask questions.
Oh no, I was just curious about whether we had pilots.
Oh yeah. There's several flat Earth pilots, so I don't mind that. A lot of flat Earth pilots.
Because I would assume that there would be a lot because they would be flying so high up and they would see no curvature at all.
Wait. It doesn't matter what altitude you're at. If you're flying across a globe, you're flying across a globe. Doesn't matter what altitude you're flying at. Do you think that if you're flying lower and the speed would make a difference? I mean, where do you think that? Okay, what do you mean then?
I mean, like the arguments that Globers make is like you're so low below, right? Like you're on ground level, so you quote unquote wouldn't be able to see the curvature, but pilots are already so high up. But the fact that pilots can't see the curvature would already make a statement.
So if you're flying 10,000 feet, it might as well be flat. But if you're flying 35,000 feet, it also might as well be flat because gravity knows what to do because you're on an airplane and you're maintaining altitude.
What I mean is like there's no curvature to be seen anywhere, as no matter how high you go up.
All right. So no matter, I mean, what about 50,000, 80,000 feet? No curvature, right? I mean, what?
Yeah, correct. No curvature.
All right. So, all right. Absent all planes, what altitude would you expect to see curvature?
I mean, I would expect to see none if I would answer honestly.
Okay, so if you're flying a plane, you're confusing me. I mean, are you really just bullshitting me for the sake of bullshit, or
no? I think we're just talking past each other. Like
maybe so. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see curvature from any altitude either. If I'm flying an airplane, there's a reason it's called an airplane because it's moving across a plane, maintaining altitude. I wouldn't expect a plane to ever think that it's flying over the curvature of the Earth. Doesn't matter what altitude it's traveling.
I posted a few articles, of giant skulls being found. Those were just a few that are going to be in the Library of Congress. You'll be able to find them. There's a bunch. There's a whole bunch. Some of them are like actual dinosaur giant bones. But I think that there was two guys who were competing in like the 1800s to find these giant bones, and I think that it got so out of hand that they were kind of forging some of the finds. Like there's some dinosaurs where they found a tooth, and they created like a whole artist rendition out of what they think this dinosaur looked like. And there's been lots of frauds like Piltdown Man and stuff like that, pushing evolution that toured America and probably the rest of the world for like 50 years, and then later on they found out that it was an ape jawbone that was filed down to fit a human skull, and like it went around the world for 50 years pushing evolution before someone called it out as a fake.
Hey Hank, I just sent you a message. Take some time to watch that when you get a chance. I'm not gonna.
Goody! Thank you.
I decided I'm not going to post that whole archive thing here because there's a lot of controversial videos on there, right? That I have. But anyway, that one right there, if you haven't seen it, it's totally tripped out. It's from the guy that made the No Force on Flat Earth video, but it's something else he made.
But Helio, just to make sure there are no misunderstandings here. Like what I was trying to say, right? Let's say someone is a Glober at some point, right? And then they become a pilot and they go so high up and they still see no curvature. So I would assume they would put aside that belief if they're an honest man and look more into why there's no curvature. And thus also like...
Yeah, but hold on. I mean, the majority of pilots on Earth, they're trained to travel from one airport to another, right? I mean, would you ever... I mean, you only do an emergency landing if there's not an airport you're going to land at, right? So there's a flight path before you leave. You leave from one airport, and then you maintain level altitude until you land at another airport. Doesn't matter what type of plane it is. It's the same pattern, right? I mean, if you're a free pilot, if you're a pilot and you only go about 10,000 feet, you kind of cruise around a little bit, play around, but you always let the airport know that you're going to be landing, whatever. But if you're a commercial pilot, you always let them know. I mean, you always have a flight plan, right? So you're going to fly from one airport to another. Nothing to do with the globe Earth at all. There are no commercial flights that just randomly go anywhere. That's
but
insane.
that's not what I see. Like, it's like you're looking at the horizon, right? Right now, there's no curvature, and if there's
why are you distracting from? This isn't the horizon. This is one aircraft traveling from an airport to another airport. Nothing to do with the horizon.
No, but I think you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say with this from the beginning.
Well, you better make it succinct because I'm about to bust it out.
Like, what I mean with curvature is basically the horizon, right? If you see no curvature on the horizon, there's no reason to believe in the globe Earth. Correct?
Hold on. You say the curvature is the horizon? Did you just say that?
Wait.
Helio, are you deliberately trying to misunderstand him? Because I'm following along exactly what he said, and nothing he said needs a contradiction. He just said that when you're flying, you never see any curvature, which you agreed. You said, yes, the plane flies at an altitude till the next airport and lands. So you guys are in agreement, but you're almost thinking he's trying to argue something against you. But I think he's just thinking out loud, processing his thoughts of why not more pilots.
Hey, cool. Hey, man, I'm on defensive a little bit, but that's cool. Yeah, I get you. So is that what do you agree with him?
Yes, 100%.
Right, cool,
like, I'm just trying to convey my thoughts. If I would be thinking there should be way more flat Earth pilots than we would expect. Because
I think they're all flat Earth. I mean, look, all pilots just travel from one port to another. They're just going from one airport to another. They're not flying over the globe Earth. I mean, think about how many hundreds of airplanes fly over Earth every day. Thousands, right? And they're not like all of the airplanes are not just going, I'm going from New York to London, or I'm going from New York to Memphis or Dallas to, whatever. And anyway, it was like, I'm going to fly over the Earth, north, south, east, west. They're traveling in all different types of directions, but none of them are considering the curvature of the Earth ever. None of them.
Correct.
But this is where I think, it's when you discover that the Earth is flat is when you realize that there should be curvature on the horizontal horizon line.
Yes.
As a baller, they believe because things vanish into the distance, that's the curvature. So at any time, at any altitude, when you see something vanishing into the distance, the baller assumes that is the curvature. The flat earther says, all right, if there's curvature on that Z axis, why isn't there curvature on the Y axis? But it's like ballers never think about why.
That's not even to mention the spin too. That's not even to mention the freaking curve. I mean, the spinning of the Earth too. I mean, that's just the curvature.
But like the vanishing point is always there. So the glober always says there's curvature because they don't understand the vanishing point is just a point at which things vanish. In their simple minds, they think the vanishing point is behind the curvature. And therefore, if you ever can see a vanishing point, it means it's curvature.
Mm.
Yeah, and I also sent an image in live stream voice text. Like, that's what I mean. Like, if you see no, like at the horizon, nothing, like, no curvature. It would be mental gymnastics to say that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's mental gymnastics. I mean, especially, it's really cool that you brought up the airplanes, right? Because they're as far as you being able to travel across Earth at in the fastest way. An airplane is the fastest way we can travel across Earth, right? So when you travel from one airport to another, if you think you're moving in an arc from one airport to another, you're delusional. That's not the way an airplane moves.
Is the shortest distance an arc?
Yeah.
They always used to say it was an arc, and it's like, no, it's a straight line.
I think I know where the misunderstanding comes now from. From the, I didn't mean the flight path of, how do you say it, the airplane. I purely meant the horizon, like the curvature.
No, I get that, and yes, we often argue the horizon, but when we're talking about airplanes, if you travel from one airport to another, it doesn't matter whether it's 100 miles or 2,000 miles. Where is this arc? You're going in a straight line. This is the way that the plane is designed, the map and everything is designed. You're traveling in a straight line. There is no arc involved. Some people will try to tell you they're using an arc map and all this kind of stuff. They're lying to you. They don't do this. They go from one straight line port to another port. They launch from one port, they land at another port. Straight line.
And the flights, how do you say it? The flights also make way more sense on a flat Earth map than it does on a globe. Like,
sure.
I also sent like an image, since it would show like a direct flight path from one to the other.
Well, it's like even if you want to take a path from South America to Australia, you're going to have to go north, because who in their right mind would go across the South Pacific? There's nothing there. You're probably going to die. You probably run out of fuel. You're going to have to go north before you go south. Anyway.
They always claim that where you're going to land thing. But if you look at how many emergency landings actually take place, it's like one every 5 years or so. You would plan out the full route. You would take sufficient fuel. It actually doesn't matter whether it's over land or water. It's just a convenient excuse for them to not fly directly the shortest route. Because if it was a ball and those continents were at the bottom of the ball with a tiny little latitude line, it would make obvious sense that you would just cut across and use 1/3 of the fuel required to go north and hug the shoreline and then come all the way back down south again. But they make it like, if there was a problem or something, what would we do? But then you look on the Atlantic side, when they cross from, say, China to the US, the only way is over water. And why is that considered acceptable? But the tiny little stretch between Australia and South America is unacceptable over water because of risk. But yet everywhere else we fly over water.
Would you fly over the South Pacific with nowhere to land? I mean, that's the most dangerous route you could ever take. I mean,
So when I fly-
you would spend like freaking over 24 hours, I think, going across the South Pacific with nowhere to land if there was any problems. That would be the most ridiculous route to take.
But remember, the South Pacific, we're talking south now, should be a smaller latitude line than the equator, which means it's not 24 hours of flying. It's 24 hours of flying because it's a flat Earth, and those continents are literally tens of thousands of miles apart. But if it was on a sphere and those continents were wrapping down towards the South Pole and getting closer and closer together, as you get closer towards the bottom of the ball, it would
Should be able to just fly over Antarctica and go.
Yeah, and when I fly from Europe to the US, you have to cross the ocean to get there. And you spend 6 to 7 hours just seeing water. Now, if we were that scared that any time we flew over water, that water was a major concern, we would never fly over water. We would always have land routes.
No, it happens over the Atlantic all the time. So that's not the problem.
So what does being 30,000 feet above the Atlantic differ with being 30,000 feet above the Pacific?
It's because, in the northern, quote unquote, hemisphere, there's more help. That's where the most traffic is. So it's like, for anyone to try to book a flight from, say, Sao Paulo in Brazil or Santiago, Chile to Perth, Australia, across the South Atlantic, nobody's over there. Nobody's there to help. So you wouldn't necessarily travel that way. Not to say that that has anything to do with shape or anything. There's nothing there. Nobody. If you had a plane that had big enough balls to fly that far and enough fuel, then God bless you. Whether or not you think that the flat Earth, the A projection it's fairly accurate or whatever, you want to travel from those two different places, I would rather do a couple layovers, like fly from Sao Paulo to fucking somewhere in Brazil, and then go to Dallas, and then go to New York, and then freaking fly to freaking Dubai, and then go over to fucking Australia. I don't want to fly over South Atlantic. That would be ridiculous.
So
you have to be out of your mind to try to jump on an airplane that would be flying over the South Pacific.
But that's a pre-programmed response, because I'm looking at my globe now, and if I look at the distance between, say, China and Los Angeles.
Show me your globe.
Okay, so listen to the point. The distance between China and Los Angeles is almost the identical distance between Australia and Chile. They both require covering a massive surface.
Show me your globe, Flutter Solar.
Yeah, just trying to set it up so that I can explain what I'm showing.
I want to see your globe. I sure as shit wouldn't want to be in an airplane over the South Pacific. I promise that much. East or west? Holy shit. It's a long freaking path. Nothing in the way. Nothing in the way. Oh, me and Jen are supposed to work on that song. Damn. Come up this Saturday night. Nothing way. Ooh, nothing's in the way. Yeah. Shit, it's 2:00. I gotta go to bed. I gotta work tomorrow. I think it's good talking to you guys tonight.
Yeah, likewise.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Just woke up.
Good morning.
Hi. I mean, it's morning. I guess it's morning. Yeah, it's 3:30. That's morning to me.
Yeah.
I'm still on my old schedule. I used to deliver newspapers, so I'd have to be there at like 2 in the morning. And if I go to bed before like 10 o'clock, I get up at like 2 or 3. It's like a habit now. You guys talking about Giants and stuff, I think I saw?
Yeah, for a part.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool picture. I hadn't seen that. I think I came into a dead conversation.
No, like Flat Earth Solar was looking for, a representation of his argument.
Oh, okay.
Helio, why do you share this with everybody, bro? This is like really interesting.
Helio is gone.
That you. Yeah.
Yo, God of One.
Hey, Stingy. What's going on?
Just chilling. What's up?
No, I just living in there. Seeing you in there.
At work still?
Yeah, unfortunately. But
right.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? What is the Earth?
Well, I observe flat. I have yet to observe any type of curvature. Yeah, so I'll just tell you my world experience is flat. And I don't see any type of curve.
Alright, and Genesis 1, remember?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
And the Bible clearly talks about a non-spinning flat Earth.
Yeah, firmament.
Yeah, but Genesis 1 isn't the only chapter.
You still there?
Like, Hideo had to go to sleep. He has work tomorrow. That's not the only Bible verse talking about the shape of the Earth.
Can you see the pictures I posted there?
The pictures, yes.
So if you look at the very, very top one, you'll see China to USA, basically the entire surface of that ball. And if you look Australia to South America, it's also basically across the entire surface of that ball.
Mm-hmm.
So it's when you look at it on like a Mercator projection that all the northern hemispheres things are squeezed together that it makes it look significantly shorter route. But like I say, once you're at cruising altitude, 30,000 feet above, it doesn't matter if you're flying over the Pacific or the Atlantic or land, you're flying. And airplanes are always checked regularly to ensure that they won't have accidents. And the accidents are very few and far between. But the idea that they give us that we would never cross those southern oceans due to the risk of being stranded without assistance, well, then they should say that to every single flight anywhere, that there's a risk of being stranded without assistance. I hope you guys are aware of this, sort of make the client, customer aware of it. But it's generally just to fit a narrative that, that Southern Hemisphere is just so dangerous.
Yeah, but that to me sounds still like an excuse, because if so, we should ban cars altogether in highways, because the accidents that happen on highways, you're more likely to get hit by a car at any point than going through accident in an airplane.
Exactly. The risk to what they say, the potential to have an accident per trip, or the number of trips required before you have an accident, is exponentially higher with vehicles. And if anyone ever wondered, does these rules that are placed there to protect us and look after us and really make sure that we thrive, if they wanted everyone to live a healthy, happy life, they would supply insulin for free.
Yeah,
diabetic,
you're exactly
who
right.
can die from not having insulin. They have to buy their insulin, but yet they always use this excuse like they're doing this for your protection. We don't fly over the South for your protection. We wouldn't want you to be stranded. Your safety. As long as
Sounds
you
like
kept
a convenient excuse to me. We know for a fact that if the globe was true, they wouldn't care. They would care about profits, because that's what businesses are. They would take the shortest route, and then they would use the whole argument that, the same argument we're using right now. If it's the shortest path, why not take it? So these companies are just, it feels like they know the truth, but they're just hiding behind it, behind this whole globe model.
Yeah, it's so easy to hide behind that lie, because if we built an airplane and we saw that when we flew at this speed, it caused a lot of heating to the aircraft, and then we just put up our hands and gave up, because there's this heating effect, we can't get around it. But yet when we have that problem, we go find materials that don't heat up as much. We find valves and gaskets that don't melt at those temperatures, and we advance the entire aircraft so that it can now handle that strain and more. But yet they say we couldn't fly in the South because it's too cold. Now, in Alaska or Russia, where it is cold, they've developed hot water heating mechanisms. So they circulate warm water through an engine, and then it thaws the engine enough to start the engine at pretty much any temperature. So the point that if we can overcome the heating aspect, we could overcome the cooling or freezing aspect just as easily. But they use what you'll see, I'm sure you've seen already, that the Globers use two different excuses for two different things. They only treat the one thing by itself. So they don't like to look at both things and see that they're actually being hypocrites. Like when gravity needs to pull to the center, then that's great. But if gravity needs to hold in orbits, also great. Then it doesn't pull to center, then it just holds objects in orbits around it. But it just depends on which example they're using. Then they'll use either orbits or pulling to the center. It's the same with this, that they'll say, no, it's too cold in the south to fly, so we can't do that. But you're already flying at an altitude where it's almost sub-zero. It's minus 30, minus 40 at that altitude. And if those were temperatures we were encountering, we would develop technologies to negate or prevent those effects from negatively affecting the aircraft. So it's ludicrous.
Exactly, you're making really good points. And you also like opened up my mind to some other thing I've been speculating on earlier. Like I've been thinking, right? Like with this whole globe model, like if a moon is orbiting around the Earth, right? In this whole heliocentric model, why doesn't it crash into Earth? Like think about it. What's keeping it from like going in a perfect orbit around Earth? Like it only needs to get like 10 meters closer per year for it to crash into Earth at some point. Like what do they say? They say that the universe has existed for how long? 13 billion years, and the Earth has existed for like 4.6 billion.
Yeah, that moon
it only needed to get like 1 meter per year closer to Earth, or even 1 centimeter, to already hit the Earth to begin with.
Now let me make it even more illogical. The story of the moon is that another body, another planet, hit the Earth. It broke off a giant chunk of rock, and since the start of the moon's been getting further away from the Earth by so many feet per 1,000 years. So exactly like you said, we would only need 1 centimeter attraction every year, and the moon would have crashed into the Earth long ago. But their narrative, their actual story is the moon's getting further away. So tell me, how does gravity cause repulsion?
It's ludicrous.
How does gravity cause a moon to get further away from the Earth every year when gravity is supposed to attract to a center? And the only way that you could have something in a stable orbit is if you had sufficient attraction and repulsion so that you're keeping it locked in this, they call it like a quantum locking. You need so much attraction, but also not too much attraction that it actually gets the magnets to stick together. There has to also be some repulsion built into the magnet so that they never really touch. So the only way, if this is an attractive force, to prevent it touching would be a repulsive force. So what is that repulsive force that's keeping the moon at its orbit, firstly, but then secondly, making the moon go so many feet per 100 years away from the object that's attracting it? And then if you think about it in alignment with the sun, if it was sun, earth, and then moon, it would be the gravity of the sun pulling it in that direction and the gravity of the earth pulling it in that direction. The moon would move towards the earth a little bit. And then when it's on the other side, so it goes sun, moon, and then earth, then the sun would be pulling on the moon first and pulling the moon a little bit away from the earth. So this stable orbit that we're told is just nonsensical, because why isn't the gravity of the sun ever added to this?
Yeah, exactly. Like I would imagine it this way, like you said, like the Earth would pull into the moon, but then the sun at the same time would also pull onto Earth. Like at some point we would have been absorbed by the sun.
Maybe that's why they abandoned Newtonian physics.
I mean, even with the new gravity system, it would still hold up the arguments. Like,
I'm trying to think of how they would explain it with general relativity, other than it's generally relative.
I mean, isn't a more recent one with a particle, like with a boson particle called the gravitron?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know about it. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, they said they were searching for the graviton. I don't think it's been observed yet, but they think that there's a particle responsible for the gravitational effect. Like, can you say I'm a moron? Like, if you think that there's a particle responsible for a field, that's like saying I put two magnets next to each other, they create a coherent magnetic field. There must be magnetic particles sitting between the two magnets causing that field to occur.
That's just stupid. Yeah.
What you actually realize is that, like, if you imagine a wind tunnel and how the wind would move around certain objects, when you place two magnets near to one another, they're creating an interference pattern like that wind. And instead of there being two streams of wind across either magnet, at a certain point, when the magnets get close enough, the stream becomes one stream around the two of them, and then they push together.
Yeah,
or get,
like the
get
small
current retracted.
The small particles, the small magnetic particles that would be causing the interference would just be flipped on their poles and sucked into the magnet, right?
They would, yeah.
How do they stay geospatial?
But to think that it's a particle causing that, it's like to say that the waves that we see on the ocean, that there's actually a particle responsible for causing that crest shape. And it's not just simply the energy being transferred through the water that causes that cresting shape as the wave curls at the top, like a surfer likes that nice tunnel. As that wave curls over, then saying, no, that wave pattern is determined by a particle. So then we must search the entire ocean to try and find these particles that form these wave patterns. And it's
the Fibonacci particle.
It's just yeah. Like, let's search for a graviton particle because gravity's been disproven and we've now called it a bending of space-time. So yes, let's find a particle and make it responsible for all of the pseudoscience bullshit. And then we can at least just claim victory because we found the particle. And when you go and look at those large hadron colliders, everything is digitized. So they turn the machine on, there's a charge, then there's a discharge, and then the monitor screen tells them what they should be seeing. And they think that that's like absolute empirical proof.
It's like a never-ending, it's like a prototype, basically. Like it's just giving them a sample of what they should expect.
So with any video game, there's a programmed input and a programmed output.
Right.
And it's like you're getting a programmed output, but you're expecting that the programmed output is like a real phenomenon that you've captured. So when Sonic jumps, it's not
the question.
Press space bar. It's it's like a I lost the analogy.
Well, like this is kind of off topic, but I was wondering too, like, what stopped the Earth from forming into a pear? Like they say that as it was forming, there was some centrifugal force acting on it, causing it to get wider below the equator. But why did it stop getting wider? Like, how does centrifugal force just stop acting on the water and land?
And logically, why would it be below the equator?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no gravitational attraction downward. So like if you spun pizza dough, you can imagine that it starts to go over your hand because the weight of the dough is pulling down. So yes, that makes sense. But if you're in a weightless environment and you spin pizza dough, that shit's widening at the equator. That shit's not widening below the equator or above the equator. Logically, it would be on the equator, the outermost point where that centrifugal force will be the greatest. That is where it would be stretching. And like you say, if there was this rotational motion, it would flatten out over time. So the idea of it holding itself to a perfect sphere is there has to be this inward central attractive force that supersedes all the centrifugal motions that could distort that or overcome that inward vector that holds all this mass together. And then you discover that there's giant cave systems where there's huge hollow areas of the earth. Now, if mass attracts to a center and creates this layering, like a gobstopper type effect, how can you have hollow pockets? Because that layer of sand above the cave would have been attracted down to the layer below the cave, and it would have sealed off that cave if mass was attracting mass. It's like, to make like a dense cheese, if you apply pressure on the outside of it, it squeezes all the gas or the air pockets out. And then when it forms, it's a really dense, solid cheese. And then if you leave no pressure on the cheese and you let those bubbles pop naturally, you get those like cavernous areas in the cheese. So we're told gravity is like this downward squeezing pressure. So then this thing should be solidly dense from core to surface because there was this consistent pressure inward. You following that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just everything has holes. The more you look into, is gravity meant to pull to the center or create orbits? Does it create a repulsive force? How do you do elliptical orbits due to a constant gravitational attraction? Like there's just holes everywhere.
I mean, that's why they rely a lot on like psyops to begin with, like to make up for the holes. And a lot of the Globers who come in, basically, if you look at them, like they believe before they, know, if that makes sense. It's more like for example, they come in like 9 out of 10 of them is like, you ask them, why do you believe in they say the Earth is a globe. And then you respond to that with like, why do you think that? And then they say like, I trust what I've been handed, or they simply don't know why. So if I had to make an accurate statement, I would say that the globe model relies more on the sociology and psychology than it does on science.
Very well put.
I can speak for myself. It forced me into a spot where I had to justify. It wasn't an awakening into knowing that the Earth is spinning and we're in a solar system. I had to justify it. Everything. I had a lot of questions as a kid, I remember, but eventually I was just like, okay, I guess they explained it. But with Flat Earth, it was like it rang true through me, and it was like an awakening to what's actually knowable. I couldn't know anything about the globe, so it's like that sort of sticks with people. All the justifications that they made growing up, learning it, forcing their left brain to understand it. it just comes out now, and they're presented with alternative ideas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also, like, the same way you said it, that's basically the Occam's razor. Like, the globe doesn't pass that at all. It has too many presuppositions and too many mental gymnastics.
Yeah, and it sort of forces you into making those like mental leaps as a kid. You know, at least for me, I can speak for me. I remember I had to kind of abandon my logic. I was like, that doesn't make sense. But then at one point, I was like, okay, I guess they know this, and wow, these space pictures are pretty.
Yeah.
And then I became a NASA fanboy.
Might as well become like a Spider-Man fanboy or like Batman fanboy. Just as fictional.
Except your IQ gains like 15 points, I think, when you buy a NASA hat. Right?
I would say Spider-Man is probably less fictional because at least it takes place in New York.
Yeah, that's true.
True. So where can I find this Spider-Man guy? I need pictures.
Yeah, we have pictures of Spider-Man, so he exists unequivocally. But my pictures of Spider-Man and my posters on my wall, he must exist.
Yeah, because there are pictures of him.
We can do the math too. That spider bite he got, the genome sequence, I guess it lost a couple bars and melded with his.
I mean,
and that would have a G in it, hey? You know, the genome sequence.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Big G or little G.
But the thing is, like, has anyone here heard of CRISPR yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, frightening shit, man.
Yeah, like, in theory, they would be able to make superhumans if that whole CRISPR thing is true.
So this is also where people are very disillusioned. When we look at modification of genetics, there's always ripple effects. So we change the eye color gene and then we find out that we actually made the animal sterile or something else. There was a ripple effect outward. Maybe it was more prone to heart issues. Maybe it had multiple sclerosis because we changed, mixing fish genetics with a frog. Humans have been doing these hybrid experiments since the 70s. Then they said that it got abolished because they found it ethically wrong. But we know that ethics is not something that deters our government.
Yeah.
And they often use it as though we have to do this testing on people so that if our enemy were to test this on our people, we would know what to do. So they make it out like there's this noble cause of we want to be ahead of the enemy, but yet they're the ones doing it to their people. They are the enemy that they're talking about.
And I don't even think that there is anything like enemies, because this might sound like a conspiracy theory statement, but I think their whole feud, I don't know how to pronounce it, between the government is all just theater, like a Shakespeare stage. And yeah, that they're in secret behind the screens, like collaborating.
And that goes back to the sociological and psychological manipulation or control of this. The government realized very soon on as well that if we just appear to be doing something, then people won't object.
I think it's a little bit of both. Like I know what you're saying, but I think that they have to be on their toes too at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really rule out any real international conflict. You know, I know what you're saying though. I think most of it's a stage show.
I mean, think about it, right? Like I've studied sociology to some degree, and if I have to give an analogy, right? Let's say you have like fish and sharks, right? Like let's say the fish would mean that you're helping each other out and stuff, and the shark means like being like a total dick. So basically, if everyone is a fish, everyone gains 15 points. Like everyone gains. And if one of them becomes a shark, all the fish would get disadvantaged by 5, and the shark would get like plus 20. But if everyone were to be a shark, everyone would get like minus 15. Like no one would, benefit from it. So basically, the government is like, if everyone were to be, evil and like working against each other, like everyone would, suffer from it. So it's more likely that they chose the other one, like that they just work together, like because there's more profit for everyone. I hope you can still follow me so far, because like my English isn't my primary.
No, you're fine.
language.
I'm following, and I agree. But I think they have some measures of practicing how to stay on their toes, whether it's against other governments or civilians. There's something they definitely do those types of testing.
Yeah, there's a saying that says, you can't have too many, or you've got to have Indians and chiefs. You can't just have all chiefs, and you can't just have all Indians, meaning that the people that give the instructions to the ones who want to follow. If everyone was giving instructions to everyone and no one was following, you couldn't achieve anything. And if everyone was following and no one was giving instruction, you also couldn't achieve anything. So there has to be the right number of chiefs to Indians for that sociological, psychological thing to continue to work, in the same way that you described them as sharks versus fish. It's, like I agree 100% that they as billionaires are cannibals or cannibalizing. So their wealth is created by taking from another. This is also something that I found in the crypto market, is that people think that they go in there and they just make money. You don't make money. It's the same thing with like market share is only 100% there. So if you made $1 million, someone else lost $1 million. So you're cannibalizing to generate your wealth. And with this whole capitalistic society, they've kind of promoted whoever's the best cannibal is the most successful. And then they call them philanthropists. And they make it out like they, have the best interests of human beings at heart. But you've got to realize that they only got there by being cannibals and eating humans in the first place, eating other businesses, destroying other people's livelihoods, stealing patented technology from someone else and then making billions off of it. It's like they had to get there by being a shark and eating and taking points away from someone. But yet our society places them on the pedestal of success, saying that's what we should all aspire toward. And then in your work environment, you see how the psychopaths rise to the top. The boss that doesn't care to give you 8 hours extra work at night. Doesn't care if you don't spend time with your family. He's the one that gets the results and gets promoted and rewarded for not giving a damn about you and your family. So the entire system constantly reinforces that psychopathy to create psychopaths, the sharks. And I think, like you said, the billionaires realized there's too many new sharks being made. And if we get past that tipping point, it will be too many sharks, so everyone's getting minus 15.
And like that also backs up like with how do you say it, sociological studies, like the jobs that are more likely to have psychopaths, like or CEOs, bankers, and I don't know, like there was one other high-end job more.
Yeah, I remember seeing that as well.
Oh, like
and it's
basically
and it's the top 2 or 5% in those companies. So the very top positions are generally occupied by these psychopaths.
Yeah, like it's the CEO, lawyer, like media, like at a TV or radio station, salesperson, journalist, a police officer, clergy. I don't know what clergy is.
It means like religious, like your pastor or your reverend. Someone of the cloth is a clergy.
Oh, all right. Yeah, these are basically the jobs.
So if you think about that, for lack of a better example, the cream rises to the top, the psychopaths rise to the top, and then everyone is puzzled when we say that psychopaths are running this place.
Yeah,
every
because,
study
like,
supports it.
The system, like, you know, the system is built for let me say the system is optimized to help psychopaths to the top, not the most adequate ones, like not the ones who are most fit. Like if you look at the top, the ones in top aren't exactly the smartest people. They're the ones who would rather like step on other people to get ahead of people, if that makes sense. Like it's not a meritocracy, not at all.
Yeah, I think the study was deliberately looking at empathy, or the study that I'm referencing. So they were showing that the more empathy you have for another human being, the lower level position you'll occupy. Meaning empathy is putting yourself in other people's shoes. So if you can put yourself in other people's shoes, you're generally not going to rise to the top and become a CEO, because you can't think about your staff as people. You have to think about them as tools. So it was directly got to do with the less amount you care about people and their feelings, the more successful you would be. Financially.
Worldly, yeah.
Because that's also not success to me. There's something called Lifebook. I recommend everyone goes and looks at this concept. Lifebook provides like a filing system, and every tab, say there's 10 or 15 tabs on the side. Finance is just one of them. Another one would be spiritual growth. Another one would be like adventure in your life, you know, enjoying your partner, or there's all these different tabs that make up us as a complex human being. But society is only focused on the finance tab. what size house do you have? What car do you drive? What job do you do? And all three of those exist only in that finance tab. But that's what society has told us is the metric of success, which is why you often find a lot of financially successful people who have very weak other tabs, and the other weak tabs make them feel unsatisfied, unfulfilled. They hate their life. They misuse drugs or alcohol or whatever because they're still hollow. There's still giant gaps in their person. And then the same way that you would set your career goals is how you would set each one of these goals. So have you ever sat down and planned your spiritual growth? Where do you want to be in 5 years from now? Where do you want to be in 10 years from now? What are the steps required to achieve those? No, because all of us only play in the finance tab. All right, what job do I want in 5 years? What house do I want in 5 years? What car do I want in 5 years? Cool, I'll be successful in 5 years from now. And if we apply that same focus to each tab in our life, making sure like there's a kids tab and a partner tab and an adventure tab and a spiritual growth and all these different things. If we sat down and said, all right, where do I want to be with my partner in 5 years from now? Where do I want to be in 10 years from now? What steps do I need to take to get there? What skills do I need to learn to achieve that? We would all be succeeding far greater in all aspects of our lives. Whereas we all just think about the finance tab. And that's the only measure of success in this hollow world.
That's really saddening. Like, it makes me sad, at least. Like, because I personally, for example, I'm a Christian. Okay, that's what they would call me, at least. Like, in this world, like you said, all is focused on the finance step, but you're not that. Like, you're a human. You have so many things to pay attention to and like improve upon. But everything that this system forces you to improve upon and like focus your whole existence upon it is, as you say, the finance step. It doesn't tell you how to improve your relationship with your family or your friends, or how to like be caring for one another, or anything that for example, the Bible would teach me. Is just, like a cold tap. It's a very cold tap.
There's a lot of fear-based ideas that are used to control people. I think that's a big part of it.
And it's linking it back to your analogy, Shinji. It's kind of like you've got a shark tab and a fish tab, and everyone only knows about the shark tab, and everyone's trying to become a shark as quickly as they possibly can. And like you say, it's saddening because if we just realized that there is a fish tab, and if we were all fish, that everyone gains plus 15 points or plus 10 or whatever your analogy was.
Like even more than you would gain from being a shark.
And the fish outnumber the shark 10-1. So if the fish all gained 15, it would be a gain on a proportion that outweighs any negative from the shark side.
Yeah.
It's like I often, I've worked with a lot of NGOs, non-governmental organizations and non-profit organizations, and they're always talking about social upliftment and making people's lives better. And when you actually look at those type of systems, if the world was focused on actually caring and helping, if you did a system like each one help one, then you'd only need to worry about 3.5 billion people on the planet, because the 3.5 would sort out the other 3.5. And if you each one helped 2, you would now only need to provide resources to 1.7 billion, who will extrapolate that up to the other 5.3 or whatever. And every time you think about one person helping one or two others, that's manageable. But what we do is we all neglect that responsibility and we leave one person to have to now look after 10,000. They have to create feeding programs and they have to create things that are very inferior simply because we're all not trying to just help one more person in our lives.
And that originates all pretty much from the Red Scare, because I've came to know, for example, that whatever they're trying to like label us bad, like the ones in control at least, that I should actually look more into it, because it's probably something they want you to not know about. Because right now, like everything that sounds like helping another person, that would be labeled as socialist or communist right away, while it doesn't need to be. Even it's just basic human compassion.
This is tangential, but that's how I view the whole New Age thing. A lot of people think it's, inherently evil and whatnot, but that's where that's where I spent like 5 years before Flat Earth, and Flat Earth like grounded me, but I think there's a lot of truth in a lot of the New Age teachings, if you want to call them New Age teachings, whatever. Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that, and it wouldn't behoove anybody to use that to steer people and to try and control the narrative again.
Yeah,
this is speculation. I don't want to take it into speculation, but
no, I agree 100% what you said, and I like the way that you said to steer it, because it really is that way. That in marketing, we often look at how to use people's emotional triggers to exhibit a certain response that we know we can get. So, for example, with life insurance, you place the fear of, if you were no longer there tomorrow, what are your children going to do? Who's going to pay for your kids' education? And once you start placing sufficient fear of their own life, someone will go and buy a 1 million rand life policy, $2 million life policy, whatever.
Unless they have to pull the strings of the lineage too.
They're using a pre-programmed response of fear and wanting to provide as a man. They're using that automated response that's built into us to profit from it. Now, it's the same where, like you were talking about the psychological operation from these people. It's like they're using our own pre-existing responses. Why is socialism, when you first hear it at face value, pretty much everyone agrees at face value that we should care for people? Why? Because it's running off of a preset instinct inside of us that we do want to help our fellow man. So it's using our empathy as the response to gain support, but then steering that support towards this fascist, communistic, where only the government profits and all people in the country starve and die eventually. Like, it's using a preset response in humans to gain the required consent or the manufactured consent to then steer it wherever their sinister intention was in the first place. In the same way that sex sells, they use that lustful, instant gratification aspect to us. And if they wrap sex up into that sexy car, you suddenly have that same lustful desire. I need that car. I need it now. Okay, let me go get my finance approved. And you go and buy that car because you had this lustful desire. And it's using that inherent instinct in us for financial gain.
And it's so, like, to tie into this, like, there's been a quote by Marilyn Manson that's saying, like, I'm quoting right now, you're watching television, you're watching the news, you're being pumped full of fear. There's floods, there's AIDS, there's murder, got to commercial, buy the Acura, buy the Colgate. If you have a bad breath, they're not going to talk to you. If you have pimples, the girl's not going to be with you. And it's just this whole campaign of fear and consumption. Like, it really is hand to hand, like consumption and fear. Like, fear is the best selling thing. Like, it sells the most. If you manage to get fear in people's minds, you can sell them anything.
And also get them not to consider it critically. It's like when your body's got these pre-programmed responses, right? So if something that shouldn't be in your body gets into your throat, your body coughs to try and expel that thing out of your throat. So when you get an infection or something, a bronchial infection, and you go to your doctor, he says, all right, stop coughing. Here's some medicine to help you to stop coughing. But your body has something inside it that it's trying to get out, which is why it is coughing in the first place. And the doctor says, here's something that just puts a Band-Aid over the cough. It's going to, stop or numb the throat so that those pre-designed responses don't occur anymore. And then it looks like they've done something successful. But all they've done is made your body now struggle because there's this designed way to get it out. So you cough it out. Now the body has to figure out, okay, what's another way to get this out? Do I put it in the stool? Do I urinate it out? Does it sweat out through the skin? How do I get rid of this toxin that would have been easily just coughed out? But I took medicine to stop the coughing, so now I've got to figure out a whole new way to get rid of this toxin. And with each of these things that occur in our lives, they're always just treating the symptom and never looking at the true cause. So like you say, those skin conditions where now children are buying all these creams and stuff to, once again, suppress the cough. It's to suppress the pimple from forming. Now, why is the pimple forming? Is because you have toxins in your body that the body's trying to get out. It can't get them out in any other way. So it's sending them to the surface of the body to be expelled in the form of a pimple. Because it's the lymphatic system, so there's specific chemicals and toxins that can be expelled that way. Now you put something on your skin that prevents that pimple forming. Now, how does your body get rid of that toxin? Now it has to re-ingest the toxin, send it back to the liver or the kidneys so that it can be bypassed into the urine so it can get out. So that toxin now affects many more things throughout the body because they sold you a product which apparently makes less pimples on your skin. But what was the underlying cause? Was dietary. Are you eating too much sugar? Are you eating foods that don't complement your genetic type? Are you overeating? Are you eating too many oils? Are you eating too many preservatives with estrogen-based products that are causing your body to try and flush that out through the skin? There's 1,000 reasons why it could be occurring. All they try and do is suppress the pimple from forming or the cough from happening, which is the body's pre-designed way to expel that toxin. And it's you stay sicker for longer because you just simply couldn't do what your body needed. And sorry?
No, go on.
Yeah, so it's so counterintuitive that, and then you go and pay your doctor ongoingly over the course of a year, trying to get rid of this cough that won't go away, or trying to get rid of something which, if you just looked at why it's occurring in the first place, the cause of the effect, and addressed the cause, symptoms gone. for life. But
Yeah, I
it's
was
a
just gonna
psychological thing. Yeah.
It just renders the Hippocratic Oath useless. That the doctors are supposed to be fulfilling the Hippocratic Oath, but they don't.
But it's also it's written in such a negative way of we should try first to do no harm.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Why shouldn't you try to do good? Why shouldn't you try to always use the best available thing at your disposal to treat the underlying cause? No, we just try to not do harm.
Because it's more lucrative to treat people than cure people, if I'm not mistaken. Like,
correct.
Like, I think there's been like a cure for like a type of cancer not so long ago, like a few years back. But Big Pharma like inflated the price by a lot. Like, I'm telling you, a lot. Like the production, like the actual price would have been like around what you would spend on a chocolate bar, as a way of saying. But they've added a few zeros behind it in a way that not everyone could afford it, because it would like cure the whole thing right away. So chemotherapy is like treating people. It's basically dropping a nuke on your whole body, hoping that the disease vanishes away while damaging your body. So
yeah, like trying to kill a mosquito by a mosquito sitting on you by using a shotgun.
Yeah.
If you go look into the origin of chemotherapy, there was Agent Orange and the mustard gas that was left over from the Second World War. And they tasked a couple of doctors with finding something to use this waste product for. So the origin of chemotherapy comes from biological weapons that were redundant after the Second World War. They started giving them to mice in various doses. And then when they got onto the tumored mice, they saw that pretty much anyone who got administered the chemotherapy did die. But they had longer life expectancy than whatever pre-existing condition. So the tumor in the mouse should have killed the mouse in 6 weeks. If we did chemotherapy, it killed the mouse in 9 weeks. So therefore, chemo is definitely the positive thing. It killed every test subject, always. And it's a biological weapon that they said, figure out what we can do with all the stockpile. So even from that aspect, it's horrendous. That's why you have to sign a disclaimer and a waiver that renders your physician not liable for you dying from the chemo that he's about to give to you. And then probably the worst side effect is that it just strips your immune system. Once your immune system's down, it's kind of like what this new injectable is doing. It's manipulating our pre-existing antibody response. And if you manipulate the antibody response like chemo, when it weakens your antibody response, you then become susceptible to dying from pneumonia or one of these other illnesses that your body normally would have fought off, even with a mediocre immune system.
Yeah.
But the cancer thing, you must go to a website called thetruthaboutcancer.com. Right from the 60s, they already knew what the cure was. Cancer, or the malformation of cells in your body, can only occur when you're acidic. If your body is not acidic or more acidic than it should be in that zone of the body, cancer cannot form because your body's in a state of balance. When you dig deeper, every single cell, when it divides, which happens millions of times a day, every time your cells are dividing, you form cancerous, mutated cells. And your body's natural immune system kills those off daily. So if you took a human being, pretty much any human being, and you did enough testing, you could find cancerous cells in every single human that may not be there tomorrow because their body has dealt with them. When the environment is too acidic, then that mutation or the amount of mutating cells increases and then starts to become tumorous or some sort of a growth or so. Okay, look, this doesn't describe all cancers. I'm not talking about hemoglobin-based, like blood-based cancers, but generally tumor-based cancers grow in acidic environments. And if you alkalize the patient, it was demonstrated from the 60s and 70s by using something like bicarbonate of soda, which costs you $1, if that. By using bicarb of soda every day, you can prevent getting 96% of cancers or 94%. It's a high 90th percentile. So it's all linked.
Because that's actually...
Just the final point is that it's like your swimming pool. If a swimming pool gets acidic, it starts to grow mold, the algae, that green stuff on the surface. And then if you add certain things to get it back to the right balance point, all of those die, fall to the floor, and your pool's back to crystal blue water. You're made of 70% water. What's the pH of your water? No one checks the pH of their water. So your saliva should be about 6.5, just slightly acidic from neutral.
I mean, I've read on the pH level of water and what would be the most beneficial a few years back in a YouTube video. It turns out that most waters out there aren't actually the most optimal pH water. Like most waters sell you in bottles.
Correct. They're normally acidic as well. But this whole drinking alkaline water, the science is also starting to show that it neutralizes the acids in your stomach because that's where the water is being received first. And if you neutralize or weaken the acids in your stomach, it can create a lot of digestive issues where you can't actually break down the food adequately, which can then cause other serious side effects. So it's not as simple as just saying only drink pH 8 water and you're going to be fine. There's a lot to this, and you're a dynamic system. But it's when you think about yourself as a body of water, like you're a walking swimming pool. When was the last time you checked your waters? And pretty much every human being I've asked this question to says never. Have you ever pissed on a pH strip to see what your urine is coming out at? Have you ever tested your saliva? Have you ever tested your blood?
No.
Like with a swimming pool, you test, you see where you're deficient. I need to add chlorine, and then I add chlorine and the pool goes blue. Has your doctor ever said to you, piss on the strip? Okay, look, your strip turned purple, means you need more magnesium, zinc, blah, blah, blah. Take this, boom, your water's back to perfect. No, because they're not trying to treat that. They just want to make you not cough or give you something to put on your skin that prevents the pimple forming.
Mm-hmm. And it's crazy to me. Like the solution, as you say, is often the cheapest and the most, self-explanatory. Like hypothetically, if you would have perfect, like to the very last bit, perfect diet, cancer should be impossible to get.
Well, that I agree 100%, because if you think about how would a person who didn't have a supermarket, how would he get access to 26 different spices every day to make his turmeric smoothie shake, to be able to get half of the micronutrients that we need on a daily basis, or supposedly what we need? There's a process in the body where your body converts something into something else.
Yeah.
And it almost, there's a word for it. I think it's agenesis or abiogenesis or something like that, where you make, your body is an amazing factory, and you can take carbohydrates and your body will turn that into whatever it is that the body needs at that time, even if our science says that that carbohydrate can't turn into that. So the human body kind of manufactures what it needs. And the process of eating is actually almost like a secondary function. It's just putting some fuel into the tank. But the body is deciding what it needs, in what quantities, which hormones are being produced, which proteins are being produced. And you don't get a shopping list from your body saying, please buy X, Y, Z so that I can manufacture these proteins. So your body just proceeds. And that's almost, it falls into the realm of what they call alchemical or alchemy, where they wanted to convert steel to gold, or they wanted to take one mineral and turn it into something else. And it was this holy grail that they're going to make themselves rich. Your body actually performs that alchemy every single day, converting things that shouldn't be able to be turned into what your body does turn it into.
This really opens the mind, like.
And that's considered the placebo effect, and it's well documented. So I can give you a sugar tablet, and your body will turn that sugar into phosphoric acid because your body needs phosphoric acid today. And then tomorrow I can give you the sugar, and your body will turn that sugar into magnesium because your body needs magnesium today.
I think also like the connotation that the placebo has is like way wrong, because people.
But your sugar pills won't affect somebody that has Tourette syndrome, though. Just saying.
So I was saying, like, where was I?
You were talking about the placebo effect, about sugar pills helping somebody, because if your magnesium isn't having enough magnesium, then the sugar pill is gonna give you magnesium. But if you so. But with having Tourette syndrome.
But anyway, I was saying, like, the placebo effect is actually something we describe to things we, quote unquote, don't fully understand yet. Because, like, I have a friend, right? And this certain friend, call it crazy, call it whatever you want, but he can control his white blood cells on will. Like, yeah, like.
Is he wearing an elevation mask?
Elevation mask? What the hell is that?
Like, does he go to the mountains? Does he go to the mountains that have a higher elevation?
No.
Because I know that if you go to a higher elevation, your white blood cells would have to process a lot more than your red blood cells.
isn't that hemoglobin? That's not the white blood cells. Like if you go up in a mountain, the oxygen would be less. So your body would make up for it by producing extra hemoglobin.
Red blood cells.
Have
yes,
you
that's correct.
have you worn an elevation mask before? Have you worn an elevation mask before, Shinji?
Elevation mask? Wait, let me look it up what it exactly is. Like
an elevation mask is something that's supposed to help. Like, if I was to go to the mountains, then I would be wearing the elevation mask that would reach in that elevation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're not using the right word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I'm talking about the white blood cells. Like he would not the red one.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But like
saying.
you were saying, Shinji, that the placebo effect has this negative connotation that people think that it's like a fallacious thing, that it's a spooky magic show. But the white blood cells respond to thought. They do.
Yeah, they do, 100%. Like he would think that, like for example, he told me like at days he didn't want to, like how to say it, go to school. He would like really believe that he's super sick, and then, or like believe he's the opposite, super healthy. Like he would increase or decrease his white blood cells unwell. That way, like when they tested his like temperature, right? Or something like that, it would always match up.
It would match up to the fever that he was having or thinking that he was having, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Like his white blood cells would like he could also like cure faster from like catching the cold than usual by just this whole process. And this person I'm talking about, right? He's someone who's very skeptical about everything. Like perhaps you won't believe him, but I know this person. Like he's like a close friend of mine. He's like super skeptic about such matter, but he still claims this.
I just wanted to point out, because wearing an elevation mask would make it so that you produce more white blood cells than red cells. That's what I was trying to point out. So that's why I was asking if he was wearing an elevation mask to produce more white blood cells than he was red cells. That's why I asked.
Oh no,
but you've got that backwards, as Shinji explained. The oxygenation, or using an elevation mask, as you're calling it, is oxygen dependent, and the red blood cell carries the oxygen. So if you're needing more oxygen, it's for your red blood cells. The white blood cells, or your antibodies, your T cells, are generated in response to some invader, something non-organic or something not you. Then your body produces in addition or excess amount of T cells or white blood cells. And that's when people who take chemotherapy have an impaired immune system. They have a lower T cell count, and it's got nothing to do with how much oxygen.
So what he was saying had nothing to do with the elevation mask.
Yeah, none at all.
Okay.
Oxygenation is red blood cell. White blood cell is only as a response to a stimulation.
Yeah, no, I understand, but that's what I was trying to say. Like wearing an elevation mask, when I was reading it, when I read the information about it, it actually produces more white blood cells than red cells when wearing an elevation mask. You're cutting oxygen to yourself.
But red blood cells is the ones that carry oxygen, not the white ones.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm cutting oxygen to my body, which it produces more white blood cells than red cells. Do you see what I'm saying?
White blood cells have nothing to do with oxygenation. Are you understanding?
Which is what I'm trying to point out.
You're pointing out the exact opposite.
Breathing less oxygen. Hold on. Never mind, dude.
No, hold on. It needs like a balance, right? I think you're not imagining it right, because in fact, that whole statement, I know, you're trying to say in absolute terms, there will be more white blood cells than red blood cells, correct?
Because I'm breathing less oxygen.
But that's actually not true, because if you breathe less oxygen, you would need more red blood cells to make the most out of the oxygen you're breathing in.
And
Are you
this
with me
mask
so
that
far?
and the mask that you're talking about would be pumping high pressure oxygen into your face to allow you to breathe at that altitude. So you would actually be getting a higher quality of oxygen with a mask. Take the mask off, maybe you have a point that now you're in the lower oxygen environment.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, but even
I apologize. I don't mean. I'm not trying to. I'm sorry for my attitude. I was just trying to understand that whether I was breathing in more red blood cells than I am white blood cells, or whether I was producing more red blood cells or white blood cells, is what I was trying to say.
yeah, it gets you like in
So what you're
absolute terms, but
specifying is that I am producing more red blood cells than I am white blood cells, is what you're saying.
yeah, like basically,
The white blood cells can only come as a response to an invader. So if you swallowed your mask, yes, your body will start producing more white cells.
If I took off the elevation mask, is what you're saying.
If you swallowed the mask, then you would start making more white blood cells. Because you would have an invader inside you that your body would now need to launch a response attack against.
and also like right now you would produce less red blood cells.
So my question is to you that if I was to continue wearing the elevation mask, then are you saying that I would produce more white blood cells?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Production of white blood cells has nothing to do. Like it stays the same down here as it does up there. Like it has nothing to do with oxygen. Zero. Like zero.
The fact that they call them white blood cells is misleading you.
You're talking about the change in the breathing.
But the thing is, hold on, Platter. So like, can I?
Well, he said if I swallow
Master Chief. Yeah, but Master Chief, even in absolute terms, right? When you're down here, you produce less red blood cells than if you would when you would be on a mountain. That's why athletes often go hiking on mountains to get their red blood cells increased.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what I do.
So, yeah, you would be producing more red blood cells, more than you would produce it here.
Okay,
the white blood cells.
So I want to get that clarified. I was producing more red blood cells than I was white cells. All right. I just wanted to get that clarified. My bad. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the point I wanted to make was that calling them a white blood cell is almost misleading because they're only in the blood to be transported to where they need to be effective.
Right. That's where I was confused.
Whereas a red blood cell has a purpose, and that's to carry oxygen. So it stays in the blood vessel and transports the oxygen and the carbon dioxide to and from the lungs. The white blood cells are simply white cells in between the red cells that are on their way to somewhere else in the body that they need to form an immune response toward. And the immune response can only come in response to a stimulus of either something that's foreign or something that's causing illness, like bacteria or viral or something. So
my question, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, bro. I don't mean to interrupt you. My question to you about breathing, right? So
does that have to do with air? Does breathing have to do with air?
No, it has to do with the red and white blood cells. I was trying to ask you.
Okay. You're going to ask me if white blood cells carry oxygen.
No, you just said that red blood cells carry oxygen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the fact that I've been wearing red that I was been wearing an elevation mask for say I was wearing an elevation mask for 3 years. Okay. You have said that I was producing more red blood cells than white cells. For 3 years, I've been producing more red cells than white blood cells. So that means that I've been... What do the red blood cells do again? They help you give oxygen. They don't do anything to fight against your immune system, or is that the white blood cells?
The red ones are the ones that carry the oxygen.
Okay.
But I just want some clarification. When you say elevation mask, is that connected to an oxygen chamber that's providing you supplemented oxygen?
No, the elevation. Hold on, I'm gonna send you an image of an elevation mask.
Yeah, please send him one. I'm not talking about a mask that gives you oxygen. No, this an elevation.
Is it in livestream voice text?
That's exactly what it is, because that's exactly what I wear.
Okay, so it's a restriction. So it's restricting the amount of oxygen you're receiving.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. So when I go into the mountains, I breathe in a less elevation than I am down mountains. So when I take it, now I do this every single day. I wear this elevation mask every single day to go for my run, to go and exercise, to go and do things. I am a professional athlete. I consider myself as an athlete, and if I wanted, I know I could go pro.
Can I interrupt you 1 second?
I know I can go pro in boxing. So that's why I was trying to ask you about these red and white blood cells.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Curious.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Do you wear this when you go into mountains? For what reason?
No, because that would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I know. Like to simulate a mountain, right?
This is the reason why I only wear it, is to simulate being into a mountain. Yes.
Oh,
but
yes.
when I go to the mountains, when I go and run in the mountains, when I go and run and hike in the mountains, no, I do not wear the mask. No.
All right.
That's counterproductive.
I know. I misunderstood.
No, it's okay. It's all good. It's understandable.
So
yeah.
So what I know about the body is that the higher level of oxygenation that you have in your cells, the better.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Repeat that. I'm sorry. That totally slipped my mind. I don't know why, but can you please repeat that?
So in general terms, the more oxygen that your body has access to, the better.
Right.
The less oxygen you have access to will have knock-on side effects. And if you're, say, doing a training for an event that's coming, I would say, sure, train for 2 or 3 months with this mask in preparation for the event to increase.
I do this like as if it's my lifestyle. I don't do this as if it's training. I do this as it's my lifestyle.
So as Shenji pointed out rightfully, that when you're at altitude and you have less oxygen that is entering your bloodstream, the body compensates for that by increasing hemoglobin production, more red blood cells, to try and pick up more oxygen that is available to be able to use it within the body more effectively. Having that increased red blood cell production in the blood effectively is the power in the motor. So you're increasing the amount of oxygen you can deliver to muscles at any one time. So when you've now got the increased hemoglobin production, and then you go train at sea level, you're like supercharging your muscles, because now you're delivering maybe 1.5 times the amount of oxygen that you would have if you hadn't done a period of restriction training. But long term, anything that restricts your oxygenation levels or increases your carbon dioxide retention, I would say is going to be damaging.
But flat or
Wait.
solar.
Hold on. That last part. Can you repeat that last part? Hold on, Sinji. Can you repeat that last part for me, please? You said it would have a major effect in my what?
It would have a detrimental effect to your long-term health if you're not flushing carbon dioxide adequately and that you've got a reduced amount of oxygen in your system.
Okay.
That will create like toxic blood or acidic blood because carbon dioxide is more acidic, and more acidic blood will lead
totally
to
understand.
blood cancers. Or so having a higher level of acidity is what we want to try and avoid. Breathing alkalizes you. So there's a guy called Wim Hof, and the Wim Hof method shows that in a minute or two you can completely alkalize your blood just by doing like a hyperventilation exercise where you're flushing all the carbon dioxide out your lungs and breathing all the oxygen into every cell in the body. Not
okay. So Solar, let me tell you what I do as an individual, as a trainer, as an individual, as a boxing instructor. I breathe in this elevation mask 24/7 daily when I go out for my runs. I do it on my exercise because I know once I take this mask off, I'm reluctant. I can do things nonstop. I can do things I do it when I keep going and I'm not tired. That's the reason why I use the elevation mask, and I know this, and I know it works for me like this. And I know for other individuals, they may not see it in that kind of way, but when I specifically think about a certain thing, my mind, it's like something that ups. Let me just say, okay, when I'm in the ring, I think about that person calling me a pedophile because that's the most disturbing thing that pisses me off and makes me upset. Because when they call me that, I that's something I don't like that because I am not. And it's the exact opposite of what I am, and that's the and it makes me want to hurt them and kill them. And my mind, it's like it's. I know if I was in the ring, that's the only thing that I need to think of, and my mind is gone. Like I am not the person that I think I am. You won't think I'm the same person when I think that. And then after the whole fight, after the incident, I know. I'm out of that. I'm out of the. I snap out when I've done this a couple times, bro, and it scares me. I scare myself sometimes, actually, and I don't like thinking the way that I do because I know when somebody else was to call me something or think of me as something. Like I know I need to take myself away from them and say they don't know me, they don't understand me, and I don't want to hurt them. And me as a professional boxer, like this is like because the reason why I'm getting right down is I know it's getting very deep now, but the reason why I bring it up is because I know for a fact. When someone pisses me off, I won't stop until they cannot breathe. And I know what it's like to not be able to breathe. And that's why I bring up the whole elevation mask. Because when I work out with the elevation mask, it gets to a point where I cannot breathe and I have to take the elevation mask off. But even though when I get to that point and I feel like that, I keep the mask on and I force myself to breathe that elevation. So I just want to know.
Can I interrupt
what you guys think? Yeah.
I mean, I know you guys were talking and I wasn't really involved.
It's all good. I just want to hear what your guys' 2 cents about what I'm saying. That's all.
Right. So the whole atmosphere, manipulating and red blood cells, I'm with you on that. But the whole anger thing. So there's this thing called fight IQ. I'm pretty sure you know what it is. And when you get angry, every circumstance I can think of in my life when I was angry, I lost like 50 IQ points. Right? You start saying things that you don't mean and doing things you wouldn't normally do.
You're absolutely right, Hank. You're absolutely right, bro.
You have a huge adrenaline dump. I want you to think about how successful Rose Namajunas is as a fighter. Like, she's not really big for her weight class.
Are you talking about Ronda Rousey?
No. Rose Namajunas.
Oh, yeah, Rose? Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
Rose.
Bro,
right,
I have an orgasm every single time I watch her fucking fight. Dude,
bro.
she's one of my most favorite fucking fighters.
All right,
I
calm
don't.
down.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Your lady wood's poking out. All right. So,
I'm sorry. You said her name and gave me an orgasm. My bad.
It's all right.
I mean,
it's all right.
sorry to interrupt, but how did this get from like white blood cells to like boxing? Like
elevation mask and fighters.
I know, but it's.
Let me just finish. I wasn't really.
Let Hank finish, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Go on.
Yeah. So, I think that you should learn the way of the Stoic, because as a fighter, not only are you fighting your opponent, you're also fighting yourself, right? Because you don't.
You're absolutely, dude. You are absolutely right, Hank. I fucking agree with you everything that you're saying, bro. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to maintain your composure at all costs, right? You don't want to lose your shit in the ring. That's why the Diaz brothers are always slapping people, bitch slapping them with open palms, right? Because they're trying to get their fighter angry so they'll mess up because they're strikers, right? And once you mess up as an angry fighter, that's where you get countered, right? So let me finish, bro. So Rose Namajunas, she says her little affirmation, right? She might say that, one was the Lord's Prayer. Another affirmation that she did was something like she was the champion. And, whatever she's doing, she just goes up in there. And instead of looking like she's about to get in a fight, she looks like she's about to take a bus. Her and Gunnar Nelson, another amazing fighter, a little bit underrated in my opinion. They don't look like they're about to fight. They're not pacing back and forth. They're not mean mugging. They're not, doing any of that weird stuff. They're just kind of like standing
relaxed,
there,
ready to go.
They're chill, right?
Yeah.
And these chill fighters that aren't having all these dumps, sweat dump, adrenaline dump, all these endorphins, all this fear, they're just like in their head, like it's the most comfortable place to be.
Because you don't need it. That's why.
Right. You don't need it. So I think as a fighter, you should avoid all that anger stuff, and you should be like completely zen and confident on your training.
I totally know exactly what you're talking about because it's fucking in Bruce Lee's fucking quotes every single fucking time, bro.
Yeah, I was influenced by Bruce Lee. I read some of his books.
Yeah, dude, and so am I. And that's why it's so familiar to me. And I was like, dude, man, you're fucking quoting Bruce Lee. Shut up. No, I'm kidding. No, I was just like, I seen it. I recognize it. Be water, my friend. So I was like, I gotta listen to what Hank's saying because what he's saying is he's quoting your inspiration. So it's like, I'm taking what you're saying with a grain of salt, bro. I'm not at all like you're absolute. I think you're absolutely right. You know what I mean? Like with the whole anger thing, and I think every other fighter would agree with you because when you're in the ring, man, it's all about being in that subconscious mind. It's you against your. It's you against yourself. You don't know it, but that person on the other side of that corner is fighting the same way that you're fighting. They're fighting the same way that you learned. It's just whoever wants it more. And whether your heart is in the right place or not is going to determine your victory. Now, when I say that, I'm not going to say that your heart is in the right place of where, oh man, I'm going to beat this ass because they deserve to get their ass beaten because that's, who they are. No, what I mean by that, by your heart is in the right place, is that the fact that your heart is not distracted by any distractions. You're not distracted by the social media. You're not distracted by the people that are talking shit about you. No, what I mean is that your heart is into what you are doing, into your skills, and you believe that what you have learned is going to defeat your opponent. Everybody is their worst critic, you know, and for every fighter, when they critique themselves, they should make sure that they critique themselves like how they would judge another person. The way that you look at one person, make sure that you judge yourself the same way, because only then I feel like you will be able to accomplish on overcoming yourself. Even though that person that you're fighting is not you, I am positive that person is fighting just like you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Sorry. Is what I said too deep?
Oh, bro, you're good.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Oh man, that was Rose? Wow.
Yeah, she's a very special fighter.
Yeah.
I love watching her because, like, she is so elusive, like Lyoto Machida back in the early days. Like, she is so hard to hit, but she is just in your face, out of range. In your face, out of range.
And that's the way it's supposed to be. That's how Muhammad Ali fought, bro. Not only just the person that you just described, but that's how Muhammad Ali fought. It was in and out. It was in your face. I smacked you, and then I got out of your face. You know what I mean? I slapped you, and then I'm out. That's it. Plain and simple. Get away.
Yeah, if you watch her fight against Van Zant, Rose Namajunas versus Van Zant, it's just like, man.
I don't think I've seen that fight.
Oh, yeah. It's bloody.
I want to go ahead and watch that fight now. Honestly, I'm not a big UFC watcher, fanner. The only people that I've seen watch in the UFC was in the 1980s, I believe, when fucking the Tank and who's that dude that came up with the guillotine?
Tank Abbott and
no,
Tank.
Well, yeah, Tank. What's his name? Avlik.
Tank Abbott and Hoist Gracie.
Not Voice Gracie. No, not Gracie. No. Different fighter. He was an American, not the Brazilian fighter. The American dude that was using the guillotine.
I don't know, bro.
Ah, fuck. What's his name? He came up with the guillotine. How do we not know his name? Who did the guillotine? Who created the guillotine?
Do you guys want a couple trolls to play with?
Yes.
I don't, but they can go ahead and practice.
How do you spell guillotine?
Guill.
Liar, you asshole. Geateien.
No, guillotine.
He was telling
Guillotine.
Really?
G-U-I-L-L.
Okay,
That's why you mispronounce it.
G-U-I-L-L.
O-T-I-N-E.
O-T-I-N-E?
Guillotine.
Oh, shit. That is how you spell it. What
Yeah,
the
in Spanish, the two L's, they make the Y sound. So it's not tortilla, it's tortilla.
Right. Oh my goodness, this is so hilarious. Fuck
So
words,
it would have
bro.
to be. It would need to be a consensus, though, if you guys want to throw. I have one no and one yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, send them in.
All right.
I'll be quiet.
Sure, why not?
Ralphie Lander Lupton.
It'll
is
be
the
better
one
than
that
it'll be better than
created the
spelling
guillotine.
tests.
Yeah, it's a French word. It's supposed to be silent. The L is silent.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm looking for the American wrestler that is he is.
Is it French a cousin language to Spanish?
No, he was on the American Gladiator. Who knows the American Gladiator guy? The guillotine.
He didn't make up the guillotine, but I remember what you're talking about.
Because he fought in the UFC and he used the guillotine. Not Hulk Hogan. What the hell?
Matt Morgan?
Oh no, that's so nah, that's pretty close. American Gladiators featured.
This guy looks like Matt Morgan looks like he just as well as working out a lot every day, he drank a lot of beer every day while he was working out. I'm just messing around. Beer's good workout energy. It's good boxing energy. Where are those trolls at?
Ken Shamrock. Oh my goodness. Why did I not think of Shamrock's name, dude? Fuck.
I don't know. I remember now, yeah.
Yeah. It was Ken Shamrock that highlighted the guillotine chokehold. And that's the reason why Ken Shamrock was known, was because of the guillotine in the UFC. And I was like, whoa, that was like one of my most favorite moves. And you know what? My friend recently, not too long ago, just tried to take me out with the guillotine. I kid you not.
Well, you still got your head, don't you?
Well, that's because I'm a pro fighter. If I wasn't, then he would have fucking killed me. You know what I mean?
I think in that picture, there's a man and a woman. In that picture.
Nah, Rose is fucking hot to me, bro.
No, Rose is a girl. Listen, Rose is a girl,
okay.
I think. But the other one is not a girl.
Dude, that fighter, I believe she broke her on that fight, she made her head swole.
Dude, look, it doesn't matter. You got cheekbones, you got eyebrow ridge, and that's bones. We're looking at bones.
And cornrows.
And fucking cornrows. What's that about? Fuck, dude.
Oh my goodness. I was watching.
And fucking cornrows. What's that about? Fuck, dude.
I'm sorry. I was playing the YouTube. And it was playing our
Yeah, no, I don't like to hear my voice, but I like to talk. Does that make sense?
Dude, I'm sorry. That's exactly what happened just now.
I don't care. It's fine.
I don't even like listening to my own voice, man. Toby Dog, man. Good night, bro. You have a good night, man.
Night, Toby. Geomancer.
How you doing, Geomancer?
Hello, Geomancer. Hi.
Yo, what's going on?
What are you
we doing?
up to, dude? What are you doing?
And Mike was on.
Hey, I got a question for you, Geoman. Do you like playing do you like playing fuck, man, what is it called? It's a new
Magic the Gathering.
Not the new. No, okay. It's Magic the Gathering. That's one of them because I saw the wizard. I saw the little wizard thing, but I wanted to say, for some reason, ooh, she got nice butt cheeks. Anyway.
Damn it. Who posted that? I know.
Stop trying to fucking sidetrack me, new perspective. Okay, damn it, man. I knew I was trying to get to a point.
I don't think you're going to get there now.
No, I'm not. You know what?
But you know what? They both have really long arms.
Yes, they do. I like the tan on the left side, but the white booty cheeks. Look at her booty cheeks. Look.
Stop talking about it. We can't. It's live. We can't talk about it live. Okay, hey Geomancer, what's up, brother? Are you? What's the shape of the Earth, Mr. Geomancer?
It's flat. It's flat.
Right on.
You might want to post more video pictures.
And how did you figure that out, Geomancer?
We could see too far. Water is always level. All the ancient cultures knew the Earth was flat. And pressure systems have to be contained. So I don't believe in space. I think space is bullshit. I think there's a container, a firmament.
Right.
How long have you been a flat earther?
Probably like since 2015.
Cool.
That's great.
Is this your first time in the server?
Yeah, it's first few days. I just got in here.
2 days? The first 2 days?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Can I ask some questions, Flo? Can I ask some questions?
Yeah, dude. Get it.
Okay. Nothing against you, Geomancer, so I apologize if it feels like I'm attacking you, but I'm not. So
all good, man. Go ahead.
All right, cool. My question to you, I got 3 questions for you, bro. Do you mind? Can I ask you I mean, not more. I have more than 3 questions. I apologize. I am a little under the influence, so please, be patient with me. But understand that I do know what's happening around me right now. So my first question to you, sir, when you measure a surface in any direction and there is no curve, what do you call it?
Flat.
That is, you are correct. Okay, so second question. If the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Oh yeah, of course I'd want to know. I mean, I kind of already know. It's something you already know.
Dude.
You're doing enough research.
Man, that's amazing. Because I love your answers right now. Number 3, if you have any proof of when, where, and who measured the Earth's curve, could you provide any evidence?
If I could, these
are just questions. I just wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. I would actually ask for it if there's such a thing. But
right.
I don't know anybody that has. So
right, I'm glad that you're on the same page as us. So, this is gonna have to lead me to another 3 questions for you, sir. So, what is the radius of the Earth's curvature? Do you know? Yes or no?
The radius of the Earth?
Yeah. Do you know? Yes or no? Or do you?
Yeah.
If you can, if you know, then,
39,
yeah.
59 miles. I think it is.
Hey, yeah. Okay. All right. Now, my number 2 question is: could you provide a citation of gas pressure without a container?
No, I can't. I don't think there is any.
Right. So my 3rd question is: could you provide proof that the Earth is spinning?
Absolutely not.
All right. So what I want to say to you is,
Actually,
welcome
there's
to the
proof
flat
it's
Earth.
not spinning.
So I want to say to you, sir, because of you answering my questions honestly, openly, and effectively, I want to welcome you to the flat Earth community.
Thank you so much.
Flat Earthers do not believe the Earth is flat. We just know and observe that the world is to be flat. The Earth is not a globe. It is stationary. Flat Earthers use science to debunk the globe. Know that science is... Understand there are 4 branches of science. The Earth falls under natural science, which is cosmology, geology, and astrology. Gravity does not exist. And that's all I have to say.
Right on, man. Awesome.
So welcome to the Flat Earth. I thank you very much for listening. Hello, everybody.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, flat earthers are like the best community, right? We're like always like open-minded, and we're chill and shit, and we understand.
Not at all, bro.
Maybe not all. Maybe not everybody, but there's a bunch of us that are like that.
Yeah, some of us are. You can quote yourself. That's so.
All right. Yeah, I can speak for myself at least.
Yeah, precisely. Sorry, I'm gonna put myself on mute because I'm gonna I'm ticking. I'm sorry.
Geomancer. What's up, dude?
Yo. There's like 20 people in the chat, but like 2 people talk.
Yeah, I hear you. So we got King Boy, he's a flat earther. I'm just checking, I'm just looking through the list here. See if I can pick on anybody, but nobody is So are you new here tonight?
Yeah, I've been here for like a couple days now.
Just a couple days, okay. But you say you've been a flat earther since 2015?
Yeah. I haven't gotten into the Discord thing. Just kind of new for me.
Sure.
But it's pretty cool.
Gotcha.
I like it.
That's cool, man. I'm actually glad that you're here, bro. I mean, I think all of us are actually glad that you're here, bro. But again, that's me speaking for myself. So don't mind me.
Always glad to have anybody in here, man. Shit.
Hey, you can speak for yourself, love. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
How'd you find the server, Geomancer?
How did I find it? I think I saw a YouTube comment and I just searched
it. And
You say you saw a YouTube comment?
Yeah, I saw a YouTube comment, somebody talking about 24-hour, 24/7.
You got your hand over the mic, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like you got your mic covered up.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, I saw a YouTube comment talking about it, and I just searched for it, and I joined it.
Cool. And do you use Discord for anything else, like gaming or anything?
Yeah, I'm in a gaming Discord, Heroes of the Storm.
Cool.
Blizzard game. I don't know if you guys play that.
Right on, man. So,
that's about it.
Cool. how did you? Let's see. How did you first hear about the flat Earth?
YouTube. I think it was Mark Sargent's clues that really got me into it.
The flat Earth clues. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, and then Eric Dubay, and then ODD TV, and I don't know, 6 months into it, I'm like, shit, I'm a flat earther.
Right. Well, that's cool.
It's you out of nowhere.
Yeah, it sneaks up on you. It can sneak up on you for sure.
Yeah, it's a crazy realization, man. It's like, fuck, man, we've been lied to our whole life. It's nuts.
The whole thing, the whole life filled with lies.
Crazy. It's just the tip of the iceberg, too. I mean, if they lied about the shape of the earth, they fucking lie about everything.
Right. It's a big paradigm shift for sure. Hey, Master Chief, did you get to ask the questions? Did you want to ask somebody some questions?
Who, me? No, I'm chilling for now. Just hearing people's conversation.
Okay, super. No, I was talking about Master Chief, but he's roboting in a really weird way.
Yeah, he's probably taking a piss.
Well, we don't have any Globers in here right now. There's no fresh meat to pick on.
Yeah.
What time is it where you are?
When a Glober comes in here, you just want to pounce on him and shit. Like, why do you believe it's round? You know, what proof do you have?
So if you were to talk to somebody who thinks it's a globe right now, what would be the first thing you bring up with them?
Hello,
Like,
can you guys hear me?
Where's proof of curvature? Like, show me proof of curvature, you know? Anything.
Yep.
Anything.
Any curve, yep. No matter how high we go, no matter where we go, man. Been looking for that curvature thing for quite some time.
Always remains at eye level, no matter how high up you go. Horizon
And that's
flat.
unexplainable. That one, to me, that's weird how the horizon just stays right. It doesn't move. Like,
It just
that's,
stays where you
how's
are,
that even
right by eye
happening?
level.
Yeah.
No matter how
It's just
high
funny.
up you go.
No, sorry. Mic check 1 2.
What's up?
All right, great. You guys can hear me now?
Yeah, you were roboting pretty nasty earlier.
Yeah, dang. He said he had a question for me. I know he said he had a question. What was it?
No, I don't. Gio, you didn't have a question for anybody, right?
No, not really. No.
Oh, okay. No worries. No worries.
Where are these trolls we were promised?
Bro, this pina colada tastes so nasty.
So don't drink it.
I'm sorry. No, I have to finish this Modelo. I got this Modelo Chelada, and it's the flavor is called pina colada. Dude, it's so
disgusting,
gross. Yeah, don't drink it. Nah. I got the lime one. Dude, I got that one, the original, and I got the lemon lime one, which is good. The mango.
If you get some Tabasco and salt in that Clamato, it's not too bad.
Bruh, tell me about it. The mango tastes so good with that shit, dude. Sorry.
No, not the mango, the Clamato. Put some Tabasco and salt.
Yeah, the Chelada, right? The Chelada one? I'm talking about putting mango in it. Hank, come on, man. Yeah, dude, it would taste so good with mango. No, you haven't tried that?
Do it, man. Whatever Helio sent me, man. I'm over here like.
You know what, bro? I think you haven't been to a gay bar where they actually serve micheladas. You gotta go to a gay bar.
I haven't been to a gay bar that serves those.
Go to a gay bar, order a chelada, a michelada to be exact, because it's a mango with chelada, and it's good, bro. If they put chamoy with it, it's delicious as fuck. I know, I'm sorry. I don't mean to get into details, but it's so delicious. Stop. Stop doing that.
Hank, what did Helios send you? Was it that like extra blue pill or extra red pill?
Yeah, the Matrix thing. The
Matrix
blue
pill.
Yeah,
I
dude,
watched
I'm
a quarter or so of that. It's very syncretic, like parallels everywhere. I like that mode of thought.
I can listen to y'all too because it's not in English.
What's the name of it again?
Stop it.
Give me a second.
Why are you acting that way?
Matrix Explained, Knowledge from the Abyss.
Knowledge from the what?
Matrix Explained, Knowledge from the Abyss.
Abyss, okay.
I'm an hour 20 into it right now. Oh, dude, this... Okay, never mind.
This is the one that has the little blue pill in the corner, right? Where it's like you can take this at any time.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I should watch this.
Yes,
I know
you
the
should.
feeling there. I had a bag of... I just finished an ounce of weed that I didn't want to smoke. But I paid for it.
Bro, you should have sent it here if you didn't want to smoke it.
I didn't want anybody else to smoke it either. Fucking shit was
What do you
not
mean
flush.
you don't
It
want
wasn't flush.
anybody else to smoke? Look,
Whoever
bro.
fucking sold that shit in it, they should have pitched it in the trash can. It wasn't flush.
Oh, was it that bad?
Well, the ash was dense and black. Like you could dump the ash out in your hand and like toss it around, and it wouldn't even break apart.
No, you're talking about after you smoke it. I'm talking about during when you smoke it. What happens during when you smoke it? It's
too
not
harsh. It tastes like cow. It tastes bad. Too harsh.
Like shit.
It didn't taste exactly like shit, but it tasted like I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, I know what
Water
shit
detergent or
tastes like,
something.
but you know,
it tasted like dryer sheets or some shit. It didn't taste right. Had a chemical type of taste.
Fuck.
But you know, I made it through it. Got some good herb now. Harvest season. Yeah. But I know you needed to power through something because you bought it.
Right. I know that feeling. Cause you bought it, you have to smoke it. Might as well finish whatever you have, right? Or is that just me? No?
That was
Just
me. I don't know. Maybe it's...
Nah, dude, you're not by
Other
yourself.
people
I
would've
totally
sold it.
agree with you. or they would have smoked it themselves, you know, and just dealt with it.
That's what I did.
Be like, it's not what I wanted to smoke, but it's okay. I just smoke it anyway.
It's like a third world or a first world problem. Really, it's still pretty good weed. It just.
I'm just saying, man. Shit, I still have to go pick up my medication, man. And that's why I'm like having problems, difficulties facing myself right now. I don't drink. I don't like drinking. I hate drinking, to be honest. But it's the only thing that I feel like it can numb me. If I can't smoke, I have to drink. I don't know why. But I feel this, and I don't like it. I don't like this feeling.
Yeah, I tried to drink recently. I don't drink much either because I have Crohn's and it tears my gut up, you know. But I don't like the feeling either. It's just I don't think it's fun. It makes
Nah,
me
I
sad.
don't.
Like I'm a sad drunk. I don't get happy. I get sad.
See, for me, I'm the happy drunk, but the thing is, I had experience with my ex when he was drunk, and being with him made it very depressing. So it was like, shit. I had to separate myself from him. I am not like he is when it comes to drinking, because I knows when I drink, I'm a happy person. The fact that he wants to be jealous about the way he is and insecure about himself is not my fault. And I have to remind myself this, that he is a destruction to himself and is not to me. So, therefore, I should be a happy drunk, because even though he is a sad drunk, it has no reflection on me, because I know I'm a good person. I know I don't want to hurt no one. I know I don't want to hurt myself, but I also do know that there are people that want me to hurt me. So this is why, like, people like myself that are very sensitive to energy, very sensitive to spirits, very sensitive to spiritual realms. Shit, man, my language is going off.
You're good.
So when I sorry, when you go, when it come, okay, see, a lot of us like to speak about religion. I'm not going to. What I want to speak about is about spiritual beliefs. Now, spiritual beliefs has nothing to do with religion. What I'm saying is about your spirit that intertwines with your thoughts of who you are. Now, this is spiritual, has nothing to do with the religion. This is why religion is canceled out of it, because it has nothing to do with you and your Christianity, Catholicism, Lutheranism, Mormonism, or whatever you believe in, or Satanism. Because this is all spiritual. Okay.
Should be objective.
So, with the earth being what it is, because we all know about the creator, and I don't want to get into any argument. What I want to say in conclusion, that life was created to being one. And we all came to one conclusion, which brings us now to the earth being flat. And this is why we are all brothers and sisters in the same, and we should not hate one another. And we should try to expand each other's brains to this experience, because we are going to help one another. Sorry, I have my music going. I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn it off. I just feel that everyone should just acknowledge their knowledge about one another. And that's it. Just acknowledgement. If you acknowledge, that's it. That's good enough. Just don't ignore. Because when you ignore, it's disrespectful. Me as an adult, if I was going to confront someone that is a child, I would not want to be disrespected and ignored. So when it comes to another individual, I do not want to say that, yeah, they are a child, and I say they are a child. I just want to express that they could learn more. That's all. Did anything that I said make sense or no? Out of curiosity.
It made sense. I was wondering what you were like. I thought you had something you were going to say after, like a point. Not to be like, I'm not being rude, but I thought you had prefaced something, and then we're going on to say something about that, about what we should do with that knowledge.
Right, as a certain individual. No, as I know exactly what you're stating. No, as me, as an individual. Sorry. So I have my own saying about this, and it's I call it. We all call it pride, right? I mean, so for me, meaning pride, it stands for personal responsibility in developing everyone. That's how I see how pride is, and I hold a lot of pride, and that's all I want to do. And I just hope that what I said had explained and expressed everything that you guys can understand about me.
Yo, man, that sounds like some bullshit you learned while you was locked up, man. I'm just gonna be real with you.
It's okay. I understand what you're saying. I understand.
I'm just joking. I like to joke around sometimes.
No worries, saying I just like to be straight up and real with people.
Oh, I was just joking. Yeah, I'll try to make people laugh. It's good medicine.
That was a good joke. Yeah, who's that guy that was in here from before? He has like an accent. He was talking to Master Chief from. We were talking to him from before. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the one with the Russian accent.
Is it a Russian accent? Yeah.
Yeah, his name is Get Beget. He left.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
No,
that guy
think you
always
were
has
talking
something
about.
good to say.
I think you were talking about someone else.
Was it Sasha or Get Beget? Because I know he was talking to one of them.
Shinji?
Yeah,
Sasha,
Shinji. It was Shinji.
No, not him. Is it?
No.
He has like I don't know what kind of accent is it. It's like English accent or something.
The one who sounds like this. The one that corrected me on it being French, not Spanish.
I think so. I don't know. Yeah, he has like he has something smart to say. I just thought he would be in the room. I was talking about something interesting. Yeah, there's a few cool people in that I like listening.
Right. Was it Helio or EXO?
I don't even know.
Because I know Helio and EXO, they both left.
It could have been Sasha. I think it's Sasha.
I thought so. Yeah, he's the Russian accent guy. Sasha's the Russian, and I think Get Beget is the he's Italian, I think.
Oh, is it Italian? That might have.
Yeah, well, Get Beget is Italian. I know Sasha's Russian. He was speaking Russian. I know Sasha and Get Beget are both they're different.
Get Beget is the Romanian.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
is that who
He's Romanian, but he speaks Italiano. Right?
Oh yeah, because Romania.
The language is Italian, right?
Yeah, it's right near
Estonia.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to butcher what but I'm just saying I thought it was Italian. I know one of them was speaking Italian. I know it wasn't Sasha, but Get does definitely speak Italian. Oh, I just want to let everyone know I love you guys because you guys are awesome, and I believe that this server has helped me expand and grow, and I just want to thank everyone. So thank you guys.
Back at you, bro.
I just want you guys to know I would sacrifice my life for every single one of you guys because
That won't be necessary, bro. It's not necessary.
Yeah,
I know. I just want
have
to say.
to.
I know. I just want to say that you guys. It's worth it though. Hey, you guys are amazing. And I just feel like you guys should know that. That's all.
I wouldn't. Just saying. Fuck. I don't think anyone should. We're here for a reason. I don't know.
Yeah, we need you to forget about the sheep and awaken the lions, bro. Don't you turn off the lights just yet. Your mission ain't over.
I know. And
Respect that, though. I respect that.
Thank you.
No one else has to do that.
Man, they stole a lot of technology from us. They stole so much.
Did you know the earth is in a globe? Did you know the earth is in a globe? They want to spread news about the earth, false fallacies. Why fall for the false fallacies? Think you know that they would share the truth, but they did not tell us the truth about the globe or the radius of the earth. No, no. Did you really think it was what they claim to be? 3,958.8 degrees or miles is what they're talking about. And you know they're lying out their mouth. How can you see the earth's point of view when you look towards the sky and you wonder why they lie? After losing all those lives, wouldn't you think you would lie? Why would you judge them for what they do? Whether you believe that they are alive or not, are you sure what they tell you on the news? Are you sure what they share all over the news? you. Then lied to you. How they see the earth's point of view. They can't even persuade you about the earth's view. 'Cause it's not what they claim. It's not what they claim. You can't prove a gas pressure without an container. Whether you think it's solid or plastic, it doesn't even matter. We are all still in a container. How you see water above us and below. Can I persuade you to see another different point of view? That the earth is viewed stationary, and it's not moving. So explain to me, spin that you claim, how these fallacies they add up to nothing. That's why we provide you information to share with you, not just a point of view, but they are facts. Now, how about that? The earth is measured flat. Now, explain to me about that. All right. My bad, guys. My bad, guys.
Anyone here or nah?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Pink?
Just watching this video.
Yeah, I have a question about something. If something's going further away from you, it would diminish in size, right? It wouldn't maintain the same size. That's a true
Right,
statement,
but
right?
you're not in a vacuum, right? Are you in a vacuum?
No, I'm not talking about vacuum. I'm saying like
I know, but
if
there's variables. There's always variables. So,
yeah.
yes, if something in a vacuum is getting further and further away from you, it would diminish in size. But
No, not.
since you're not in a vacuum, the atmosphere acts like a lens. And it's cross canceling. It's getting bigger at the same time as it's getting smaller as it moves away from you, depending on the atmosphere. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know anything
Okay,
about.
so
I've never heard that.
do you live in flatland where you can see like miles away? Or do you live in like, mountains? Well, in flatland, you can look, a mile or two down the interstate and you can see the trees over there like a light colored green, right? But when you look at the trees next to you, they're dark green. But when you drive down the road and you get to those trees that were light green, now they're dark green. Why does that happen?
Yeah, well, probably because of lighter atmosphere or whatever, and it's a different color, but it's also a different size. Like it is smaller.
No.
It's a different color, but it is smaller though.
It's because the atmosphere is acting like a lens and stretching out the image, making the colors not as dark as they were. So think about it like this. You're in Michigan. You're looking west. You see Chicago. And you got to think, 60 miles away, those are really small buildings. How am I seeing them from this far away, right? Well, the buildings is not what you're looking at. You're looking at the light bouncing off the buildings. Is that right?
Okay.
You with me so far?
Yeah, you talking about some buildings looking at.
Come on, bro. Don't waste my time. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You're looking at the light reflecting off the building.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So as the light is traveling over 60 miles through atmosphere, it's going to be interacting with the molecules of the atmosphere and spreading out in all directions. Think about it like you're underwater. And across the pool, and it's nighttime, you're swimming at night. Across the pool, you can see the light and it looks huge. But when they drain the pool and you change the bulb, the light is actually very small. It's a very small filament. But it looks huge underwater, right?
Yeah, you put a light under. Okay.
Because when you look at the light through that many molecules, it causes the light to diverge and spread out in all directions. Any light that you look at, whether it's square or spherical, any kind of different bulb, at a distance, it's going to look like a sphere, right?
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
light radiates outward, right?
Okay.
And think about it like the sun. If you look at the sun, it's kind of small in the sky, but if you put a filter up, it's even smaller, right? A filter
Yeah.
that blocks out all the glare. So as the light from the buildings bounces off the buildings, goes through 60 miles of atmosphere, it's going to magnify those buildings, right? Because it's spreading out in all directions, right? Because you don't live in a vacuum, right?
Yeah, but what do you mean it's going to magnify the building?
The light is passing through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is acting like a lens. So yes, objects do appear to get smaller as they get further away, but at the same time, the more atmosphere you put in between you and that object, the more magnification there is. Do you know what cross canceling is?
No, I definitely got to check that out later.
So cross canceling is like this, okay? Say that you have 12 eggs, right? And wait, let me think how it goes. I can't think of how to explain it in words. I know what it looks like on paper, but I'm tired.
All right,
Yeah, look up what cross canceling is.
I'll just take a note of that.
So because it's appearing to get larger as it goes away at the same time it appears to get smaller, they cancel each other out. Because both are happening at the same time. And if both are happening at the same time and they're the opposite of each other, then this effect is diminished.
I'm just taking a note of your words so I can investigate it. Okay, and just another question again, like I'll hear something and then I'll come here and see what people think and then do further research. I hear some people say that's density that caused something to fall, but like let's say like if you're holding like a ball in your hand and you let go, and people say like it's less dense than air, it falls down, but you have air above it, beneath it, and on the right and on the left. And if that's true, what's causing it to go down versus left, right? Yeah, because there's air all around it, but it doesn't move to left, right, or top. It goes down.
Why would you assume something would fall sideways?
No, what do you mean sideways? I'm saying when I hear that, like it's less dense in the air, and it falls. That's what I hear some people say who believe like a flat Earth. But my question is like, why is
You
it
think
going?
only flat Earth people believe that? Why don't you Google the term specific gravity? You think this is something flat Earth has made up?
No, I'm not saying made up, but I'm saying I hear that. But if you see it's less dense in air, and it's air literally all around it. Why is it going down versus less dense than air, so it's going left, or it's going up, or it's going down? How is that
things sink and rise?
Because what do you believe it's weight, or
do you want to know why things sink and rise?
Sure.
Okay. Do you first understand how the scientific method works?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
You have an independent, or depending on the thing that you're testing for, but you have like an independent, without you doing anything, and then you have your experiment, and I feel like I'm missing something.
All right, I'll help you out.
Yeah.
You got to have your cause and effect, right? And your control variable. So independent, dependent, and control variable. So let's say you put an apple in a bucket and you notice that the apple sinks. Well, what causes the apple to sink? Or what causes it to float? That's what we're trying to find out, right? What causes the apple to go up or down? Is that what we're trying to find out?
Yeah.
So the cause is the water, or the medium. When you put water in the bucket, the apple floats. When you take the water out, it sinks. When you add the water again, it floats. What was the cause of the apple sinking and rising in the bucket?
I mean, the scientific explanation is that it's buoyant.
No. What was the cause of the apple rising and sinking? What was I manipulating? What was the only thing I was changing?
What are you talking about? With the apple and the water versus the...
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing you put it was a different location, a different medium.
Okay, so you manipulate the independent variable to find the cause of the observed natural phenomenon. The observed natural phenomenon is the apple falls. When it falls into water, it rises. You manipulate the independent variable to find the cause. This independent variable, in this case, is the medium that the apple was in. If you add water, you caused it to float. If you take away the water, you cause it to sink. The medium is what causes things to go up and down. Why do clouds form? How does water turn into a cloud? The sun perturbs the water, causes it to evaporate, and you wouldn't think it, but a cloud is not very dense at all, right? It's very buoyant because the particles are so far spread out, but you wouldn't think it because water is so dense. But when it's in its liquid form, it's incredibly dense. But when
Hank,
it's in its gaseous form, it's very buoyant.
Hank, my God.
What?
You're telling me that the apple sinks if you take the water out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you let it sink or just let it sit in the water for about 2 days, it
Then
sinks again.
The gases from the apple will evaporate.
Yes,
and it'll
but why
become
does it sink then?
waterlogged. Because you change the density of the apple.
No, because of gravity.
Nah, bro, don't be foolish. If
Don't
you
be
let an
you,
apple sit in
bro,
water
don't
for
be
2
foolish,
days, the air, it was sitting in air for however long it grew.
Yes.
Right?
But
And
why
then you put
wouldn't
it in
it
water
float?
for 2 days, it gets waterlogged like a sponge.
Yeah, but bro, why wouldn't it float then when there's no gravity?
What is gravity?
Gravity is, bro, I'm sorry, but my English isn't enough for that, man. I'm sorry. I can't tell you. You can
You
Google
can't tell
it.
me what gravity is, but you're going to come in here and claim it, bro.
I'm telling you that the apple, if you let it sit and the air goes out, why would it sink if there is no gravity?
You can't even define what you're talking about, but you're going to ask me questions about it.
Yes. Because it doesn't need to be that difficult.
Okay. I'm not going to tell you what song I'm playing, but you tell me what the next note is.
Oh, I believe I played guitar in
gravity.
third grade, man.
Yeah, gravity
I
is the
don't know,
force that attracts
What's the next note?
body towards the center of Earth or towards any other physical body having mass. That's what gravity means.
Thank you, Chuchu.
So it's mass attracting mass?
Yes.
Is that your final answer?
Well, yeah, it's basically that mass attracting mass, or like a sort of large mass attracting something which has a much larger mass, much less mass.
Has that ever been proven? Can you prove two masses?
Okay,
can
so
attract each
I'm
other?
sorry, you're interrupting, bro. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I just posted something 16 minutes after the hour. Can I get you guys to read that?
What did you post in live stream voice text?
Yeah, live stream voice text. Can you read it out loud for me?
Which one is it? It's the one at 1616? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, what, like the first part or what?
Read all three. It's real short.
Okay. Yeah, it says, so we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. Close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons and get 10 hits. Point A, we close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons and get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fire at the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 8 hits at point
18
A.
hits at point A.
18 hits at point A. And so what does it mean? Well, that is the end of Newtonian physics. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem, and that's what puts the nail in the coffin of Newtonian physics. Today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanical and Maxwell's theory. Like the press, we built somebody up and destroy them. Built up the Newton, shut down. Built up the Maxwell, gonna get shut down. Okay.
Who said all
I
this?
need to.
Professor Shankar, chair professor of physics at Yale, right?
Hey,
What do you
Hank, can I
think
interrupt for just a second, please, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, are y'all talking to a baller right now or just flatter chit chat?
I don't know who I'm talking to. I imagine they're ballers because they can't define what gravity is correctly.
All right, so in VC check-in just now, we have a guy. If you're going to talk to him, you got to talk slow. He doesn't speak English very well. He speaks French. maybe there's someone that speaks French that can talk to him. But he's a scientist. He says in physics. If I understood it, and he'd like to have a conversation with someone. But if you're going to talk to him, you got to talk real slow, because I think he speaks English better than he understands.
Because I just destroyed their claim. Mass doesn't trick mass.
Unless someone knows French, and then when he has issues or trouble finding the English word to convey, that maybe they could help him or something. I don't know. But yeah,
and he seems to say her.
Yeah, as long as you can talk slow. I can't slow my speech down enough. I don't think so. But
what was his name, Truth?
His name is Said. It looks like Saitama, but he said his name was Said.
Saitama. Okay.
Saitama. Yeah.
Yes.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Saitama.
Hello everyone. I'm new on Discord, and sorry my English is not good enough. I will try my best to be clear as much as I can. And I don't came on this Discord to prove something, or I'm just curious because I don't know all the way of think of people who think the Earth is flat, and I'm not a kind of person who want to impose, who want to change the way of think of someone. Or I think every people have the free. Everyone is free to think like he wants.
How very French of you. How very French of you to stand upon individual liberty. It's a compliment.
You have background noise.
How French of you to believe in liberty.
How what?
He's complimenting you. He's complimenting you on standing for liberty.
Thank you very much. Sorry, it's very difficult. It's very hard for me. Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you very much. As I said, I'm just curious, and it's good to people to think differently, because it's the reason why we have to we can share each other ideas, everything, and if everyone think the same, we never have the chance to share. Sorry, I will try to speak slower and to be more.
You can speak as fast as you like. I can understand you perfectly.
Okay. I talk with a woman firstly in another vocal, and she asked me a question about a law and about gas, but sorry, I didn't understand. Is it truth?
Yeah, that was me. I was trying to start on and touch on the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure needing a container, because he said the field that he was in was physics. But I just figured it might be easier if he came down here and talked to people who could talk slower, because I think my speech is too fast.
Sorry, to be clear, I'm not a teacher of science. I study science. I study physics, chemie, and biology. Sorry, I don't know in English. And I think like all scientists, sorry, I try to find my words. Yeah.
Take your time.
Uh,
No, it's no rush. Take your time.
I have some questions because my kind of thing about all the rules of the universe is in my mind, and when I want to think about a flat Earth, there is some walls, because I can't pass the walls because of my ideas of the rule of the universe. And sometimes I have some questions, and maybe if I share with you everyone, if I share with you our ideas, it will be clearer for me, and it will be very enrichissant. Sorry, enrichissant. It's yeah. Sorry, it would be very good because I will I will know more, and I will learn, and we can everyone can learn, and because learning is not only what we learn about something special, or something, or anything. Learning is talking with people and know how they think, because it's good to know each other, to know. Yes, I will stop talking. I think now you know what my kind of thing, and yeah, if you were talking, I will just listen and let you continue. And
no, it's okay. We're going to start over with you. We're going to start fresh. You said that you were here to learn, not to convince anybody, but you wanted to think differently in order to think outside of the box that the schools have put you in. You need to listen to people who think differently. And you said that you believe in liberty. So I agree with everything you said so far. Is my cadence, my speech pattern slow enough?
Okay, hang on. Mato, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll grab you up there.
Sorry, I don't understand you.
No, I know. I was talking to someone else. Go ahead. I was interrupting for a second. You can go ahead and answer, Hank.
Did you understand my speech pattern, or is it too fast?
No, it's perfect.
Perfect. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, just before I came to the Discord, I have 1,000 of questions, and now you ask me, and no question is coming directly. But if I think a little bit, I would. Yeah, for example, I will not enter specifically on the how the gravity is the rule of the Newton or Einstein, or all that thing. I'm not. I'm not interested now. I'm interested, of course, but now I would ask you just very simple question, like to start, for example, like a children can ask himself, can he question himself on the world he look around him? Do you understand me?
Very clearly.
Thank you. For example, if I was when I was children, but now if I was children, I would say my first question is the sun. Why the sun? Is it like flamme, du feu. Sorry?
Fire?
Fire, yeah. What all this fire? For example, if I'm in a beach in the sea, if I was in the beach and on the summer, in less than an hour, for example, without protection, my skin will be burned. Do you understand me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, and my question, for example, is the earth, the sun can burn me, and it must be very far from us. Not just in close to us like the moon, for example, because in the night the moon, it's very big and in front of us, and it's not burn me. My skin not burn with the moon, and the sun looks the same, but it cannot be close for me. It's just an imagination.
Are you looking in the voice text for the live stream?
No, sorry.
Yeah, kind of click on that, and then you can see things that people post.
Live stream voice text is the room directly above this one. It starts out with hashtag live stream voice text.
Yeah, VC check in voice text.
It's just above the room you're in.
You truth prevails. You just write user and mito.
You want me to tag you in it?
Steve, that's what he's asking you to do.
Sorry, now.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it about hotspot? Is it that?
Well, yeah, that's one picture, but anything that anyone posts relative to the conversation you're having, which people are going to start sharing information with you, that's where it's going to be shared at. So it's important.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, when I talk now on the voice, I need to check on the text to not pass anything. But is it a video? The hotspot that either 9,000 sent. Is it a video?
No, it's a picture.
It's only a picture. Okay.
Yeah,
because I wanted to push.
I will post a video for you though, but I'll let Hank continue with you. I was just wanting to make sure that you were following along with but I will post a video for you though.
Okay, perfect, no problem. But just to finish my question, because I talk a lot to only a simple question. Do you think, for example, that the moon and the sun can't be at the same distance of the Earth, because one on the day can burn us and one of the night cannot burn us? Do you have an idea about that?
Well, they give different light.
Can't understand you. You talk too fast. Let Hank do it.
I tried. I was like, okay, well, Hank can.
So the
sorry, truth prevails. Sorry, truth prevails. I'm very sorry, because when you talk, I have it's very difficult to me to understand you. I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, you can. No. Sorry, because it's me. I have to increase my English.
So, do you understand the British accent very well? You talk to Brits.
The British you talk about from England.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, people from England, from London. It's very, very difficult to understand them, and from Scotland, it's very difficult for me. And Ireland, and the US, it's easier for me.
Okay, so I will try to do a regular American accent, and I will try to use 1 or 2 syllable words. Fair enough?
1 or 2 what?
Like no big words.
Yeah, thank you. I really need simple words.
You are welcome. Okay, so the problem with your question is that you are thinking of the light coming from the moon as the same coming from the sun. And the light is different because the sun is not the moon. The moon is very different from the sun. And they cannot be the exact same distance, or maybe they would crash into each other. But they look, with our eyes, look like the same size during the eclipse when the moon passes in front of the sun. When this happens, we can see that they are almost the same size to our eyes. This, when we say the same size to our eyes, is apparent. But apparent is not always real.
But
sometimes. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can continue. It's perfect. I understand.
During the eclipse, I'm just going to ask Hank something. But during the eclipse, I mean, do we actually see the moon pass in front of it? We don't actually see it. We don't even know. We don't know that the moon is. Okay.
But we assume. Okay,
well,
so
not really. Well, they do, but we don't. I don't think it's the moon.
The problem that you're going to have here is we like to separate what we call science or knowledge from belief, and we like to separate the scientific method from philosophy. So you have first-hand knowledge of how many toes are on your feet or how many fingers are on your hands. No one else knows how many toes are on your feet or fingers on your hands except you. You are the only one that can verify the number with your eyes. So you have first-hand toes on your feet.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, what is it?
The bones that stick out in the front with the toenails.
Phalanges.
Phalanges, yeah. The part that you hit on your bed and you break. The part that breaks in the front.
Talon,
Talon,
okay.
Yeah,
Talon, yeah. Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. So you have 10, right? 10 toes? For
10?
me, yeah, you have 10 toes.
No, sorry, okay, no, it's not talon, c'est les doigts, in French c'est les doigts, okay. I have 10 in feet and 10 in hands, yeah.
Right, so for me, it is a belief that you have 10 toes. For you, it is knowledge. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, perfect, because you are not in front of me to see.
Correct.
Is it?
I cannot observe with 2 or more of my senses. I need 1, eyes, and I need 2, my hands, to touch your toes and see if they are real.
Yeah, in science, we don't think like that, but I understand you very good. Yeah, because in science, we can observe something without our eyes. We can observe something with the without see it, but with the impact, not instrument, with the impact this object have around him. For example,
right? You're just describing somebody that's blind. I know what you're saying. You're describing someone that's blind. who can't see physically?
Not necessary. There is a lot of possibilities to prove something without see it. Not only if you blind. If you
like a camera or a technology device.
Yeah, you for example, if you are at night on your bedroom, and you in front of your house on the street, someone scream, you don't need to see him to know that there is someone in the street in front of you.
Right, screaming.
That's one of your senses. You have eyes, ears, smell,
hearing,
eat.
You can make the
cold.
inference. You can logically deduce it.
All right, listen.
High truth prevails. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Listen to what I'm saying. The scientific method, a method of procedure that characterized natural science in the 17th century, consisting in systematic observation, measurement, and experiment, and formulating, testing, and modification of a hypothesis. So the first word was observation. So that's why I said you have to be able to see it, right, to have knowledge. You can also hear it to have knowledge. You can also feel it, or you can take a picture, a photograph, or some form of technology. But if you cannot see or perceive with technology, it is not knowledge, it is a faith, like a belief in God, or a belief in liberty. It is a concept. If you cannot have first-hand knowledge with your senses, then it is a belief. So when you talk about the sky and what is above us, some of it is measurable, like, for example, the heat from the sun and the cool of the night. But a lot of it is outside of the scientific method because you cannot manipulate the variables. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I perfectly understand you, and I'm totally agree with you, and all scientists are agree with you, but just one thing different about what did you say now? All scientists say that all knowledge we have, and all the law and all the information we learn. I sorry, I used the word learn, but
You're good, bro.
Thank you. All we learn about the law, about how the rules of the universe is not truth, but we for example, I will finish now. All scientists say it's not the truth, but with all the information we had with the work, with the all scientists work in the all centuries ago, all the information all this information say that sorry,
it sounds like you're saying that it concludes to something, right? It concludes to what?
It not conclude, but it take our direction with a way of think.
Okay.
You understand? But it's not it's not. All scientists say it's impossible to say something. It's the truth, because we can make an experience 100 times, thousands of times, and if all time it give us the same result, if we do it 1 million times, 10 million times, 100 million times, we have to do it an infinite time of experience to be sure that there is no one time give us a different result.
Right.
And
the infinite is a concept. It is not real.
Yeah, all science is concept. Yeah, not all. Yeah, about our discussion about the Earth and the gravity and etc. All this information is except one or two things. Maybe we can talk about it. But all this is only a way of think, but this way of think is based on a very powerful work and experience and from many years, and all this the information give us conclude. I will use the term the word conclude to say that this kind of thing is the best compared to the others.
Right, to be open-minded, to never accept that science is settled, and this experiment should never be done again. We should always be able to reproduce, experiment, and ask the same old questions, and science is never afraid to be proven wrong, not like religion.
Sorry, can you repeat, please, because
science is not afraid of asking old questions. It is not afraid of being proven wrong. There is no ego in science. Correct?
I'm sorry. I understand the beginning.
I would agree with you.
The science is never.
Yeah,
it's never over. It's continually changing. New
yes.
Continuously experimenting the same things and coming up with results that are obviously the same or different.
I know. Yes, I agree.
Conclusion.
Yeah, I agree. The life of a scientist, it's to work to have a scientist is very happy when he find that a result it's different that we had think a lot of years. Do you understand? For example, a revolution is when Einstein came with relativity and proved that Newton was wrong. Not so wrong, but for so many years, for so many years, we were thinking that Newton is have the truth. But when Einstein arrived, he said no. He was totally wrong. And it's the reason why Einstein was became so popular, because he proved that another scientist was wrong. And all work of scientists is that it's to make experience, to work, to have results, and yes, a lot of time it's the same result as we have, but sometimes we prove that something is different, and it's the reason why a scientist have to be very, very broad-minded. And a person who said someone someone who think that bad thing about another person because he think different, he cannot be a scientist. Scientists have his work is to be very broad-minded and take in his mind all possibilities. Do you understand me?
Chris is Emma. Okay, so perfect what you said, precisely. So the thing is, I can destroy Einstein. Are you ready?
Oh yeah. I hope you will. I hope because it would be very interesting. Thank you. I understand you. I listen you. Sorry.
You understand the scientific method: dependent variable, independent variable, cause and effect.
Sorry,
cause and effect.
Cause and effect. Yes, action, like action reaction, or just
yes, cause and effect.
Yeah, I listen you.
Cause and effect. Okay. So you have an apple, right? You put it in a bucket. It's at the bottom of the bucket. Okay, so this is the experiment. You manipulate the medium.
What is a bucket?
It holds water, like a cup, like a glass.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Container.
Okay, so you add water, and the apple rises to the top. And you take away the water, the apple sinks to the bottom. And you add the water, and it rises to the top. What was the cause of the apple sinking and rising?
So
did you hear my question?
Okay, it was a question. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, what was the cause of the apple sinking and rising, up and down?
Yeah, it's vulnerable. If I understand you, you talk about why an apple fall without water, and why with the water he say he stay in outside of the water, up. Is it that?
Yes. What was the cause?
Yeah, it is action reaction. Like you said, sorry. Not sorry. I because I was.
No, you're good, bro. Just take your time, man. Because you're.
Thank you very much. Because I see that there is a lot of people, and on the live stream, and I don't want to monopolize all the conversation.
Nah, dude, you're actually you're good, and don't worry about that. To be honest, bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is very minimum. This is minimum, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, like to be honest, we've dealt with a lot of people. We've dealt with like 44, like we dealt with 50 up to 90 people in here, bro. So I'm gonna tell you right now, don't be shy. Speak your mind. And just relax and take your time, because I can I can hear in your voice that you want to speak. Yeah. So I'm just letting you know, man.
You're a flat earther anyway. You're the reason we're here.
Yeah, man. We're here to help you see what you're seeing, man. That's what we're here for, bro.
So let me finish. I'm about to go to sleep. It is late. So
sorry, Hank. My bad.
No problem.
So about your question, you talk about Archimedes. You know Archimedes? I don't know in English. The scientist Archimedes. The law of Archimedes.
Cause and effect.
Yeah, it's cause and effect. Yeah, the water. Yeah,
buoyancy.
The apple have make a force. Make pressure. I will say pressure on the water, and the water give. The reaction of the water give the same pressure to, and the apple is stay outside of the water. Is it that you're talking about that?
Yes. Okay. So in English, there are 4 different types of gravity. Newtonian is number 1. It is wrong. There is also Einsteinian gravity. It's number 2. It is wrong. The 3rd type is dark gravity. It is for the galaxy in outer space. It is wrong. The 4th type of gravity is called relative density or specific gravity. Now, I sent you a message in your DMs, and I also posted it at 52 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text. Do you see the Wikipedia?
Just now, yeah. Relative density.
Yes. So with Einstein, there is the warping and bending of space-time. We cannot remove the warping and bending of space-time. It is a concept, a mathematical concept. We cannot remove to see if the apple rises and falls, but we can remove the medium that that the apple is in, and when we manipulate the medium, we see the cause and effect, and we have used the scientific method to show the reason that the apple goes down and the reason that the apple goes up is the manipulation of the medium. Do you agree?
Sorry, because I did just the word medium. What is medium? You talk about someone who make work on your brain. Is it that medium?
No. Medium would be like the atmosphere is a medium that makes helium balloons float, or hot air balloons. The water is the medium that fish live in the oceans. So the medium is the thing that fills the space. I will put it in French. 1 second.
Thank you.
Doloro moyenne. Douleur moyenne. Douleur moyenne. Hold on. Let's see this word. Yep. Right here. See it?
Douleur moyenne. Douleur in English is pain. The pain when you injured, and if you feel the pain. The pain is douleur.
Okay. Like Dolores, right? Okay.
Dolores, yeah. My sister is named Dolores.
That's funny. That's funny. Okay. All right. Hold on. Medium.
Can you write it in English? Because maybe if I read, I will maybe understand. Medium is half. Like in McDonald's, there is a little Coke, medium.
Let me use a different word. So the cause of the apple rising and falling is the water. The water is the cause. If you manipulate or remove the water, it goes down because the air or oxygen is not dense enough to hold it up. So the water is the cause, and we use the word medium because sometimes it is water, sometimes it is air, Sometimes it is a
Ah,
different
le milieu, le milieu, le milieu. Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, is le milieu, the medium. Okay, now I understand the word. Yeah, we say in French le milieu. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Now everything is clear. You can continue.
So I believe that my little experiment with the apple, even though it is simple, it is far superior than Einstein and his concept of space-time, because we cannot manipulate the space-time and see the cause and effect. But I can manipulate the medium, the water, and see the cause and effect of things falling and rising. So my scientific experiment is superior to Einstein, and Einstein is incorrect.
Ah, okay. Is it your conclusion now?
Yes, the conclusion is that the medium...
Yeah, perfect. I understand.
Okay.
Yes. Do you want me to ask you other question about that, or do you want to change? Do you want me to give you another question?
It's up to you. I'm about to go to sleep. I just wanted to show you how easy it is to describe without concepts, because you're French. You said liberty, right? You have the Statue of Liberty. We have the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah,
so
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, freedom. See, I'm from Texas.
Ah, okay. Nice to meet you. I'm from Belgium.
From Belgium. Okay.
I'm from Cali.
So in Texas, we like the liberty. In fact, today is the first day that we are able to carry pistols, the gun, without a license or permission from the government. We can carry pistols, and we like liberty, but you cannot bend my idea of liberty because it is not physical. It's only a mental construct, just like space-time. It is only a concept. Thank you for listening.
Thank you too. Just can I ask you something?
Yes, one thing.
Next time, I hope we can continue the conversation about this, about that, because I understand your argument, but it's not. I'm not. Convinced. I'm not convinced because on your on about what you said, I have some problems about the experiment.
Okay.
But we can talk about this next time, I hope. Have a good sleep, good night. Sorry, yeah. Here in Belgium is midday.
Thank you. And how do you pronounce your name?
Said. SAID. Yeah, I'm half Belgian from Belgium and half from Morocco, and it's an Arabic name. And if you want to pronounce it like Arabic is Said, but we say just said. You can say just said like past, like saying past simple.
Okay, Said. Thank you very much for the conversation.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
And peace to you. Yes.
Let's go do some Second Amendment audits, man.
Bro, those are dangerous. Those are a little too dangerous. I'm going to stick to the First Amendment audits, because if I get beat up with a camera, no jury's going to be like, yeah, that cop should have been scared. That guy had a camera.
In big groups.
In big groups. That makes it even worse. Look, I ain't trying to scare the scaredy cats, bro. The scaredy cats will be like, I was afraid for my life. He had a toothpick. I'm just going to bring a camera because, cameras are not very sharp.
but you can still shoot with them.
That's true.
Peace. Have a good night.
Appreciate the invite. Have a good night. I'm gonna go rub the wife's feet or something like that.
Goodbye. See you.
You'll run into a bunch of different characters on this server, sir. Anybody know what language Roger speaks? Because they sort of have the same accent.
Saeed.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Arabic.
Yes, I speak Arabic.
بتتكلم عربي؟
نتكلم العربية بصح دارجة. اللغة العربية ما نتكلمهاش مليح. نهضر الدارجة نتاع المغرب.
المغربي it's a little different. مغربي. I don't understand مغربي. أنا سوري.
Yeah, I speak Maghrabi. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different than Arabic.
Yeah, it is different. اللغة العربية I don't understand good.
Okay. I was just wondering. Okay.
Hey, Saitam, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Dutroll trials?
About what?
The Dutroll trials. What do you think about it?
Sorry, I heard duality.
No,
you talk.
I said Dutroll.
Dutroux. You talk about the trial, the psychopath, the man who killed the children.
Yeah, that.
No. Yeah, it's a very large. Can you? Your question is very large. Can you? Can you ask me? Yeah, can you a narrow question about that?
More specific.
Yeah. Please.
Then, all right. So to be more specific, then, how do you feel about? If I have my information correctly, because it has been a few years since I've looked into this, about like the royal, a bunch of families, like rich families in Belgium being involved in it, in one way or another. Have you heard about that?
Sorry, you speak too fast for me, and there is some sound behind you, and
someone's hot micing. Very bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's me. That's me. I'm working. I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to say slower, right? Since I know English isn't your first language, right? So, how do you feel about rich families in Belgium being involved in the Dutroux trials?
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand. Yeah. I understand you when you say rich families, but it's not an exact the exact word we have to use. I would say, and say me if you agree with me. I would say very family who have a lot of influence in Belgium. Is it? Yeah, in Belgium, in the world. Is it? Are you agree with me?
Yeah. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. I'm very interested about trials in general, and specifically criminal trials, and specifically trials who arrived close to me, and more when it's in my country, and more when it's make a lot of polemic. You know polemic? Polemic. Yeah, when these trials make a lot of sound in the world, you know.
Yeah, I'm aware how big it was.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, your question is not only Dutroux trial, you know, because yeah, unfortunately, we have in Europe, not only in Belgium, but in Belgium there is a big problem about that question. But it's if you yeah, you know the dossier, the document Zandvoort. Did you heard about the Zandvoort document, le dossier Zandvoort? Zandvoort, ZANVOORT, Zandvoort. Did you heard about?
Is it a documentary or just like a document?
Yeah. You can check it on YouTube. You should see that documentary on YouTube. But they talk about the dossier. Sorry, in English dossier. Sorry, I will check on Google dossier on translation.
Yeah. I've seen the documentary on YouTube. I know you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. And it's not only Dutroux and Zandvoort. There is so many so many affaires judiciaires. There is not only Dutroux and Zandvoort. There is so many different affaires criminelles. Criminal affair. Non, c'est pas. Sorry, I will check on translation. Do you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. There is a lot of criminal cases about children killed, children abused, and a lot of criminal cases include in each cases not only one psychopath or two psychopaths. It includes a lot of people who organize this kind of thing. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Yeah, and